And now we return. Oh, sorry, I forgot to take the privacy square off the webcam. I put the webcam on thinking it's going to be a lovely moment. We're going to start the stream. The privacy is going to pop up. I've left the little slidey thing on. You know what? Deal with it. That's just how the stream is now. Everyone embrace the square. Now, I think we need to have a little chat. I've discovered the internet. That's not the end of the sentence, there's more. I've discovered the internet can be a little bit negative. And I've discovered that arguing with people on the internet is like wrestling a pig. You both get covered in shit, but the pig likes it. And so what I've decided to do is, in a phrase, give up. I realized that attempting to discuss anything with anyone online is effectively fighting the tide, stabbing the ocean. That's what we would be doing. So instead, I think the plan is to just play World of Warcraft and agree with anything anyone says. I am feeling better. Thank you. Yesterday, I came down with a really bad earache halfway through for some reason. Like an hour into the stream, I started getting a headache, and I thought this is either going to go well or go badly. And about an hour later, the 2-hour point, my ear just started absolutely throbbing. And I'm like, if it's earache, man, I'm not dealing with that. I'm going to go to bed. So I turned the stream off straight away, grabbed myself a hot cup of tea, and just immediately jumped into bed. I'm like, I'm not playing with earache. You know, this ain't fun. Yeah, that was the plan. Exactly. Fighting a pig like in Black Mirror. You know, random fact, Quentin, that Black Mirror episode where the Prime Minister fucks the pig was actually filmed in the drama studio where I went to university. Was it just me, or was the weekend a little bit weird? Like, vibes-wise, Saturday and Sunday in the chat. Like, that's not just me, was it? Like, if you guys were here in the chat on the weekend, did you feel that it was a bit weird? Yeah, and you know what I think that was genuinely? Kids. Or, I mean, even if they're, you know, physically grown up, childish people. I think that's what it was. It was a bit heated. And it just got kind of childish, didn't it? Like, I'm not sure what happened with that. You can't blame, you know what, the thing is, you can't blame the kids because the kids aren't watching WoW Classic. You know what you can blame? Is probably people that were at jobs that they hate all week and then come home to the weekend streams where they'll stay inside all weekend and watch streams and just kind of get all of their tension out on that. That seems to be the vibes that was happening. Right, I've got to find the banner of the Stone Mall. I've got the banner of the Stone Mall. It's a quest item. But what am I doing with it? Unleash the magic of Brog's totem on a corpse of Firemane. Okay, cool. So I've got to use that. I've also got some kind of quest banner. I'm not quite sure what you want me to do with it. Right, hang on. Banner of the Stone Wall. Let me have a check what this actual quest is. What am I doing with this? Where am I currently? I'm in Dustwallow, I think. Right, Banner of the Stone Wall. Retrieve the Banner of the Stone Wall and bring it to Brog. Right. It's kept in the Ogre Mounds. Oh, gotcha. So it's going to be like inside somewhere. Okay. It's going to be one of the full inside things. Backspace is purely a suggestion. You don't actually need backspace. Backspace is one of those things that you can honestly just kind of do without. Maybe one of the containment streamers was off for the weekend and their viewers all ended up here. They do an important service, keeping all of the people in just kind of one place. What do you call an adult that behaves like a child? Unfortunately, an adult. That's the problem. But selling cloth at the auction house got you to your mount. I don't need to worry about that. We'll get there eventually. Right. There's like an... Okay, this is going to be an ogre mound place that we're going to have to get inside somehow, isn't it? Any plans for today? You know, I really want to just do... What's the dungeon I can do now? I'm level 41. I've got decent equipment. I'm maxing out the armory, the downs, Uldaman, and the cathedral. I want to do Zul'Farak or Moradon. But I don't think I'm going to be able to find a team that's good enough to take me through Zul'Farak or Moradon. I think I would probably be, at this point, honestly, maybe a hindrance to those guys. So they say that if you just kind of blitz the quests, you can normally gain about a level every 2 hours kind of thing. And I think I can just kind of blitz those quests. From what I can tell is... Hello, Josh. Wish everyone a lovely day, free of headaches. Look at my discipline. Yes, you are doing good. Looks like I am better at this than attending my job. You are indeed. Well done. Congratulations for getting here. You're unfamiliar with Moradon. Going to be fun to see you watching that. Cool. I'll just see what's happening with that. Now, whether Moradon is good or bad, got no idea. It's divided into 2 sections, but theoretically they're the same. That's what I've heard. It's the same, but different. That's the vibes. You are the perfect level for ZF. Hope grade. Do you want to run me through ZF? Okay, that sounded like an invitation. Do you want to heal? Hope grade, you're a good healer. You guys want to try and go through what's the special word of it? Oh, you're tanking. Okay, cool. Let's do ZF, or whatever that. Zul'Farak. Who wishes to travel with us to Zul'Farak? Hang on, that's a really 46. Now, the swords I've got right now are way better. Who wishes to travel to Zul'Farak with us? To attempt whatever we're about to be doing. You could DPS, you have a quest there if you want to. How do you have quests in Zul'Farak and I don't? Like, how have you got past me? I don't like this. Hang on. Right, I'm gonna Hearthstone. I'm gonna go back to this place. The quest is notorious for bugging out. The quest did bug out when we tried to do it. Zul'Farak, you guys are going to have to share Zul'Farak quests with me in a second. Right, where do you get the Zul'Farak quests from? They've got to be around the place somewhere, haven't they? And then we'll just kind of like do that 3 or 4 times until we get something good. Because I'm clearly better than... I don't like this at all. You're going to need to greed on everything. Catty's better than both of us, that's true. Can I turn the brightness down? The sword is hella bright. You know what? That is crazy, isn't it? Like, I didn't realize that the sword effect would be that bright. Is there a way that you can turn the brightness effect down on just one weapon? There's kind of got to be a way. Like, it's cool and all, don't get me wrong, but good lord, this is the sword of flashbang. That's what that is. Thank you, Potato Hume, for that one. Nice lightsaber. Thanks. I wanted like a cool ice and fire thing. And it's just we've got like a crazy thing. Gonna need to do a quest chain in the hinterlands for the mallet to summon the last boss. Yes, put it in your inventory. Well, why didn't I think of that? Goodness gracious me, you are just so smart. Right, where's Zul'Farak? Any DPS or heals for Zul'Farak? We need one. Need a heal. MZ's coming to do DPS. We require 1 heals. The mallet's optional. Any advice on how to whimsy max in daily life? Yeah, you know how rappers say that they're keeping it real? Do the opposite. Keep it vaguely imaginary. I just occasionally drop in hints to stories and tomes that just straight up don't exist. That's what it needs to be. You need to, at some point, when someone says, oh yeah, this really happened, be like, this may have happened. And then just give them like a whimsical, fantastical tale. You don't know. They don't know either. Right, where's Zul'Farak? If I was Zul'Farak, I think Zul'Farak is in Desolace. I seem to recall it being in Desolace. Right now we're on Kalimdor. Desolace is still part of Kalimdor. Am I thinking of the wrong thing? It's in Tanaris. Right, where's Tanaris? Southeast Kalimdor. Okay, so we're looking at down there. There's the Caverns of Time. There's... Oh, I've got a quest for Zul'Farak, Tiara of the Deep. Okay, cool. Oh, are these the quests? Scarab Shells, Dungeon Quests. Oh, this is great. Hang on. Oh, that's Gadget Zan. I can get to Gadget Zan. You, my friend, fly me to Gadget Zan, and then I can take all of the quests for Zul'Farak. Oh, this is brilliant. This is fantastic. So what I'm going to do is open up the old quest list and drop some quests that I no longer need because they will be low level for me now. Like the Hillsbrad Foothills, the Turtle Beask is a low level, let's abandon that. Stormwind Ho, let's abandon that. Let's get all the quests I need to go and do this I can probably drop some, eventually, some Stranglethorn Vale quests. I am just powering through. The Tiara of the Deep is one of the objectives for the Zul'Farak dungeon. This is fine. We're level 41. We're doing great. We're going to go to Gadget Zan, which is south of where we are now, I believe. Yep. Oh, yeah, we had to go through here, didn't we? I've never been to Ungoro Crater, but I've heard people talk about it, so I'm kind of excited about getting to there, eventually. You love my whimsy, thank you. You don't love my whimsy, you love the idea of my whimsy. You've got the whole week off and one of your favourite streamers is on. Thanks for the stream, mate. You are welcome. If you've got the whole week off and one of your favourite streamers is on, then I could suggest other streamers, whom are also on right now. Zizaran's playing. You should go say hi to Ziz. He's a good lad. Who else we got going on? Boaty's doing some RuneScape. Iona's on Final Fantasy. Chev's also on RuneScape. There's some beautiful people on right now. Dex Bonus is doing Marathon. Z Cookies is on Euro Truck Simulator. The Twitch community pulling itself together. Everyone helping out. It's lovely. We all hate each other behind the scenes. Everyone thinks everyone else is a dick. You know, I will betray Zizaran the moment I get a chance. As soon as that happens. Straight away. Immediate infamy. Don't tell him. Ziz was just talking about his cock a moment ago. Highly recommend. Potato Hime, have you ever thought about writing a message and not sending it? Ever thought about typing out some words and thinking, you know what, the world doesn't need this, and then just deleting them before hitting enter? It would have cost you nothing to not tell me that. But you did. So I'm great. I'm glad. I'm glad we've all shared that moment. I'm going to message him. Let him know what's happening. She's added useful information. She's added information. That we can't deny. You thought it was useful info. No, you didn't. You thought it was information. The word useful, entirely superfluous in that sentence. Not needed there at all. I can do nothing with that. The more you know and all that. Yeah, I mean, the more you know, sometimes the sadder you get. The older I get, the more I identify with Cypher from The Matrix. The more I'm like, you know what? Yeah, let's just eat a steak and be a famous actor. Sounds great. I'll do that. But Josh, the real world sucks. All right? You've seen what it's like. Robots trying to kill you. Eat the gruel. Eat the slop. Eat the future slop. Eat the reality slop. At some point, I'm going to be like, I'll just take the Matrix. I like how all these people are like, escape from the Matrix, take the pill, escape from the Matrix. Have you seen the Matrix 2 and 3? It makes it look a little bit shitty. And even though they win, let's be fair, we were all looking at the woman in the red dress. Alright? It's totally okay to occasionally just step back and say, maybe we made the wrong choice. Growing up is all about self-reflection. Okay, let's go and get the quests that we require for the dungeon quest. The Scarab Shells. Tranrek, this guy over here. I have logged on so Catty can carry. Okay, MZ, you are also being invited. I was told you need allies to assault Zul'Farak. We do indeed. And I believe now we just need a healer. We need a healer. Okay. Invite Caltech. Now we just need healer. Needed for ZF. Zul'Farak. Okay, let's go and have a look at these quests. Right, what you got for me? Hang on, no. Who had the quest? Tranrek. I appreciate that his name is Trainwreck. Alright, Trainwreck, where are you, mate? You in here? You're not in here. I could set my... You know, yeah, I'm going to in my home. Alright, cool. This inn is my new home. I live here now. Where is Trainwreck? Does he walk around? Is he one of those... Oh, no, he's over there. There's Caltech. When we find a healer, we'll be good to go. Are there any other quests I need to accept? The Scarabs of Tanaris have very hard shells. Hard enough to use as building materials for lots of things. So many things. In fact, those shells are so useful, the Scarabs were hunted to near extinction. I know where there are more Scarabs. And if you promise to bring me their shells, I'll tell you where they are. The Scarabs have a colony in Zul'Farak. The trolls don't hunt them for their shells. Accept. Let's go. Right. Are there any other quests that Zul'Farak Night Elf in town and the goblin you looked at next to the inn. The Night Elf guy in town. I'm just trying to work out the quests that are going to require me. There's a quest in the Salt Flat Zones up north. Ah, it's too far away. You know what? You guys can just share the quests. Night Elf by the Anvil. Alright, I'm going to try and find the Anvil. If there's a quest for it, you guys can just share it. Oh, 45D. D means dungeon. Always take the D when you can. And by that, I mean always do the dungeon. I'm going to stop talking. You. Zul'Farak. The first time I heard the word uttered was around your age. It meant nothing to me then, as it means nothing to you now. It was not until a warband of trolls coming from Zul'Farak laid waste to the land that I understood and feared. Many will tell you that the split blade of suffering does not exist. That's a myth. A rumor started to scare children. Straight. But believe me, human, it exists. The Sand Fury trolls of Zul'Farak made a tempering agent from sandstones, and I can use it to temper the goods I craft. I can. It's highly prized by connoisseurs, so if you bring me a good supply of the temper, I'll reward you well. Thank you. Right, so, like, isn't there a super duper, extremely rare thing? There's like a sword that has like a 1% drop chance. Okay, cool. What do we need a healer still. Require healers. It's very worth running north to grab that quest. Very, very worth it. Fine. Hang on, I'll fix my armor first of all. I'll also sell some stuff. What I will do is Hope Grey. I'm going to give you leader. Party. Hope. Find us a healer. Then we'll do Zul'Farak. You. Fix my stuff, please. You. Goblin. Fix my stuff. And then let me sell you some things. Have this raptor hide. I don't need it. Alright, what else don't I need? I probably don't need the Giant Club of Power. That's silly now. Ah, Ferality has joined us. Fantastic. Gluttonous Cleaver is also useless. That's good. The Golden Shield I'm never going to use. That's a good shield. That's the Ravager. Alright, these are all important things. I want to keep all these. Sell the stupid hat. Sell the leggings. What else do I not need? I'm going to get rid of all the stuff that is basically useless. And that'll give me a substantial amount of space in my inventory. Yeah, I think we're looking good here. Let me just sell some more stuff. I'll be good to go. Like, I'm not going to do the turtle quest, am I? Let's be real. The turtle quest ain't happening. That's not a thing we need to be doing. What I could do, though, is stick on the sharpening agent to both of these swords. That could be quite useful. So we use the old sharpening stone to make the Vanquisher sword. Oh, hang on, that's not a valid target. We need the solid sharpening stone. There we go. Yeah, get the quest. I will see what I can do. Let's have a look. Got the quest Brass Bolts Brothers anywhere on your map? Let's have a quick check. Brass Bolts Brothers. I don't know if I'm seeing it. No, not from round here. What about up north over here? No. No. Oh, hang on, yes. I've got Whizzle Brass Bolts. That's a level 50 quest from the Shimmering Flats. You think I can do a level 50 quest? God damn. I'm getting the warrior far. You've recently seen some of the JoshStrifeSays videos where your comments on people telling you you're playing WoW wrong, and it's making me reconsider how I approach some games. Ultimate Hate. I mean, Ultim Hate. That's a cool name. How so? That's a great thing. If you're reconsidering how you're playing games, are you thinking that you are approaching them wrong, or are you thinking that you want to be approaching them more efficiently? Because there's both. There's, good arguments for both of those, to be fair. The thing with the JoshStrifeSays channel is the vast majority of it is just the negative or the dramatic clips. The huge majority of this stream is just us kind of chatting shit and talking around. We're not being super serious with anything, to be fair. You saw the benefits, like making a set of home decorations and selling it. Yeah, exactly. Just be silly with stuff. You can just be silly. You don't need to be super serious. Right, let's do this way. Did your stream die yesterday? No, I had an earache about 2 hours into the stream, and I thought there was no way that I can healthily continue doing this. As soon as you start to get an earache or a headache from looking at anything for too long, just yeah, just pack it in there for a bit. You switched from PvP to Thunderstrike and people are focusing less on min-maxing. I can understand that if you're in a PvP server, min-maxing is going to be much, much more important than anything else, because obviously you're, at any point, potentially going to be, you know, exposed to a huge amount of damage coming your way. So I totally get it. Based on the JoshStrifeSays, you were worried I was entering the jaded or burned out phase of content creation. Soft, I've not even burnt in. Don't you worry about burning out. The thing with the JoshStrifeSays channel is that it only shares the dramatic clips. It only shares the conversations that either get heated, that are going to get emotional reactions. And I get so many people on Twitter. Twitter, by the way, is a cesspool. If you don't have to use it, don't use it. Get off Twitter if possible. I get so many messages from people on Twitter being like, you only post negative stuff now. Why do you only post negative stuff? And I have to explain, because negativity gets interacted with about 10 to 50 times more, 50, than positive stuff. It's all about metrics. It's all about interaction. And it sucks, and I hate that. Unfortunately, it is literally just an algorithm game. So you've got that thing where it is basically just about trying to get the most numbers. That's why it's worst MMO ever, not best MMO ever. Exactly. Unfortunately, people watch negative stuff so much more than they watch positive. And for every one person that tells me, oh, I wish you posted more positive stuff, there are 50 people engaging with the negative. Now, that sucks. I don't like that. But unfortunately, it's the reality that we live in. So, as irritating as it is for me to keep getting messages saying, hey, I wish you didn't do all this, the nature of the beast requires content. The nature of the beast requires the treadmill. Videos of people being critical. Videos of people being, nasty. Hatred is spread so much more than love. And unfortunately, when your job requires people looking at you, one of the best things to get more people to look at you is to work out what people want to look at. So what I tend to say to people is, if you come to these streams, the vast majority of it is us being positive, because that's what I'd rather do. Omni is raiding. Thank you very much, Omni. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, it's the vast majority of these streams, I would say, are positive. It's super easy to talk about why something is bad rather than why something is good. Absolutely. You've watched real-time content creators go down the loathing route. Soft, that's interesting, and I want to make sure that I don't do that, because so have I. I've seen content creators that I have a great deal of respect for, great deal of love for. I've seen people start to use AI-generated scripts. I've seen people start to use political talking points. I've seen people start to use slogans. I've seen people start to generate a level of hate. And you know why they do it? Is because one of the best ways to ensure your long-term survival as not necessarily an entertainer, but as a cultural icon of any level, is to have a hardcore evangelical, not necessarily in a religious way, but in a focused support way, to have a hardcore evangelical bunch of people support you. And you don't always do that by appealing to balanced, well-adjusted, healthy people. Sometimes one of the best ways to get a group of people to kind of vehemently support you is to appeal to the more extreme fringes of either of these things. I mean, yeah, talking about drama does mean money. It absolutely does. Unfortunately, it means money at the cost of the culture that you've built up, or it could mean money at the cost of your own mental health, or it could mean money at the cost of the safety of others. That's one of the problems. Right, where is Zul'Farak? Oh, Zul'Farak is... Oh, it's over there. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm ready for a summon. So if you want to ensure your long-term survival as a cultural icon, pick an ideology and then become its champion. The problem with becoming the champion of an ideology is people stop listening to what you say, and they only start paying attention as to whether you do or don't further the cause of the ideology. Working a 9 to 5 is much harder than streaming anyways. I mean, Warbringer, it can be. I mean, I've worked various 9 to 5 jobs, and some of them have been easier, some of them have been harder. There are definitely advantages and disadvantages to both. I have worked 9 to 5 jobs that have not been as difficult as streaming. I've worked 9-to-5 jobs that have been way more difficult than streaming. So I think that there are definitely levels between both. If you guys can share any quests I've got, that'd be lovely. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, woe is me, my life is so hard. No, there are challenges to it, but in general, I'm pretty happy and pretty lucky with what I've got. Let's be honest, no billionaire wants to fix it from being a drama, and yeah, absolutely. Drama makes money, which is why both Asmongold and Hassan Piker are represented by the same agency, despite the fact those hold diametrically opposed ideological viewpoints. They're both repped by Night Media, because what matters to Night Media is money. Money and reference and eyes on and, you know, social and political power. Social more than political with that. But the agencies don't particularly care. The agencies care about the eyes on. That's what it is. Yeah, streaming definitely requires a different skill set to some 9-to-5 jobs. Not always. What I don't want to do, and this happened yesterday. This happened yesterday quite annoyingly. I want to be a vocal supporter of men's health and men's rights and men's mental health and men's support. Now, I don't think that means at the cost of putting down women, and I don't think that means at the cost of putting down other men. That's something that I really dislike. I made a post on Twitter where I talked about some difficult stuff with the general streaming community, and the first response from a lot of guys was, you don't get to complain about this, Josh. My job is harder than yours. And while I don't want to deny that people definitely have difficult jobs and experience hardships, it is kind of difficult to want to continue to support the men's mental health movement when it becomes the suffering Olympics. When it becomes, I'm going to support men's mental health, but we have to have a hierarchy of who needs the most support. No, not at all. Josh, rub this on your weapons. Okay, frost oil. I will trade. I've already got something else on them, but okay. 10% chance of casting Frostbolt. Yeah, sure, you know what, why not? Let's find out. I've already got Sharpened. It would replace Sharpened, which does +6 damage. So yeah, sure, let's see what happens. Let's do it anyway. I'm going to put the oil on. And then we also do this onto that. And now there is a 10% chance. Beautiful. Cool. Okay. Now we've all got little mini-mage weapons going on. Love this for us. Anyway, to go back to the idea of, if it's just marketing, once you get big enough, I feel it becomes dangerous when you have the audience. Exactly. You have to at least acknowledge that if you are a bigger content creator, you do have a level of responsibility to know that the information and the vibes and the general stuff that you put out into the ether, into the social sphere, is going to have a sociological effect. That's the crazy one. That's the crazy bit of it. People always go, oh, I'm not responsible for my audience. No, you are not responsible for your audience. But you do also need to acknowledge that on some level you do have an audience, and there will be people within that audience who are not exactly as intelligent as you would hope they are, and they will be slightly unhinged, and they will say or do things that you are seen to be encouraging. The amount of people that have messaged me saying that they have done something in my name, and I'm like, what the hell are you on about, doing something in my name? That's dumb. I haven't asked you to do that. That's ridiculous. On some level, I'm also responsible for highlighting matters in the responsible way. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Right, okay, cool. Tank, mark stuff as you go. Hope, you be tanking. Or Caltech, that's fine too. I guess you're doing some kind of damage. I guess we're just gonna pull slowly because this place is brutally difficult. You've got to be able to reflect, exactly. IQ itself has been often dumbed down quite substantially. Because measuring IQ is measuring how you can solve puzzles. Some people are good at that, some people are bad at that. Don't take anyone seriously that genuinely boasts about their IQ. I mean, I paid for an IQ test online, and all it told me was that I had network connectivity issues. And then I asked a BuzzFeed quiz, which turtle I was, and apparently I was Donatello. So I think those two have about the same level of accuracy. Hi Josh, I've been able to catch your streams. Loving JoshStrifeSays. Oh, thank you very much. Welcome to the stream. We're about to try and go through Zul'Farak, a dungeon I've never been through before, so interesting to see what goes on with this. Quentin, no, they don't. That is not something that I'm going to say, or not something that I would want to continue. Quentin just typed in a message that has been immediately held back by Twitch. Hopefully your marker knows about the hunters being, and then an offensive word. No, Quentin, no, we're not going to kind of sow dissent here. We're all going to be here to support each other in general. And if someone is not performing to the best of their ability, then we'll just have a quick chat with them. That's what we're going to do. Unless you mean the hunter enemies within the actual group, not within the NPCs, not the hunter members of our party. You were about to join Mentor. Oh, the NPCs. Good, Quentin. Right, in that case, I apologize. I thought you were being harsh toward the players, which is something I'm going to crack down on straight away. We do not be harsh toward the players. Is this hardcore? Emotionally, yes. Emotionally, it's very hardcore. You found it really exhausting talking and dealing with people who always deflect and never have a moment of reflection. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes people just wait for their chance to talk, as opposed to doing anything else. That's what they want to do. Quick question, guys. Should I be using the Ravager axe to spin around, or should I just be using the... should I be using my dual swords to actually focus down one enemy? I think focusing down one enemy is probably more important here than doing lots of little bits of damage. That's a good question. Calitech says, do you want to spin around? Yeah, I should have been thinking about that. Spin to win. Ferality is saying spin to win. You know what, guys? We're going back to the Ravager. The Ravager's happening. We're getting spun. Spinning looks cool. Alright, cool. Right. Right, spin win time. Here we go. Also, I'm going to put my... Yeah, I'm going to put the fire oil on the... Frost oil, sorry, on the Ravager. Use the A and D keys to spin around. Oh no, we're about to get full-on Ravager spinning going on. The rogue can be... Yeah, you know what? Single target seems like a rogue problem. Rogue can do single target damage. We, however, can just be spinning to winning. Now, here we go. Now, it might take a while to actually trigger the spins. We might not trigger them anywhere near as much, because in order to trigger the spins on the Ravager... Did you get the Whirlwind Axe? I did indeed. In order to trigger the spins on the Ravager, you need to have hit a... It's like a 20% chance for it to happen, and the chance gets lower if the enemy is deflecting your attack. From what I've seen, there is a lower chance to trigger the spin if the enemy is higher level than you are. Oh, there we go. Every now and again, the spin will happen. The Whirlwind Axe is a different axe to the Ravager, but occasionally, just if I trigger the spin, just bring the enemy into the Beyblade. That's what we need to do. And if we start to struggle, we'll deal with that in the future. We'll worry about that when we get to it. That's not a problem. But I've got the Ravager Axe here, I've got the Whirlwind Axe up here, I've also got the Rock Pounder from Ulderman, and then we've got two swords, the Serenity and the Vanquisher. We also got the Scarlet Commander shield drop, so if we need to go full tanky, we can go full tanky as well. Don't you worry about that. There is a serious level of tank that we can get going on. Spinning to winning. I don't think it's going to be as useful in this dungeon, because I feel that... Yeah, I feel what's going to happen is we're going to spin when there's like one mob left, and even if we do spin properly, it's not going to work. So I'm going to go lightsabers. My lightsabers are coming back out. Let's go. Lightsaber time. The best players just don't die. You've been listening to my take on MMO PvP servers, and you had two pieces of mind for you. Oh good, more people with PvP opinions. Let's go. The first is, in terms of WoW game design, do I think PvEs are in an odd place? You have two big pools of players on one server that can barely interact with each other when they should be interacting a lot in the lore. Thoughts? Lore and mechanics don't always match up. Sometimes the most important thing to do is make sure the game is fun to play, regardless of whether the lore specifically states that it is or isn't. So if the lore is going to be there to be beneficial to the player, go for it. You still have PvP servers. If people want to interact on PvP servers, they can. I'm not saying take away PvP servers, ever. I don't want people to not be able to... This is what I think people are struggling to understand. Just because something doesn't appeal to me doesn't mean I don't want you to be able to have it. I want you to be able to have the game that you want to play. I just don't want you to force me to play it. And that's what PvP players seem to really be struggling with right now. The idea that just because I don't want to do it means that I think other people shouldn't want to do it. Plus, if we're going to go for lore reasons, the only reason the Horde and the Alliance hate each other at the very start is because they didn't have to team up against the Burning Legion, or to team up against the Wrath of the Lich King, or to team up against, who was the enemy in Cataclysm? Deathwing, the big dragon thing, or to team up against pandas, or to team up against this, or team up... The Horde and the Alliance right now have teamed up more than they've hated each other. At this point, they are just straight-up allies. I hate to say it, but they are just allies. They've teamed up more than anything else. As for can they hate each other, I think the real PvP happens in Twitch chats like this. The true PvP was just PvP players talking to PvE players. That's what it was. They're more like bickering neighbors at this point. They don't hate each other anymore. They can't. In Wrath, it looked like they were going to merge the Horde and the Alliance. Oh, when they made the Crusade. Hang on, I'm just trying to do some actual fighting here. You know, this group's going pretty well. The real friends were the enemies we found along the way. That's what it was. So... when PvP players come into this chat, all I seem to be doing recently is answering questions on what I think about PvP design. And then I get people in the comments saying, but you're not even a PvP player, why are you talking about it? Why is it that whenever I talk about PvE design, we don't get a load of PvE players coming in here going, yeah, but have you thought about this? And I think the answer is probably because those PvE players are just playing the game. Whereas the PvP players seem to be wondering why other people aren't around to play the game with them because they keep ganking them. I think at some point, we should probably just leave PvP design to the PvP players. And then I think the PvP players will understand why it's quite difficult to have a conversation with them. It's also not smart to base a game around PvP. Absolutely, because what happens is, and this happens with almost every private server of any MMORPG that goes full PvP, one side ends up gaining an early game advantage. The other side ends up losing. People, before they join, ask which side is winning. Then they join the winning side, and then the losing side wonders why people keep leaving it, and then the winning side wonders why they have nobody to fight. Someone once said to me, how can I dislike MMORPG PvP, but like stuff like League of Legends, MOBAs, or games like Command and Conquer? And I've explained it's because those matches get reset to a balanced starting point whenever the new match starts. Someone actually did message me and say to me, yeah, but MMORPG PvP is balanced because everyone has, in theory, the same ability to get the same level of power. And I had to explain to them, you have to kind of on some level, oh, that's why I'm not doing damage. You have to kind of on some level understand that a PvP match that in theory everyone can get to the same level in, that has been going on for 3 to 4 years, is not going to actually put people at the same level. I've also found the distress beacon. Cool. Not everyone has the time to get to the same level that they do. And I explained to someone that I like player versus player. What I don't like is unbalanced matches. Unbalanced matches are where it becomes not fun for me. And if what makes it fun for you is the nature of the unbalanced match, then yeah, great. I'm glad that you can enjoy having that. I'm glad that you can enjoy creating and collecting power and then using that power to fight and to win. That's great. If that's totally okay, fantastic. Glad you can do that. I don't want to do it. I don't want to join into a PvP battle experience where my experience within the game is heavily impacted by your mechanical advantages immediately. And someone said to me, well, there's always going to be mechanical advantages. There's always, players are going to know the map, players are going to know the strategy, they're going to know the tactics, players are going to know what to do. And I had to say to someone, there is a difference between starting a game with experience and knowledge about how to play and starting a game with an inherent objective mechanical advantage. Hang on. Let's just scroll back up to the paragraphs and have a look through, because lots of people are writing lots of things. Like, I like playing chess, but I wouldn't like it if I sat down and someone started with, like, 7 queens on the board. I'm like, this is going to be slightly unfair. And they're going to say, well, you could have, just got better at it. Well, no. I also don't mind starting a game of chess with someone who is just straight up better than me at chess, as long as I know that we're both starting from the same place, and in theory, there is still a route to victory. Great. I love that. Exactly. If you want to spend all your time playing a game for absolutely years, get really good at it, and then, beat other people at it, that's fine. But I don't like knowing that a situation has started where I am immediately in a disadvantage when it's meant to be a fair game. Unless, and this is very important, it is designed to be unfair. Like, if and I think that's what the biggest kind of PvP thing to me comes down to. It comes down to consent about the situation that I find myself battling within. Like, pseudo, life's not fair. That's absolutely true. Pseudo, life is not fair, which is why sometimes when I have the chance to engage within a level of fair competition, I'm going to take it. I'm not going to say, well, I'm going to not do this because life's not fair. We are allowed to have a level of agency over the experiences that we want to get into. Is that why Eve scares you and I won't cover it? No, the player base are insane. That's what scares me about that. I don't care about the PvP aspect in it. I care about the fact that the players are basically detectives. And if I say something that upsets someone, that could be a full-on dox right there, which I'd rather not do. There's nothing wrong with a game that the player base do scare me. I mean, life is absolutely not fair, which is why when we get a chance to engage within fair competition, I would kind of, like to. Like, if I'm playing against because fairness doesn't always mean symmetrical. Like, if I'm playing a game of Command and Conquer, fairness does not mean that we have to have exactly the same units and the map has to be a mirror image of itself. It could mean that you have the GDI, I have the Nod, we have different units, we have different maps, we have different technology, but there is a level of balance within it. That's what I like. I like the level of balance. And I think PvP players and I often find middle ground when we talk about pay-to-win aspects. If I say to someone, hey, PvP should be balanced, and they're like, nah, man, you should be allowed to gather power and gain it. And I say, well, what about pay-to-win? Should I be allowed to just buy a better weapon than you've got and fight against you? Suddenly then they hate that. They really dislike the idea then that I'm able to gain an advantage over them through just paying money. They think the advantages come from time in the game because what they want is their prestige to have an advantage. That's what it is. But when it comes down to kind of symmetrical PvP, it doesn't need to be exactly the same. It just needs to be balanced. That's what it needs to be. Also, I I prefer the GDI as far as storyline goes, but if I'm playing, I prefer Nod, because I love building the Nod obelisk laser defense towers. They're so cool. That's the reason the only competitive where you play Magic the Gathering is sealed. Then we're all on the same starting point. Absolutely, man. I love that. Sealed, draft, one of my favorite ways to play, without a doubt. Love a little bit of draft. Right, where are we going, guys? We're going this way? Sticking to here? I might pull, just so you know, by mistake. We have found a frog. You watch the PvP discussion. The reason that the loop is real, that the PvP discussion keeps happening, is within 5 minutes of me starting a stream, somebody will join and say, "Hey Josh, I watched the PvP discussion you had on YouTube. Have you thought about this?" Because PvP players, they have thoughts. And they need you to know them. They need you to understand that while you might not like PvP, you haven't considered it their way. And again, I like to explain to people, I love competition. Is that not just called sharing their opinion? Yes, Ren, it is. But do you understand that when I have hundreds of people sharing their opinion on the same thing that we've already talked about hundreds of times a day, it gets to a point where I have to say, I'm not playing PvP, stop asking me to. Because my experience of it would also be fundamentally different to somebody else's experience of it, because I would have people watching me all the time, ganking me. Can you guys think about how awful it would be to have thousands of people knowing exactly where I am at all times, what I'm equipped with, and what my cooldowns are? It would just be everyone watching to try and snipe me, and I guarantee you guys would hate it. Your team lacks dispels. We should be careful around shadow hunters. I'm just going to hit them more, don't worry. Just going to hit them a lot. It is way too warm in this room. I am going to grab a shirt. BRB. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. Alright, straight up, this room is crazy warm, so I've got a shirt instead. Alright, I was wearing a jumper, I was enjoying my 3/4 zip vibe. That's what we were going for. Unfortunately, a little bit too warm, so we've had to strip it down to a dress shirt. I hope all of you guys can appreciate and understand and expect that. So we're just going with this. I might even leave an extra button undone, because honestly, at this point, it's just really warm. So I'm going to even tuck my shirt in so you guys think that I look properly smart. But at this point, we're kind of going with this. This is the vibe I'm going for. I wasn't naked right then, but I might be now. Just slightly. I'm going to be rolling the sleeves up in a minute. I'm here, guys. Don't worry. Well, I helped. Also, I attacked a scarab by mistake. That was entirely my fault. Cool. You know what? This is where the Ravager might actually help. There we go. I just hate scarabs, that's what it is. You've doomed us all, Josh, don't worry about it. This is totally okay. There we go. Brutish Boots of the Tiger. Oh, hang on. 9 agility, 10 strength. They're good. They are some good boots right there. More strength, more agility. How do they look? Oh, they look badass. I'm taking them. They're pretty cool boots. They are very good boots. And they're plate boots, which is excellent for me. Let me put them on those chunky, cheeky little chaps. Any reason why you've not chosen a profession yet? Yeah, I'm bad at the game. There you go. That's pretty much as direct as I can be with that. Oh, we're about to get some... About to get into some fights here, are we? Okay. That's fine. You let me see what I can do with this. I'm trying to trigger the spinny spin, but the spinny spin isn't working. What are the... Hey, oh, okay, well, finally we got some of the husks. Oh, these are... Is the loot free for all? Hang on. Oh, the loot's not free for all, but the quest items are like basic things. How is Magic Strife? Did he drown? I can't even remember who he is. Oh, was he the gnome? Yeah, he stood in a puddle. I've stopped paying attention to the gnomes, and honestly, I'm happier for it. Just generally happier for it. Let's go this way. Would you like your boots enchanted? Later, absolutely. Yeah, that sounds great. I'd love some enchanted boots. I could go for that. The shells are quest items, but if we loot them and they contain one that we can't pick up, you can... Okay, gotcha. Interact with it afterwards. I see what's going on here. Let me just re-equip my lightsaber and my other lightsaber. And now we start to do double damage. How much gold do I have? Right now, about 35-ish. Have I considered using extra action bars? I've considered it, but then I've decided that actually that is a horde trick, and you don't actually need them. So, entirely a horde trick. Game's 22 years old. As of yet, no actual use has been found for extra action bars. Given the number of annoying chatters, have I considered changing my name? Save you all the time, every day, obviously. Alright, so in my loot we have one. Yes, I can work this out, Cal. I get it. I work out what you're going for. I can pick up what you're putting down. Let me just... Right, let me get the little scream going on. Then let me start spinning to winning. Then let me start hacking this guy away. Time to do some damage, guys. Are they lightsabers because the sabers are light? Yes, that's what they're named after. Wasn't that the point of EverQuest, that when you die in PvP you lose all your items and start a new character? I don't think so. I think the point of EverQuest was just that it was one of the first super successful MMORPGs. People forget as well that World of Warcraft almost billed itself on being more forgiving than EverQuest. Because in EverQuest, when you died, you also incurred an experience debt. So you had this thing where you not only had to, you know, get back to your body and do a corpse run, you also had to then re-earn the experience that you lost from that death, which meant death felt bad. WoW, at the time, was actually billed as the more casual option within the MMORPG sphere. WoW was the player-friendly MMO, and now when you try and approach it in a player-friendly way, people are like, oh, you got to make it hardcore, man. You got to make it tough. You got to make it hardcore. People have this obsession with making their hobbies hardcore because they aren't confident enough to just enjoy their hobbies for what they are. Like, I'm not going to go and play Warhammer and someone can come up to me and be like, okay, we're going to play a game of Warhammer, but just so you know, if you lose, you get actually shot in real life. I'm like, what do you want about? Why are you trying to add a level of drama and tension to this when we could just enjoy the process for what it is? If you enjoy hardcore WoW, go for it. I'm not trying to yuck your yum. I'm not trying to say anything bad about what you're doing. What I am saying is that it's getting a little bit overwhelming that everyone seems to think that I am incapable of enjoying WoW unless it is more difficult. People seem to think that if your experience does not have consequences or tension, then it's bad. And I have to really get it through to people that that is not the case. If you are confident in yourself and comfortable in your hobby, you can enjoy it without knowing that there is a fail state. However, if you want to add a fail state to it, that's totally fine. Zop, I feel like I've been watching you talk about this exact topic for the past week. Okay, how about this, guys? That's fair. You know what? That's completely fair. What we'll do is... Nice, we got a decent amulet. I will not mention PvP again unless someone comes into the stream from watching the videos and asks about PvP. How about that? That seem fair? I'll step back. I will not engage within Pla v Pla unless somebody else new walks in and asks about it. And I know some of you are going to be like doing this thing where, you know, oh, well, now I'm going to ask about it. No. Genuinely. I will not mention it until someone who doesn't know what we've just said actually asks a question. All right? There we go. There we go. I'm not going to look at the memes or the jokes in chat right now. We're going to actually genuinely wait to see how long it takes someone who doesn't know what we just said to genuinely bring it up. If you guys want to start a timer, we can do. All right? How can you prove that you don't know what we've just talked about? There's a vibe. You'll know. You'll know exactly what happens. All right? There's a vibe. Later on as well, we will react to the reaction to my video from... There was a WoW streamer that did a thing recently. Who was it? There was a big WoW streamer, watched some stuff that I did, made a video on it. What was the dude's name? Zayu, that was the one. Or Zerayu, or however you... I'm pronouncing it wrong, I'm sure. But yeah, Zerayu did something on that, so we'll watch. We'll watch his stuff. You had a second point. You were going to say there is something in that MMO PvP that isn't in any other game. It's the class synergy between players. That's what I find the most fun. Zayu, gotcha. I will say Zayu then. I watched a bit of his video yesterday just to see what his kind of vibes were, and dude seems, you know, very well spoken, very nice guy. We will watch the Zayu video later. That's what we will do. Greetings, sir. I hope the grind is treating you well. It is, actually. I'm really enjoying this little dungeon. I'm going to see what kind of vibes we get from the dungeon, what kind of rewards we're going to get. Maybe something good, maybe something bad. Who knows? But we'll see. We'll see what there is. I need like 3 more uncracked shells. Josh, will I be watching the Zayu video? I will. Is this my first ZF run? Kind of. We did one yesterday, but it bugged out because the NPCs we had to walk down the steps actually, they despawned before. Yeah, we'll do this again. We'll be doing this dungeon a few times, probably. They didn't die; they just despawned. There's a bit halfway through the dungeon where you have to guide some NPCs as they walk down some steps, and what we did was we succeeded, but one of our characters died during the walk. And because of that, by the time we got to the bottom of the steps, the NPCs had actually despawned, so they couldn't open the gate for us, which was all kinds of weird, to be honest. It's a known bug. Well, we just did it again, you know? We just did it again. It was all fine. They did not respawn at the top of the stairs. We tried to make them, and they didn't. Right, this guy is attacking me, and that's just all kinds of wrong. Let's kill this Shadow Hunter first, shall we? Shadow Hunter seems to be the one that has the skull above their head, and then the Soul Eater. This is a pretty good run so far, though. Hang on, Coda. Coda said a message, and I want to read that. Because someone responded to that, and it was, oh, it's all going on here. Where's that message responded to? Replying to Rev and Tess. Replying. There's a lot of replying here. I'm trying to keep up with what's going on in the general chat. But it seems that there's... If everyone could just type their messages out again, that'd be great. Just show me what I missed. Hi, don't know much about WoW, but I've been listening to your clips and enjoyed your insightful commentary. Oh, thank you very much, Shu. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a lovely day. Currently watching you, Baldur's Gate 1. Will there be a Was It Good for Baldur's Gate 2? Eventually, yes. Can't say when, but there will eventually be that. Never said nor implied that people should play in any way, shape, or form. I'm just talking about PvP design. Yeah, the problem with talking about it constantly is that maybe you don't have that vibe, but a lot of people that have brought up the questions have the vibe of you're doing it wrong if you don't do what they want to do. And I've tried to make sure that I never say to someone that they're playing a game wrong. If you guys are playing a game correctly, if you're having fun with it, great. If you and your mates are having fun with it, fantastic. It's very important that you and your friends are able to enjoy the vibes. Click on the graves, you get free golden loot. Yes, I've heard about that. What's my opinion on the game's hardest difficulty that makes your experience more worthwhile than playing it on easy or normal? Some people think you haven't beaten the game unless you've done the hardest difficulty. You've beaten the game however the hell you want to beat the game. That's pretty much it. If you want to beat the game in that way, you beat the game in that way. If you don't, you don't. If you're going to say that you haven't really beaten the game unless you've experienced it that way, then what we're getting into is the No True Scotsman fallacy. We're getting into the purity tests. And that's what I really dislike in any ideology or culture, whether it's gaming, whether it's political, whether it's social, whether it's economical. That whole vibe of, well, you've not really experienced the thing you've experienced because I experienced it in a different way. And I think that my experience of the thing that you experienced actually has more weight and more importance and more validity because I did it in a way that has a different challenge to you. And therefore, unless you do it in the same way that has the challenge to me, how am I meant to understand that you have accomplished the same thing that I've accomplished and therefore validate you through validating myself? That's all it is. It's the idea of if a gamer wants to challenge themselves, that's fine. If you are going to try and invalidate somebody else's experience because they have not challenged themselves in the same way that you challenged yourself, then all you're trying to do is make them feel bad for the thing they've done and big yourself up for making yourself feel even better for the thing that you've done. It's main character syndrome, and you don't need to do that. If you want to adopt a certain playstyle because you enjoy it more, great. Go for it. Why does Josh sound like the narrator on the Stanley Parable? That is a good question. Low FPS, high hopes. Josh was journeying through Zul'Farak, a dungeon in World of Warcraft Classic. The chat of Twitch was asking him questions at the same time. Attempting to keep up with both the game and the chat, he was good at neither. Josh was getting carried through Zul'Farak, and Josh was happy. So anyway, to link this back, if you want to challenge yourself by playing a game in a harder difficulty or giving yourself a specific challenge run, that's great. But I do not think that you need to make people feel bad for not doing the same thing. And when someone says you've not completed the real game unless you've done it in a certain way, what you're implying is that the experience they've had is fake. The experience they've had is lesser. And I don't want anyone, especially within the gaming niche in general, the gaming community, to start feeling that gaming culture as a whole wants them to feel reduced, wants them to feel lesser. That's not the right way to do this. People shouldn't be able to have fun if they're only having what I consider fun. You can play games on the hardest difficulty, or you can get in, stick them on easy, and just feel like a god. That's fine as well. Sometimes it's nice to just sit back, stick a game on easy, and rip through stuff in God of War. Sometimes you want to know that when you beat those harpies, you have really beaten those harpies. The No True Scotsman fallacy, by the way, is this thing where people keep, and I use the phrase purity test. And what that means is whenever you get an ideology, whenever you get a culture or a subculture, that culture and subculture and that ideology, you see it quite a lot in certain political spectrums, it starts to kind of reduce and reduce and reduce into concentric rings, the inner core. And in order to become part of that inner core, which itself has a level of prestige to it, you need to keep proving more and more and more things. And in order for the circles to keep reducing in size, the amount of people involved in them needs to be constantly reduced. Which to me sucks. You get this, you know, you aren't a real supporter unless you do this. And then you have the, you aren't the real thing unless you do this. And you aren't the real thing unless you do that. Have any of you guys ever been involved in those kind of cultures? It's okay if you have, I'm not going to judge you. But I saw it quite a lot within any kind of activism at university or college levels. You had the people who wanted to do activism, and their hearts were in the right place. But then you realize that actually it doesn't matter where their hearts are, particularly because they are going to use it as a way to virtue signal that they are better and more virtuous than you, because they're doing something more difficult, they're doing something harder, they're doing something worthy of more and more praise. And that really gets to me, it really irritates me. I'm like, you don't lift yourself up by putting other people down. It sucks. You know what, Nis, that is a lovely comment, and I know it's going to spawn some stuff in the chat, but you guys sometimes do ask me for my opinion. I've heard that before. I've straight up heard that before. People have said to me, you can't be on the left hand of politics if you aren't vegan. And you know what? I'll be real with you guys. I'll be straight. I'm definitely more left-leaning than most people I know, but I've also found it very insufferable to deal with even more left-leaning people than myself. Because it doesn't become about what's the best for society in general. It becomes about how can I prove that I'm more virtuous than you. And I'm like, guys, let's not turn this into little catty infighting between ourselves. Let's not turn it into who's the most virtuous. Could we please, for the love of God, actually team up on something about this? You were wondering what men's mental health means to me. Well, you were asking about what positive masculinity means to me. That is a great way of looking at it. Humbles, good question. And I'll get chat's input on this as well. What is positive masculinity? To me, positive masculinity is comfort and calm in oneself. It is accepting that you are good at things and that you are bad at things. It is accepting that you have strengths and that you have weaknesses. And it is knowing that your actions will either help or hinder others. And giving yourself at least the knowledge of the responsibility of those actions before you take them is an important thing to do. It is supporting those who need support. It is doing what you can to help those who cannot do. It does not mean not feeling emotions. It does not mean not crying. It doesn't mean not admitting fault. Ardascam, how does that relate to the definition of masculinity or being a man? From the sound of it, that just sounds like being a good person. Well picked up. It also means that you can train in ways that challenge you and support those that need the challenge as well, and support those that need the help. If you want to go to the gym and train, great. Don't mock those that don't. If you want to be a painter, cool, be a painter. Don't mock those who don't. If you want to be an intellectual, cool, don't mock those who don't. What's the old famous saying? If a society divides its thinkers and its warriors, then it will have its thinking done by cowards and its fighting done by idiots. It's very important to acknowledge and accept that having a varied outlook on life in general is a super important thing to do. And I think that what we are seeing young boys go through now is a lack of purpose, and this is allowing those who would preach a level of hatred to take advantage of that. It is allowing those to say, well, nothing brings a culture together more than a shared enemy. And a shared enemy is It's so bloody useful. But who do you make a shared enemy when that enemy doesn't have a face? Do you make the shared enemy the concept of entropy? Do you make the shared enemy the struggle of life? Do you make the shared enemy this or that? And what a lot of grifters are discovering is that you can just make the shared enemy women. Or you can just make it anyone that's more vulnerable than you are. Or, weirdly, you can make it yourself, which is super weird. And I think that what young men are seeing nowadays is that we are making the shared enemy anyone that doesn't fit to the purity test of the standards, the impossibly high standards of this culture that expects them to be everything. So I think that a level of good masculinity is being able to be a warrior and a philosopher and an intellectual and a little bit goofy and an artist and have a good time. It's about having variety within what you think, what you do, what you value, what you experience, what you go for. And it's about also allowing and teaching others and having patience with others that they can be that as well. Plato means wide. I suppose to me that's what positive masculinity means. Using the traits that you believe you exemplify to lift other people up. Plato does indeed mean wide, because Plato was, and correct me if I'm wrong on this in the chat guys, but Plato was himself really well built, and there are records of Plato winning, I say winning, ending discussions by just flexing. Straight up just flexing. Like, the dude was jacked. So I guess to link that back, to me, positive masculinity would be asking the question, how do we create a society where young men feel valued, they feel safe, and they are able to, and this is very important, they are able to share that value and that safety with those that they wish to continue hanging around with those that they wish to protect. All right, this is a problem. Because being valued and being safe, one of the most important things you can then do with the feeling of value and the feeling of safety is give it to others. And you don't take those feelings from other people in order to give them to yourself. But hey, that's just one way. If you type /camp, you get a rested experience bonus. No Warbringer, you don't. You log out of the game. And when I have a team of people relying on me, I would rather not do that right now. Any sort of positive expression to me is just freedom to be. Absolutely. Freedom to be is a good way of looking at it. Gonna stick on the old whirlwind. No, we'll keep the Ravager on for the time being. We'll continue to hit things. Come on, give me a good drop. Give me a good, powerful, decent drop of something. Oh, been feared. Thankfully not feared too far. Alright, stick the old whirlwind axe on. Kill the Shadow Priest. There we go. Next boss drops some nice shoulders. Lovely, let's see what we can get. The Diabolic Skiver. Polearm. 99 to 149 damage, chance on hit to deliver a fatal wound for 160 to 180 damage. That's... oh, look at that. That's a hunter weapon. That's a polearm right there. I'm not going to use that. It's a two-handed weapon. I don't even need that. Need? No. No, I don't need that. I've got my whirlwind axe, I've got my Ravager, and I've got, most importantly, my two swords. Hey, finally, we opened the thing. This is great. It's not a stat stick. That's flat bleed damage, so it scales well with effects. I don't need it. I do not need it. Is ZF the dungeons with the 2 swords you can combine? Yes, Endrex, it is. The chance of us getting it, though, super low. What, these guys start fighting? What the hell? I thought we were all friends here. What's going on? Did we just free these guys and then they started attacking each other? I missed the dialogue. Did they end up arguing? God damn. Alright, you... Mr. You can explain... Yeah, explain in a bit. Right now, these guys just started arguing amongst each other. That's not what we want to hear. That's toxic masculinity right there. They should have sat down and talked out. It was not his time with the talking stick. He should have very much sat down and talked through his feelings. Was I a teacher at some point? Yes, I do. What do I think about more AI tools being introduced into teaching? Do I think you'll have a big impact like the introduction of the internet did? One of the most important things you can teach someone is the value of human connection. As soon as you lose that, then you're losing a massive part that you don't even realize is important. How to talk to someone, how to listen, how to engage, how to read body language, how to be comfortable in another person's presence. The act of teaching is not necessarily just teaching knowledge. It's also teaching the process of becoming a more rounded human being. I don't mean rounded as in big, I mean rounded as in emotionally mature and mentally stable. That's a very important thing to look into. And the more we start to include AI in that, what we are doing is we are potentially giving more and more chances for the human connection to be minimized. Now, Quentin says, I don't know, I'm a hermit, I'm pretty happy not interacting with people outside the internet. Quentin, that's great. If that's how you want to live, that's how you want to live. But I think you have to understand, and you have to at least acknowledge, that one of the most important skills in society is the ability to interact with other human beings. So, if we are going to involve AI in the classroom, which ultimately we're going to have to, at some point, I dislike the fact that Micah Barra said in his tweet, AI is everywhere, and then finished it with man up. That's basically a way of saying, hey, I know you're upset at this, but you just need to kind of fucking deal with it. That is not one of the best ways to speak to someone if you want to get them onto your side. If you want someone to agree with you, try not to insult them. But he's a C-suite exec, so he doesn't need to care about that. It makes it a negative thing. It ends with basically saying, I am better than you because I can deal with this, and if you can't learn to deal with it, you'll never be as good as me. And that, I think, is a sucky way to end a conversation. But to talk about AI specifically, if it's used as a way to enhance human connection, I can understand the value of it. If it's used as a way to replace human connection, we are going to end up with an entire generation of people who are unable to communicate human to human. And that's going to become a problem. When you live in a bubble where you have enough money and enough power and enough influence and enough relevance and enough, safety nets underneath you to effectively never need to worry about who you upset, then yeah, I can understand why saying something like man up at the end of a tweet means nothing to you. But it comes across to the people that purchase your product and the people that, maybe one day want to work with you as... It's got kind of like a poison barb to it as well, haven't you? And that's why I think the people you hang around with and the media you choose to consume shapes you and matters. A huge, huge point. We cannot avoid the fact that AI is going to be inevitable. But what we cannot do is allow AI connection to effectively supersede human connection. Because who we know and how we talk to these people, human to human connection will always matter. And I think that by saying, and this is why I push back against just Google it. I could just Google anything. What's the point in having a conversation at all? There's an old story of many years ago, before smartphones were a thing, if you were having a conversation in the pub and you and somebody else disagreed on something, you would have to find someone that had the knowledge. You would have to go on a bit of a journey to work it out. You'd have to either agree to disagree, try and work out where you knew it from, or you'd have to go and find the information. And believe it or not, the process of that discussion, the process of going through the motions of working out where the information is, then that actually got you closer to that other person. That was a part of the human experience. That was the whole, condition. Just Google it removes that part of the adventure. And yeah, while it gets you the information quicker, no doubt, it doesn't seem to understand that just having the information wasn't always the whole point. And you know what, Darius, I agree. It's here, deal with it, it's inevitable, is a horrible selling point. Death is inevitable. Doesn't mean you need to be okay with it. I get that. But ignorance does not help us. Hope is not a plan. We very much need to be aware that there is going to be, on some degree, an inevitable use, a push into AI within classrooms. And how we end up dealing with that is going to be big. That is a one-handed axe that is super powerful. God damn. That does more damage than both of my swords, and it has a chance on hit to wound. I think I need that. I think that's just straight up better. What does it look like? It looks cool too. That's a main hand weapon for me right there. I'm going to take that. Hey, there we go. Right. There's a secret boss now, you say? A secret boss. Let's see what we... Oh, hang on. How do we do this? A secret boss? Which way? Scroll up in the party chat for the Sergeant Law. I'll check the Sergeant Law later, don't you worry. Right. Are we... Right. Frailty, I'm following you here. I'm following you and I'm trusting you. I'll be equipping that axe soon as well. What weapon should I put in the offhand? The Vanquisher or the Sword of Serenity? Stamina and Spirit. You know what I should do is this. That should go there. You go in the offhand. And then the... Where's the axe we just got? Ripsaw. Chance on hit to wound the target. You're going to have to go there. Can I... It requires level 45! No! That's a problem. Okay, cool. Right, when we get to level 45, we get a new axe. That's a cool thing to look at. Did you guys kill the Basilisk spawning boss? We did. We did. Yeah, the man-up statement was belittling. That's what it was. Absolutely. I often used to think that... people in charge of big systems would be responsible and kind. And now I'm starting to realize more and more that people in charge are just good at sometimes getting put in charge. Did you check for the rare spawn in the hut? I don't know. Right, Ferrati, I'm kind of hanging back here with you, so I don't know what's really going on here. Oh, the Hydromancer. We have to kill her, don't we? I remember you being a special thing we had to kill. Have I tried a Poji? No, I haven't yet. Right. Hey, we got the tiara. Fantastic. That was a quest. You're 29. For a long time felt big conflicts from the general discussion and online talks. It's always difficult to have online talks because they get driven by emotion. And people that say they aren't emotional are often the most emotional people. But that's where all this kind of stuff comes from. Patrol from the left. Oh, gotcha. Hanging back. Are we... Yeah, we are taking out that patrol. Let's bring it over here. Do I have a favorite class? I always liked drama. You prefer talking offline? Oh, absolutely. I prefer talking offline because human-to-human connection, emotions are much easier delivered person to person instead of over Zoom. And one of the reasons that I, whenever I'm doing any kind of business meeting, like to, when possible, meet people face to face, is because people massively underestimate the value of human-to-human face-to-face connection. If I am charged with creating a favorable connection, whether it's a business, whether it's an individual, education, any kind of thing, when I am charged with that, oh, the shriveled heart, Zul'Farak trash, that could be useful. 5 strength, plus 13 stamina, minus 5 spirit. Don't know if that's any good, but I mean, I'll greed it. I don't need it. On topic of education, much appreciated and underappreciated is one-to-one mentorships. Absolutely. One-to-one mentorships are super important. One-to-one mentorships are extremely important. Oh god, there are so many mobs around here. What the hell? Okay. Right. Hang on. Let's just stick on the old Ravager and see what we can do now. Right, I want to see if I can slowly but surely get the spin going off. Trying to spin to win here, guys. Really trying a big spin. Need just... Well, no spin happened, which was a real shame. Gossamer braces, spirit and stamina, don't need those at all. Well, we survived the big pull, though. God damn. There we go. I am trying to keep up with the chat while also not letting... Oh, don't you dare. There we go. We got him. Having watched some of your YouTube clips, I get the impression you're not aware you should be playing on a hardcore PvP server. I think you were here earlier and you just popped in to say that as a bit of a joke. I don't think that's new. I think you said that to be a little bit of a silly billy. But you don't actually believe that. Too easy. My shoes are untied. No, they aren't. I've got lovely shoelaces. I stole them from the president. Do we have mallet? Somebody should have mallet. We need a mallet to summon a secret boss. Alright. We are told to stay here. Under arch. Secret boss summoned with mallet. Do I wear outside shoes at home? No, right now I'm wearing slippers. Obviously I'm wearing slippers. Also lobster socks from RuneScape. Given to me by Austin on Twitch at RuneFest. Right, what's the secret boss like? What is the secret boss? I assume it's like another Zandalari thing. What is... Oh! Oh god, it's a hydra. Okay, cool. Did not realise we'd be taking on a hydra at this point. But cool. Cool, cool, cool. Do we attack now? I assume we attack now. Let's go. Alright. Had no idea we were taking on a hydra. Let's do this. Alright, time to get the armor reduced slightly. Alright, let me get some armor reduction stuff going on. Alright, Kalitek, don't you die. I know that you've been focused, but don't you die. Good lord. Okay, this is Gazrilla. This is a... What the hell? Alright, didn't realize it would do that. Get down, my friend. Yes. Sit down. Gazrilla scale armor. Nice. That's some good paladin armor right there, I'd say. Binds when equipped, male. Oh, you said under the arch to stop that. Gotcha. That's pretty cool. The scale armor. I don't need that, do I? No, my armor is better, so I can pass that. I can loot this, however, and get the electrified scale. Very cool. And any more bosses? Are there any more bosses in here? Or have we now done all of them? That was the last boss. Right, reset. Again. I'm happy to do this again. That was cool. Would be wild and crazy to go again. Yeah, let's do it. And I can say, I can enchant your braces and gloves if you want to. Ferality, that would be lovely. Let me trade with you. Oh, no, not follow you. Follow you is the wrong thing. I want to, I'll just select /trade. There we go. That's how good I am at this. You said braces and gloves, did you say? Right, the gloves are the scarlet gauntlets. We'll see what we can do there. Gloves and braces. Oh, with strength. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. We'll enchant gloves with strength. That's lovely. And also braces, you said. The braces are the, I want to say scarlet wrist guards. Which, of course, I'm wearing both because they're part of the whole thing. Greater strength. Oh, goodness. Right, how much? How much? Let me know what I'm paying you for this. I want to make sure that you're, you know, actually being paid for what you're doing. Free, the mats were on me already. Shut up, take 2 gold. Ah, thanks. Obviously, I'm going to pay people for what they do. Yeah? I'm going to pay you an exposure, am I? +5 strength and +7 strength. Woo, excellent. Right, let's leave and go again. All right, let's do this. Quick question. Who drops the incredibly rare sword? Right. Oh, more frost oil, thank you. Who drops this bit? Zul'Farak Antu Sul and Chief Urzolg Scan's Scalper. Any... Hang on. It can't be any troll. 2 different bosses. The first boss and the last boss have like a 1% chance of dropping each of them. Okay. Antu Sul is the first boss in the cave. We killed him, didn't we? Have we killed every boss so far? I think we killed every boss so far. It must be higher than 1%. Apparently not. Apparently that is... Chief Ukors is the guy with the cool shoulders. Okay, well, we'll go again, because I'm halfway to a level, which is great. Does Josh pay chat and exposure? Yes. Every time I undo another button. That's the exposure that you guys want. I know it is. Oh, he whacks you with his chief stick. I remember the guy that we're talking about. Right. So we reset and we re-go. Over the last 20 years, you've seen 2 runs where both swords dropped in the same run. If both swords drop, I'm going to wield both of them. That's going to be my thing. I do need 1 more scarab shell. We'll do that next run. I'm in no rush for that, don't you worry. Josh, please, I'm at work. No more buttons. Hey, I can make work hard for you. More ways than one. Can't you convert them into an epic one? Yes, you can. Ah, level 50. Don't make this... Or AH level 50. Don't make the same mistake I did. What was the same mistake you did, Red Sky? Is it that if you combine the swords, you can't use them until level 50? Right, so... Level 44, 45. It requires level 50. If you combine them both, you can't actually... Gotcha. I see what's going on there. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Hey, dropping by. First time chatter. Everything's doing good. Sign. Everyone's, I think, doing pretty okay. Thank you for checking in. Appreciate that. How you doing today? Twitch is spamming you with McDonald's ads. Embossed plate armor of the bear. No way. That's just straight up better. Okay, so The carapace of Tutankhamun that dropped was 373 armor, 10 strength, 8 agility, 15 stamina. That's more strength and a decent amount of stamina. That's just good armor. All right, I might need that. The carapace is, the blue armor's better, you say, because it's got strength and stamina and agility to it. Oh, I mean, okay, fine. I'll greed it, but like, well, I got it, so I've got to wear it. Sorry. I kind of got to wear it. You wish to share your achievement? Share your achievement. Tell me what you've done. Josh, is it just your chest which is hairy, or are other things hairy too? Just the chest. Everywhere else like a Ken doll. I mean, the carapace looks cool. That's an important thing. I think we have to talk about the vibes quite a bit. Is 8 agility better than 2 strength? All right. I like how Hope just bonked one troll. Little troll bonk going on right there. I am Kenuff, it's true. Okay, right, there's a mess. Hang on, there's a paragraph in the chat, I'm going to read it. Having a financial cushioning makes it easier to start any sort of business or risk. Absolutely, without a doubt. The biggest advantage you could have in doing basically anything is just having so much money that even if it fails, you can just do it again. You can just brute force a level of success. That works. That totally works. Okay. 5-min AFK break. Then another run. Let's do this. Okay, guys, let's take 5 minutes. Here is a DVD logo, and here is a timer telling you that 5 minutes is happening. I will see you beautiful people in 5 minutes' time. Don't go anywhere, or do. I'm not your dad. Okay, I'm back. I had to go and get myself an Easter egg. Health. Okay, right. What are we doing? I think we are doing more Zul'Farak in order to get the stuff. That's how good I am at this game. Come back, no idea what's going on, don't know what I'm getting from the dungeon. We're just going to go and kill stuff. I do not know who I am. I do not know why I'm here. All I know is I must kill. World of Warcraft should really have a plot. Right, resummon says Ferality. Let's go. Ferality, resummoning you now. I don't meet the level requirements for the summoning stone. So, hang on. MZ meets the level requirements for the summoning stone. I don't. I guess if you read the quest, there is a plot. There isn't. I've read the quest. Just another way I am better than you. If one of those swords drops, I'm going to be so unhappy. Right. Who are we waiting for? Are we all here? Ah, Tally. That's who we're waiting for. I think that all plots should, at some point, lead to some guy who's basically like a big jailer. That's what should happen. There's no way that goes wrong. The Easter egg had no toys. It did, however, have Smarties, which make you smart. Let's be real. This is just the Egyptian dead mines. That's all it is. Aztec, there's sand. Alright? Look, sand everywhere. Symbols on the walls, basically hieroglyphics. Maybe the real friends, but the real adventure was the adventure we went on. Josh, hand me your boots. Well, I'm not gonna argue with that. Minus speed? You've given me speed? No way. Would you like some money for it? And the new weapon. God damn, I can't even use the new weapon yet, but it's Ripsaw. There you go. Level 45 when I get it. Icy Chill. Okay. Now it's shiny. Love this for me. Oh, yeah, okay. I can slowly realize my true nature of becoming a raver. Speed is not DPS. It clearly is, though. You can hit things faster. Right, where were the boots? There they were. Minor speed increase. Love that. Trade Enchanter's Spare green-blue items as payment. Oh, that could work. I can do that. Ferality said I can do feet, too. Ferality, what you do in your free time is up to you. Alright? This is a judgment-free zone. Hey, Josh, what aspects of OSRS made you not want to play it anymore? Genius, I think the aspects that made me not want to play OSRS is there is a limited amount of time in the day and I physically can't play all the games that I want to play. And just because I'm not doing something at that exact moment doesn't mean that I don't want to do it. It means that because of how time works in a linear way, we kind of have to choose the thing we want to do and then do that for a bit. People come into the chat all the time, they're like, why aren't you doing this? And I'm like, because I'm not. Because if I was doing that, somebody else would come in and say, why aren't you doing this? Should I just change the stream to whatever anyone asks for at any given moment? Hey Josh, what are your thoughts on Warrior versus Rogue now you've gotten both to similar levels? Spaghetti, I try not to have any thoughts ever. I've discovered that thoughts slow me down. And I need to be fast. Thinking very much a DPS loss. Hence the love of the warrior. I'm gonna make some gamer subs live. Hang on. You guys are about to see behind the curtain. Oh yeah. The curtain, it do be being lifted right now. We're gonna go with Blue Screen Babe. That's what we're gonna go with. I've discovered the easiest way is to just buy water bottles from Costco and then occasionally throughout the stream just top one up with whatever gamer subs I'm going with at the time, which right now is the Blue Screen Babe they've sent me. And if you want to get some gamer subs, you can use code Josh, get yourself 10% off. There we go. Oh, hang on, I've moved the camera slightly. I've got to redo this. Give me a sec. Beautiful. There we go. No one knows. No one noticed anything. Right, let's go. Hello, dogs. In we go. Yeah, now we're just going with some blue. And now we go with that's off. And now we're ready. Contracts have been followed. I love the taste of capitalism in the morning. Bottled water. I've changed. Alright? I've changed. Not who I was before. But also, you know, tap water in the UK is fine. Hello, Apollo. Hey, how's it going, dude? You feeling good? You want to lie down over there on my old clothes? That's fine too. Now everyone knows that when I finish streaming, I just throw yesterday's clothes into a big pile. Josh is now 8% faster. Good to know. The puppers will be on screen later, don't you worry. How was Apollo? He's doing good. He's doing good. Now, I think we've still got... Has the ice... The ice has probably fallen off this, hasn't it? Yeah, the... Oh, the icy weapon is still on... Oh, the ice oil. We haven't got frost oil going on. Let me put some frost oil. Where was the frost oil? There it is. Good old frost oil. Let's put you on the Vanquisher's sword. And then we'll also put the frost oil onto the Sword of Serenity. So fiery weapon, frost oil. Yeah, icy weapon, frost oil. We're going fast. We're going cold. This is great. Ready when you are. Do you just get naked after stream? Immediately. Just stand in the room for a while. Remember a whirlwind, you're getting clogged up with rage. I'll just scream more. So occasionally, you just scream, you just yell. This is a good dungeon. This is very much like the Dead Mines, if it were in the desert. I look marvellous today. Don't lie to me. The lighting's just better. What was the blue powder? It was Blue Screen Babe, Gamer Subs flavour. I like it. Tastes like blue. Is Warframe classed as an MMO? Sky, why would you want to join this stream and start an argument? Why would you want to do that? Is Warframe classed? Wars have been started over less, Sky. You can't just come into a chat and ask if Warframe is an MMORPG. Nobody actually knows what MMOs are. I have spoken to people who claim that EverQuest, Ultima Online, Albion Online, WoW. I've genuinely spoken to people who claim that these games aren't MMORPGs because in their mind, the word massively means at least 1 million people at the same time. Like, on the same server, in the same place. And you can never please everyone. It's a no true Scotsman fallacy again. It is a purity test of an acronym. Is Warframe an MMO? We don't know. Warframe is a very fun game where you play a space ninja jumping around all over the place shooting a cool weapon. Should you play it? Yeah, it's fun. Why not? Go for it. Have a good time with it. Yes, exactly. The people that know the least about Warframe are the people that have spent the most amount of time in it. Because when you say to them, hey, what is this game? Most of them go, you know what, I don't know. It's fun, so they're going to keep playing it, but they don't know what it is. Nobody quite knows what Warframe is, apart from fun. And sometimes that's all you need. Kalatek, is the No True Scotsman something about narrow-mindedness? Ah, okay, right, gotcha. So, it's a bit of a reoccurring joke that Scottish people are very proud, and they pride themselves on being bloody tough. And the No True Scotsman fallacy is the idea that if you say, oh, I am this, someone else will respond, actually, you aren't this unless you've done this. And then someone else will respond, that's not even all the old of it. You won't become this unless you've done this. And then someone else turns around and goes, well, that's nothing. You're actually not this unless you've done this. It's about almost competitive, not necessarily suffering, but it's a level of competitive engagement within any kind of process that is telling people that their experience of the process is lesser because somebody else's is greater. It's competitive one-upsmanship. That's what it is. And the reason we call it the No True Scotsman fallacy is because we say something like, oh, you know, I had to walk to school when it was cold. And someone will say, well, no true Scotsman walked to school unless it was actually, you know, snowing and freezing. And then someone else will come up with, well, no true Scotsman actually got to walk to school. They had to carry all their siblings. And then someone else will be like, well, no true and then it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. So when someone says, what is an MMORPG? The answer is we don't know, because people keep trying to change what the hell the acronym means, and no one can agree on what the word massively actually implies. It's the idea that you're not going to win an argument because you guarantee that somebody will come out of the woodwork somewhere and say, well, actually, it isn't that because of this. That's what it is. MMORPG. Many men online role-playing girls. I've had to explain it so many times. An MMORPG is an online fishing minigame with another game built around it. That's all it is. It's an online fishing minigame, normally with a combat system. Is Facebook an MMORPG? Don't know. I've given up trying to work out what things are or aren't, to be honest. If it doesn't have fishing, it's not an MMORPG. That's why Warframe added fishing. Are dating websites pay to win MMORPGs? Not necessarily. Favorite dungeon so far? I am liking Zul'Farak. And I think the reason I'm liking it is because of the 1% chance from a boss to get a cool sword. I can't remember what boss that was, though, so when we get to them, would someone point it out to me? Would someone say, like, hey, this is the boss with the 1% chance? Yeah, the other question is, what does RPG mean? Does roleplay get... No one quite knows. Sometimes, and this is what I have to explain to people, sometimes people want acronyms to be actual, logical, 100% defined things. They need an acronym to be almost like a scientific definition. When, let's be honest, the acronyms and the genres and the descriptors that we use for games are all about vibes. It's all about the vibe. It's all about the feeling, the idea, the maybe. The only way you can truly describe a video game is by just saying exactly what that video game is. What we want to do by using the descriptors is slowly but surely reduce down the content of the game and the people it would appeal to into a smaller and smaller and smaller group, so you kind of know what you're getting. It is vibes matching. That's all it is. RPG means distribute points in stats and or skills. Okay. Does it mean that you can gain points in stats and skills, or does it mean that you have to distribute them? Because in that case, Burnout 3 is an RPG. Why are you playing with no sound? I am playing with sound, it's just quiet. Does it mean that the player has the choice of where they put the stats? This is the problem with any type of description of it. If a roleplay game is a game in which a player allocates stats, then there are RPGs that don't have that, and there are non-RPG games that do have that. I mean, Chrono Trigger, I don't think lets you allocate stats, you just level up. The Final Fantasy games just kind of let you level up with stuff. Hard disagree it has anything to do with distributing stats. It should have to do with the different roles you can assume. Okay. So it's about player role mechanically within it. Should a player be able to assume different roles? I mean, is Dark Souls an RPG? The role you assume is always hero. Or by roles, are you on about mechanical changes? This is the complexity of all of it. We just straight up don't know. That's arguable. That's the problem. All of it's arguable. Because Dark Souls gives you a load of different stuff to upgrade pretty much all the time. The problem with it being an RPG is when you say this game's an RPG, you kind of know what kind of vibes you're going to get. Must we categorize everything? Tiger, what I think is important is that having broad categories helps. But expecting those categories to be 100% defined and stuck to doesn't help. Because is StarCraft an RPG? Knowing that you can upgrade during each match the power and the toughness of the units, because that's a level of upgrade. I don't think anyone would describe StarCraft as an RPG. I think they describe it as a real-time strategy game, an RTS. Okay, so do we go in and save... Do we go and save Hope? StarCraft 2 has RPG elements in the campaign. It does. But if someone started playing it expecting an RPG, do you think they would be annoyed if they, you know, got given the game they got? Is Call of Duty an RPG at some point? This is what I'm trying to get at in general. It is very difficult to ascribe a specific genre to a game and say that if the game does not have everything that that genre has, it's a failure. That's not how it works. That was some cool lightning just there, by the way. Factorio is an RPG. You take on the role of a world... Exactly. At that point, is Grand Theft Auto an RPG? I truly do think it's one of those you know it when you see it moments. You can feel it. The sword will drop. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. But can you notice that what we've done is we're actually going to get into the No True Scotsman fallacy about RPGs. We're going to get into the, well, actually, that can't be an RPG because it doesn't have this. And then we'll go, well, actually, that doesn't have this, but that needs this, but that needs this. I'm like, what? What? That's what's going to happen. There's too many qualifiers for it. Very good tank sword, yes. No, I want big, bad, nasty sword. Give me big, bad, nasty sword, please. Right, Sand Witch Doctor. Where's the boss enemy? Have I played Magic the Gathering Arena? I haven't in a while. I have before. That's true. It's actually only an MMORPG if it comes from the MMO region of France. Everything else is just sparkling online multiplayer. I don't make the rules. That's just how it is. That's legally how it is. Right, you, give me your stupid 1% sword drop. You find my lack of vest disturbing. Wait till you see I'm not wearing trousers. Right, Anton Sul, you can give me your stupid drop. And we will all be happy. And everyone can just go home. He keeps saying things. But he could just, you know, die. Perfect. That's what we needed. The Vice Grips of Strength. Increase attack bar by 14, 17 strength. I've already got those, I think. No, oh, hang on. I got Vice Grips of the Bear. Right. That seems better for me. I've got Vice Grips of the Bear in my inventory. 11 stamina, 11 strength. But these things are just straight up 17 strength, and they increase attack power by 14. Do I want the bear, which gives stamina and strength, or do I just want straight up strength? I think I just want straight up strength, don't I? That's a straight strength boost. Is good. Bear or a druid with more damage, all strength. I'm going to need these. Hell yeah, there we go. We're going to hit hard. We're going to be rolling around at the speed of sound over here. That's a good point. I'm not being hit. I'm tanking. I don't need to worry about being hit, do I? That's purely coward's talk. Yes. Stamina. The coward's strength. Someone confiscate his gloves for that Sonic reference. I'm sorry that there was one of the most banging video game songs in a terrible game. Killer Cutie, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Hopefully you're having a lovely day. You guys cannot be mad at me for doing strength stuff. I've got my gloves. I've got my moonberry juice. I've got my quest items. We're going to get whatever the next quest item is. I've got no talent points yet, but I might level up soon. Who knows? Is a hot dog an RPG? No, a hot dog is actually a type of taco, which itself is classed as an FPS. I actually had an interesting video about this that I made a while back. Do you guys want to know something interesting? Most video game descriptors are objectively right or wrong because they actually talk about the mechanical aspects of the game. For example, if someone says first-person shooter, what they have done is they have immediately given you a camera angle. The camera angle of first person. And shooter, as in mechanics it will have in the game, you shoot things. So, you can look at a game and say, is this a first-person shooter? Objectively, yes or no. You can talk about driving games. Does this game have driving? Third-person cover shooter. Is the camera angle third person? Can you get into cover? Do you shoot at the enemies? Okay, yeah, cool. That's like objectively correct. The problem is that RPG doesn't talk about a camera angle. It doesn't talk about specific mechanics. It doesn't talk about how you're going to interact with the game. That's where the problem comes in. The issue of it being an RPG is it doesn't have any objective descriptors within it. If someone says this is a tabletop game, okay, cool, you play it on the top of a table. Is Gallagher a third-person shooter? I think that's what we would generally call a shmup, which is shoot 'em up, which is normally a vertical scrolling, upward shooting game. A side-scrolling beat-em-up straight away. The descriptor side-scrolling. We have immediately given ourselves a very specific camera angle. Ooh, okay. Stamina, intellect, and spirit. They are good for something. I don't need those. Isometric RPG. When we say isometric, we've locked down to a camera angle. Platformer game, as in there'll be lots of precision jumping and your movement through the game will matter. But then you get stuff where games start to blur genres. There's bits that are first person, bits that are third person, bits that have driving in them, bits that have stealth, bits that have mechanics, bits that have crafting, bits that have narrative choices. That's why, Josh, pass me your new gloves. My new gloves are the Vice Grips of Strength. Oh, thank you very much. Even more strength. Love it. That's why video game designers want to include so many bloody genres within their game, because you can then stick more genres on which they think has a greater market appeal. Field plate vambraces of the bear. 6 strength, 6 stamina. I've currently got 7 strength. I don't need them, but thank you for the offer. The thing is that game developers tends to understand that sticking a load of genres into your game do not necessarily make it a better game. But game marketers and producers understand that the total market appeal increases when you have more genres attached to your marketing materials, and so they start to add stuff that games don't need into them. I don't think the newest Tomb Raider game needed a crafting system, but they wanted to put crafting on that little box. They wanted to tick that, say, hey, our game's got crafting, and so they stuck it in. Unfortunately, and this is what I'm going to have to try and explain to people, when you try and appeal to everyone, you appeal to no one. When you appeal to absolutely bloody everyone, when you try and say this game's got everything, nobody wants it. But why does nobody want it? Well, this is what I try and explain to businesses all the time. Let's imagine you go out for your friends with a meal and someone wants curry, someone wants pizza, someone wants ice cream, someone wants pancakes, and somebody wants super hot wings. If you just chucked all of that stuff into a blender, blended it into a paste, poured it into a cup, and gave it to everyone, technically, everyone's getting a little bit of what they want, but they're getting more of what they don't want, in a way that they don't want it. So just because your game has something does not mean it's got that thing in the way that appeals to people that like that thing. It is very important to occasionally step back and ask yourself, right, if we're appealing to this market, why? What can we do to make that market actually buy our product? And this is why when marketers go, oh, but surely the kids will want this because it's got crafting and it's got platforming and it's got shooting and it's got RPGs and it's got narrative choices. I'm like, no, stop. Which of these does it do better than anything else? Which of these is the best? And they're like, well, it just does everything. In that case, it does nothing. You don't need to find something that does everything. Find something that does something better than something else so people have a reason to come and play it. But marketers don't think about the game, they just think about the market appeal. And that is a conversation I've had with a couple of people before. A couple of people who are big in business. And they're like, yeah, what does the modern market want? The modern market wants quality. Yeah, but maybe we can give them quality in everything. No, you can't. Give them quality in one thing. Why are his swords glowing? They are enhanced. They are special enhanced swords. One has got the flaming enhancement, the other one's got the ice enhancement, and they have both been coated in frost oil, which means they are both doing extra damage to everything in front of them, which of course makes them cool swords. Sit down, you. Imposing gloves of the Eagle. Ooh. I don't need that. Fine, I'll take it. And they're leather, so that's a hunter item. You had this argument with your boss. You told him you can have quantity or quality, not both. Yeah. It's one of the reasons that I've put my MMORPG channel separate to the retro gaming channel. Can't have both. I'll tell you what, as much as I like Fury, I am missing seeing like the 200 and 300 hits from the axe. That was fun. I enjoyed doing that. Yeah, you would think that the rise of specific indie games does allow people. This is why I prefer. Have you guys played a game called Nidhogg? I prefer Nidhogg 1 over Nidhogg 2. Nidhogg 1 is a really simple stickman fighting game with surprisingly deep tactical choices. I think Nidhogg 1 is just more fun than Nidhogg 2. And I think it's because they added... Oh, Sebby, good to see you, man. I think they just added way too much stuff. I prefer the art style, I prefer the flow, I prefer the vibes, I prefer the tactical engagement, I prefer the mechanics of it. And you know what will happen? I guarantee this. Some business exec who doesn't play games will look at Nidhogg 1 and then look at Nidhogg 2, screenshots or videos. They'll point to 2 and they'll say, that one's better. And they'll say it's better because the graphics are slightly different, because there's more choice, because there's more options, because there's different weapons, because there's a load more variety into it. And you have to say, look, this does not make it better, that makes it different. That's the thing. Oh, you played Nidhogg a lot. Nidhogg was great. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely amazing game. If we are ever at some kind of gaming cafe and there is a game of Nidhogg in the background, we're playing. That's what's happening. Right, let's get this open. Let Josh talk to Bly before starting. All right, Sergeant Bly, what's going on, my bro?
What can I do?
Help! My band and I have been captured, and they're going to sacrifice us. All right, cool, yeah, it's fine. Sergeant Bly just says he's going to be sacrificed. Let's just get him out.
Greetings.
They've been captured. Let them get out. We'll save them. Totally fine. Good morning, sirs. OMG, it's Bees. Happy to see you. Haven't been playing WoW, but instead over the weekend, you threw yourself into the action RPG Dragonkin the Banished. Almost finished it. I'm glad you had a good time with that. I've not played that. I want you to have self-care. Were you still going to have those 2-3 days off schedule? If so, when? So I might be able to plan around it. Probably. I think my 2 days off, if I have 2 days off a week, are probably going to be either Tuesday and Wednesday or Wednesday and Thursday. Because I've got to stream Saturday and Sunday. That's just the big number days. Friday is pretty fun, and let's be fair, Monday sucks. So we're going to need something on Monday to get us through. Tuesday and Wednesday, I can take it or leave that. I think, yeah, we get rid of the days. Potentially Wednesday and Thursday off. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Those can be streaming days. That's fine. That works. Or, I mean, I'll probably just end up streaming way more than that anyway. Let's be fair. Because on my day off, on like Tuesday and Wednesday, or Wednesday and Thursday, whenever it is, I'll be sat there in my office thinking, kind of want to play WoW. And then I'll be playing WoW and I'll be thinking, should probably, you know, monetize this. Sebi knows what it's like. Sebi, you know what it's like to be sat there playing a game for fun and part of your brain's like, what are you doing? Why aren't you monetizing this? This is remarkably inefficient. You should be monetizing your hobby. Do it. Make money from the hobby that you once enjoyed and loved. You no longer love it. You no longer get to enjoy it. You have to sit there and be like, well, where's the money coming from, guys? oh, fake laughter hiding real pain. But no, in all seriousness, I will probably just take Wednesday and Thursday off. I'll work it out. That's a future problem. Don't worry about that right now. You don't worry about that. You let me worry about that. Josh got dad brain. Yes, absolutely. You've got to maximize your time. I will be inefficient in everything except my job. You know what? I might just stick on the old Ravager axe and do some spin to win. I feel that some spinning and some winning is needed here. Right, time to spun and also possibly won. There we go, there's the channeled. There's the channeled attack. You could also stream a game you despise. What a great idea. On my one day off, just play a game that I hate. But what's he doing? He's maximizing his efficiency as his time off. Makes him enjoy his job more by just playing a game he hates. Out of curiosity, what game would that be that I hate? I'd probably just become a professional FIFA streamer. I think I can see myself doing that. I just really like FIFA. Oh, Sebi, I was watching your video on the hardest DLC bosses recently. Very fun to watch you push your way through Expedition 33. And I think they pretty much put Simon in that game to be like, oh, you thought this game was fun. Oh, you thought that you'd memorized all the parry. No. Memorize this entire sequence of, you know, millisecond perfect parries. I'm like, no. No, I'm going to just make my I'll do Stendhal and kill you in one hit. That's my plan. Cannot believe. Oh man, those DLC bosses are amazing. They really are. They really are. It's just your face in the first couple of seconds of the video. You were like, you started off so happy. Am I going to fight them? Don't make me feel bad for not being good at games. All right, that's not the energy I want in this stream. You can't be coming. Oh my God, Sebi, you can't just ask someone if they're going to do the DLC. All right, it is current year. Sensibilities have changed. You can't just walk into someone's stream chat and ask them if they're going to do the DLC. God, rude. That's what that is. We should speed run the bouncer together. Yeah, because then no one's having fun. That'd be quite funny, to be fair. We could do that. Find a way to make it work, either over the internet or just get an old PS2, force that to work. Oh God, so Kalintech has just typed, "Stop it, Duragon." I still wish that worked in the game The Bouncer. The main character tells the bad guy to stop fighting, and Duragon's just like, "You know what? I shall. I understand now that my true role in the Duragon C Mikado Corporation is to stop it." Maybe we could play over Stadia. Yeah, we'll listen to some music on our Zune and play over Stadia. It'd be great. We'll make sure we have a preamble in New World. Then after that, we'll do a giveaway in Ashes of Creation. Just to, you know, combine everything. We'll arrange it on Bebo. Make sure the top 8 friends from MySpace are there. I maintain that Bebo was the best way of organising anything, to be fair. Rolak, Josh, what race do you like the most? Okay, like, there's a couple of questions that you just straight up can't come in and ask. Like, I'm trying to avoid at least a level of controversy in these streams, and someone walks right in and goes, "Josh, give me a racial tier list." Okay, no, fine. I'll be real with you. I'll give you guys some. I'll give you guys some actual input, because, you know, you've earned it, you deserved it. There are a couple of races that I do think are stupid, and I do think I hate, and I do think we would genuinely be better off without. All right. The 400 meters is stupid. It is. You don't get the sprint focus of the 100 meters, so it's not fast, but you also don't get the endurance of the 1200 meters, which means that you're not really focusing on, you know, like a full decent endurance race. You're getting this kind of fast, kind of endurance race, and I think we can just, you know, honestly get rid of it. That and gnomes. I think if we got rid of both of those things, the world would be a better place. You know, I think we trod the knife edge of controversy there, and I think we managed to get past it quite well. Nobody's as unhappy yet. I literally cannot see what I am and am not attacking, and I haven't even spun to 1 once yet. My spinning and winning is low. At the minute, I am losing and spoozing. Why would you make me spin right there? Alright, cool. Purely for vibes. Oh, good. I've pulled the boss. What's my problem with gnomes? I just don't see eye to eye with them. I've got a list of things I dislike as long as my arm, which is just entirely the shape of a gnome. I'm trying, but I think that if I'm honest with myself, I do just keep looking down on them. They really have got their shortcomings. We can go all day. Exactly. Oh, the Diabolic Skiver has dropped again. It's a 200 polearm. I don't think we need it. Delivers a fatal wound. Is it good? No, I mean, I'll greet it, but I don't need it. I am ever going to drop this stupid citrine. Right, ham steak. Get rid of the ham steak. I don't need it. Get rid of this battle axe. That's a grey item. Ancient tablet. It's probably some kind of quest. These boots are not as good as my current boots. Yeah, so I'm sorry that, you know, I upset some people. I do just think that... Right, now talk to Bly.
Can I help you?
Thanks a lot. We couldn't have made it without you. If I had mentioned something before about repaying you, you can forget it.
See you around.
What? But he wants his rod back. Oh, right. Now we become enemies. I see. Let's try and reduce everyone's damage slightly and then do a bit of damage right here. The best race is Draenei. Oh man, they are the GOAT. Do you get the cleverness of that joke that I just said? GOAT. Because Draenei themselves... Basically, GOAT means greatest of all time. G-O-A-T. And Draenei themselves are space goats. So, whenever someone says that Draenei... We get it. We goat it. No, listen. Let me explain. Whenever someone says that Draenei are the GOAT, they are implying that they are both the greatest of all time and actual real life. It works on two levels. I don't think... Some of you still aren't getting it. Some of you aren't finding this funny. You aren't laughing as much as you should be. Who... Remember that explaining a joke is like dissecting a frog. It helps you work out how it works, but it does kill it. I think some of you need to really kind of focus on how good that joke was just then. Just take a moment to appreciate it. Shouldn't the frog be dead first? You'd hope so. Right, you, get away from my tiny frog friend. Put on the whirlwind axe so I can do some proper damage to you. Let's go. Damage time, here we go. Actually, what I want to do is Vanquisher in the main hand. And where's my other lightsaber? Hang on, where's my sword? There it is. Sword in the offhand. Now we carry on. Beautiful. Look at Josh fawning all over the Draenei. Oh no, that is fantastic. Fawning over the... Do you know what you've done? Okay. Right. Norb just said fawning over the Draenei. Now the Draenei are goats, which we've explained. G-O-A-T, greatest of all time, and the goat. But a fawn is a baby goat. So saying that someone is fawning all over the Draenei not only implies that, you know, there's a baby goat connection there, but it also means to show a great deal of love and affection. Oh, God. This is so clever. Isn't a baby goat a kid? Don't interrupt me when I'm being wrong. Just tell me that I'm right. Right, what's a fawn then? Like, a baby goat is a kid, but a fawn, it's like a teenage goat? Right, someone teach me, what is a fawn? A fawn is a baby deer. That's called a Bambi. I watched a documentary on this once. It's incredible how they got those cartoon deer to stay so still. Right, where is everyone? What the hell? Alright, cool. New plan. Let's just do lots of damage. Alright. Damage dealing plan. Let me see if I can get the Ravager back out. Spin to win time if we can. I'm trying to spin. My God, I am trying. The spin is not triggering. I am trying my best. I'm really going for it. It didn't work. Nothing worked. I'm sorry. I don't deserve that aquamarine. That's not mine. Look, so there was a lot of pressure. Alright, sometimes you have spin dysfunction. Performance anxiety. There were too many snakes. So we go in Marad after this. What's Marad? Oh, do you mean Maraudon? Oh, the dungeon. We can try. If you guys want to do it. Yeah. I mean, if you... Oh, hang on. Why are we already... Right, hang on. Hope sometimes charges ahead without worrying about us. Hope's just like, I'm involved. I'm here now. I'm fighting. Right, the rock pounder's going on. Alright, time to get pounding. Have you ever been pounded in the desert? You're about to be. He trusts us. Too much, if anything. Phrasing? No, not at all. The phrasing was exactly what I wanted it to be. Now we do lots of attacking and knocking them around. Sit down, you. What's my skill with 200 hammers? Oh, the big bad pauldrons! They could be what we need. They might be exactly what we need. Alright, hang on. The big bad pauldrons. More strength, not as much stamina, but does... It's way more armor. And it does critical strike. Those are iconic. I'm gonna need them. I'm gonna need them, and if... May the best roll win. The streamer client smiles on me today. And Ferality has given me an exotic cookbook. Thank you. How to serve man. I now have 2 of those ones. Get 1 or 8 man. Hit man hard, hit man more, put man in fire, eat man. Beautiful. You were also the only one who needed on it. Okay, gotcha, I see. I see. We are close to being able to level up. 41. I firmly believed you changed class so I couldn't take your things. Nope. Nope, I'm just this good. Right, secret boss. Secret boss time. Josh, why don't you stream in 1080? Because honestly, Aegis, you don't deserve it. People get too comfortable. Is that region... It's a Twitch thing. Look, in all honesty, it's a Twitch thing. I have no idea why. It is straight up a Twitch thing. I do not know why it's not allowed. I am sorry. It is kind of not... It's not something... Do. Do, boss. Yes, boss. Always do, boss. For drops. Always want to kill big bad boss. So I've got the... Why are the big bad pauldrons so iconic? Is it because it was used in some key art for the game? I think those pauldrons were used in some key art, weren't they? And they ended up being used on the orcs quite a lot. The orcs wear them all the time. Gotcha. Because they look cool. That's the answer. They just straight up look cool. Every orc ever wears them. You think we can do Maraudon after this? I mean, if you guys think we can do Maraudon, I'll trust you. If you think we can. Iceberg, welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a lovely day. You join me as I'm eating an Easter egg, playing some World of Warcraft and drinking some gamer subs. We can try a full clear. It's longbow, by the way. Same. Oh, okay. That's fine. It takes 2 hours-ish. Same. Alright. Time to get bonking. I'd like to leave. Nope. Everyone fights. Nobody quits. Why am I doing so little damage with my two-handed hammer? That's why. It's super low skill. Ooh, the Desert Choker of Agility. Can't see how it looks. I'm sure it looks lovely. Go for it. That's a full agility thing. That is a good thing for a rogue right there. Princess is level 53. That part might be... We'll give it a go. Don't worry. We'll give it a go. Please take the time to get the dungeon quest before you go into the Mara dungeon. I will go into lots of dungeons without knowing what to do or being prepared because of, and I cannot overstate this, who I am as a person. It will be the most inefficient thing. Oh, there's Gazrilla. Oh, if you guys want to watch this from a different perspective as well, I think MZ is streaming. Let me just double check that. No, she's not. Rage Darling is, though. So if you guys want a different level of stream, there is Rage there. Alright, come on, Caltech. You, me, let's go. I am using a weaker weapon, which means I am not going to be hitting as much. So I might as well, for the time being, go back to the Whirlwind Axe, just to actually do some serious damage, you know? Come on. There we go, 406s, that's what we want. That's what we need more of. There's the 406s. This is the actual damage that we should be doing to this enemy. Love this. Give us something sexy. Ooh. The Gazrilla's Fang. It's a dagger. That's going to be good for a rogue. Surrounds you with electricity, dealing nature damage to anyone who strikes you. Interesting. Oh, hang on, I've still got Rage's stream up. My bad. I was forgetting that the audio was bleeding from there. I don't need that Fang. Tank dagger? Nah, I don't need it. Yeah, sorry. I put Rage's stream up. Okay, one. Let me hand in quests. Then we try Mara, if you guys are okay with that. Okay, let's do this. Okay, let's go hand in, make tea, then do a long-ass dungeon. Let's go. I'm gonna love this. This is gonna be great. Turned off Rage stream. Now you have to engage with chat. Sorry. Will that give me time for snacks? I'm already here. Oh, did you guys get it? Do you get it? MG said, do I have time for snacks? And I said, I'm already here. Because I'm a snack. Some of you aren't getting it. The word snack, spelt S-N-A-C-C, implies an attractive or sexy person. So when she said, but what she meant was food. Josh, I hate you. Ref, I know you don't. No, you don't. There's a fine line between hate and love. Alright? The opposite of hate is not love, it's apathy. You already have a British snack, CD, that's fine. That's totally okay. Well-oiled cloak. Oh, that's a nice cloak, actually. I could go for a well-oiled cloak. Do I have... I've got all the things I need from here. This is great. Josh, can you quiet down for a bit while I'm trying to nap? Sorry, Soapy. My bad, didn't mean to. It's not red and gold, though, so I'm not going to use it. CD, how are you doing today? Hopefully you're having a lovely day. MZ in chat said, why are we friends again? Don't know. Convenience, mostly. So let us leave. Josh, did you say your hearth to gadget? I did. So I could just Hearthstone out, couldn't I? I completely forgot that I could have just Hearthstoned out this entire time. Brutish Gauntlets of the Bear. Nice. Strength and stamina. I don't need that, but I can half my way back out of this dungeon. Let's go. Hand in some quests. Level up. Go do Maraudon. Right. Let's go hand in some quests. You, my friend. Guess what? I have found this rod. It's all yours. Ooh. The Mason's Fraternity Ring or the Engineer Guild's headpiece. How does that look? Oh, it's a black hat. The Frat Ring, agility and stamina. I don't think I need either of those things, to be honest. I mean, I'll get them for the experience, but really don't think I need either of those. I have leveled up, though, which is lovely. Right, I'm going to go with Improved Whirlwind. Increase the chance to hit with melee weapons by 1%. Yeah, just more critical. Straight up critical hits. That's good to me. Are we a warrior main now? I don't think we're a warrior main, but we are definitely playing a warrior a lot. Right, here's all the troll stuff you needed, my bro. Thank you very much. Okay. And there's a quest over here to hand into. Then we go 13 agility, 5 strength, over 5 strength, 5 stam. Let's have a look at you. Alright. It's 13 agility, 5 stamina. That's what it is. So I don't think I need the extra 5 stamina. I'd rather keep the strength rings. The agility is not going to help me as much as the strength. Am I mainly a warrior? Yes. Right, here are your scarab shells. Thank you for the lovely experience boost. Very kind of you. Now I need to go and get my armor fixed and then get my way to Maraudon. Are you mainly a warrior? Yeah, that's a fair thing to say. I'm mainly a warrior. Where is this Mara Udon? Right, let me sell some stuff to you, my bro. What don't I need? Right, I do not need. That begins a quest. Moonberry juice. Shoes. The Ripsaw weapon is a good weapon. I'm going to want to keep that. Keep. Keeping all this stuff, to be fair. This is all good stuff. I can probably sell all of the... It's Mara Udon. It's spelt Mara Udon. You don't need that level 50 epic sword. Yeah, get rid of that. It's taking up space in the inventory, to be honest. If it's possible to train warrior skills. Okay, cool. I'll see what I can go and do for that. Silk cloth I can just stick in the bank at some point. What else don't I need? The embossed plate of the boar. It binds when equipped. I'll chuck that on the auction house if I need to. Those vice grips of strength are really good. Oh, I can get rid of the vice grips of the bear. 318 armor. 318, but yeah, I'm never going to wear them. That, however, badass choice. Ring is bad. The one ring I'm keeping to throw into Molten Core when we get there. And I think everything else is kind of good. Get rid of that. Get the mage weave going on. Right, I think I have... If we spot a rogue, I can give them this lockbox as well. Because I've got 2 lockboxes. The rogue needs to have one of them. Now, I've got a couple of items here that I think start quests. Where are these quests? Oh, they're north. Let's go hand in these things. Let me go hand in the quest, then I'll be right with you. What is my favourite class fantasy-wise? I've always liked the idea of the spell sword. You know, a kind of combination magic-wielding warrior. That always makes me happy. And I like the idea of the damage-dealing, blunt weapon-wielding, toted up. Not necessarily a paladin, but the warhammer-wielding warrior. That would make me happy. Josh, halt. I can open your lockboxes. Oh yeah, hang on, Caliset. Let me trade these with you. You can just have them. /trade. You can just have both those. You can't trade a soulbound. Ah, it's gems, my bad. You can have that one though. This one I can open up myself and get... Oh, nice. Stuff and stuff. Jewelry box. A unique 6-slot bag. That's interesting. Got ourselves some little things going on. Infiltrator boots of the monkey. Anything you want? Nope. All yours, bro. But have these. /trade. And then I just... what don't I need? I don't need any kind of gems, so just have those. There you go. Apart from that, they're all yours. I have 2 inventory slots. Oh, that's not my problem. Okay, yeah, I'll take the healing potions. That works. Sweet. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. Oh, I loved... When I played retail, I loved playing the Demon Hunter. The Demon Hunter was great. Are you using your teammates as mules? Not in, like, a derogatory way. In... You will sip on the red gamer subs and you will like it. That's what healing potions are in the game. They are gamer subs. That's been proven. If I play retail again, I will likely either play a Death Knight or I will play a Vengeance Demon Hunter. Because I enjoyed playing the Vengeance Demon Hunter. I had a good time with it. Just straight up fun. That and the Death Knight was also fun. Playing retail right now, Midnight, super fun. As long as you're having a good time with it, we're all good. You could try the new Void Demon Hunter spec. What does that do? I rewatched the Saturday stream on Sunday. Hope you rested. Nashar, welcome in. Nashar, do you think that the weekend had like a different vibe to it? We talked about this earlier, and I don't want to feel like I'm insane. I don't want to feel like I'm going crazy, but the weekend really felt like it had a different vibe. I think it was... Maybe a lot of other people that normally watch different streams came over to us. Maybe it was people that had been working all week that just wanted to let off some steam and do a little bit of trolling kind of stuff. But it felt more... I don't want to say childish, because... You know, children can be understanding and respectful. The weekend definitely had more trolls. That's a good way of putting it.
Can I help you?
I think it felt more silly. You will receive carrot on a stick, increases mount speed. Very nice. Cool. We've got a little increased mount speed then. Right, where is Maraudon? Saturday was weird, man. You know what? Sleeping full of chocolate. Confrontational. That's what it was. The weekend was confrontational. I don't know why. People saying kids in chat when it's 40-year-old angry WoW boomers. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks to say. But yeah. Right, it's in Desolace. Desolace is in Kalimdor. Desolace is... Well, we're actually close to it, I think, aren't we? We're not far from Desolace. I remember Desolace being over here. Am I in... Okay, yeah, cool. Right, Desolace was... We spoke to the dude that worked with the Scarlet Monastery. And then we killed all of the undead stuff. So Desolace was up there, then we run down here. What's south of Desolace? If anything. So that would be like Feralis? Let's just fly to Desolace and then go from there. That seems like the easiest way to do this. Brother Anton, that was... You have to enter from the Stone Talon Peaks. Oh, hang on. I think I know what I'm doing. So... How do we get to... So Desolace is there. Maraudon is there. Can we get to Maraudon by flying to Desolace north and then walking south to get to it? Or do we have to approach from... We can. Okay, cool. So we go that way, then we just run all the way down. Gotcha. So right now what I need is to find a... Gotta find a flight path, which is going to be from Gadgetzan. Which is through the mountains that way. You know, I'll just follow that way. Just follow that flight path. There we go. Josh, you're over 40. Have you got a mount? No. No, I haven't. My mounts are my legs. New talent when? Dunno. See? I put it on precision to increase my chance to hit with melee weapons by 1%. Which might not be great, but I've got it. Think I'll do an MMO retrospective on WoW? Eventually, probably. Eventually, probably. Right, Cal is going to pop down to the store. It's a 5-minute walk, but I'll come back if you're willing to wait. Absolutely. We'll wait for you. We can wait for 5 minutes for somebody to grab snacks and a drink, especially if we're doing a 2-hour dungeon. You guys got the time for this? Want to check everyone feels comfortable with this? Josh, if I could invent a class or spec in WoW, what would it be? I don't know the game well enough at the end game to really think about what it would need to be. I like classes that have a lot of movement to them. And I always enjoyed the Neverwinter Hunter Ranger, which actually, it gave itself bonuses in melee range whenever you did damage at range. And then it gave itself bonuses at range whenever you did damage in melee. So it was about constantly springing between the two and making sure you were always the right distance away. And I love that. I love that so much. But I think my favorite class in any game is the streamer class, which is where you just kind of do whatever the hell you want and then people give you things. That's, honestly, if anything, it's overpowered. How is the mount looking to buy? I see. Marksman and Survivor. Yeah, Marksman and Survivor at the same time. That would absolutely be fantastic. Let's jump on the old Griffin and fly away to Desolate, which is... Oh, hello, Piper. I have been joined. I have been joined by a little Pipsky. Let me... Hang on, do I not have... Where's the Desolate flight path? That's not good. Did I not talk to them when I got there? Okay, hang on. That means that I've got to go to Ratchet and then walk all the way to... Oh, I came down north, didn't I? The Stone Talon Mountains. Okay, so the Barrens, Stone Talon Mountains, Ratchet. This is the worst. This is straight up the worst. But we can go to the Barrens because there was a thing to hand in here. Piper, I've got a bit of a long flight coming on. You want to come up and say hi? Come here, you. Come here, you little sausage. There we go. Oh, hello. Oh, goodness me. That's lots of licks. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Nom, 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 nom. Oh, does my arm need cleaning now? Oh, no, my face needs cleaning. You can clean my neck. There you go. You have a neck. That's all you're allowed. You guys good? You happy? Oh, no. Just going to sit here, are we, for a bit? That's fine. You want to sit here, you can sit there. There's a... Oh, hang on. Paw. Paw. Piper. Paw. Or ignore me. That's fine too, you know. That's all that time and money on training. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. Hey. Come here. I will cuddle you. There you go. You are now cuddled and safe. Do you wish to sit like this? Oh, now you do, Paul, but you wanted my hand, don't you? You just want my hand to lick for some reason. Can you taste scrambled eggs? You shouldn't have been able to because I ate them with a fork. But you know, I don't question what you are and aren't doing anymore. This is just what's going on. Gamer sweat. That's what you can taste, isn't it? The old gamer sweat. I'm going to give you a little kiss on your forehead. Because you are a good girl. Gamer seasoning. Just dog doing dog things. She's comfy. She's happy. She's living her best life right now. This is what's happening. Do you have 2 dogs? I do. Are the ones under there? Follow. Follow. I'll pick you up in a minute. Alright, Piper. Very carefully, lift you down. There we go. Follow. Hey, come here. Come on, I know you're sleepy because you've not been awake that long. Because you are the laziest floof in the world, aren't you? You are a super lazy floof. And you are still slowly waking up. You don't know what's really going on today, do you, right now? You're just a floofy boy. Here he is. Here's the floofy boy. Burying my head in his floof. Hey. You want to sit around for a bit and see what's going on? Release the floof. Hey, pick it up carefully. There we go. I've got you. Don't worry. I've got you. Dogs are indeed precious. Look at them. Comfy? Maybe down on the floor in the bed. You're so tired. Oh, big yawn. Super duper big yawn. Come on. Let's get you in bed. There we go. Right, he'll just lie down and chill out for a bit now. He's all good. Ugh. There's a floofy boy and a sausage. I'm just fully immersed. Yeah, that was immersive flying by having an actual cloud join us as well. And we're not even that far along in the flight path. We're going to go to Ratchet. How much gold do I have? I have 36 gold. Don't be jealous, but I do. I came to the stream because I heard there was a dog. There were two dogs. They're on the floor right now. Hi, dog. Hey. Just stare at me. That's fine. Or ignore me. That's fine too. Don't worry about that. That's fine. I don't need attention. It's fine. I'm totally okay. I'm comfortable in who I am. Have you gotten your mount? No. One of the dogs is very fluffy. The other is a sausage. So it's mashed potato and sausages. Bangers and mash. You demand investment into dog cams. We could look into getting a dog cam. We could make that happen. Right, there's a quest here to hand in, then I'm going to go and do more Ordon. Does Josh need walkies? Well, does Josh need normally I've got to pay a lot of money for those kind of questions. You've got to go to very specific clubs in London. God damn. The safe word is apples. Let's do this.
Keep it real. Be good.
Alright, I finished your quest.
Keep it real.
That is true. Yeah, normally you've got to pay a lot of cash for that. Got to take a train to Germany for all that. Right, okay, cool. How are we? Am I walking to Maraudon? Is anyone able to summon me at Mara? Am I within the range for the Mara Stone? I think I should be. Yeah, 40 to 52. I'm well within range for the Mara Stone. That's fine. Do you ever search for your name with a partial sentence to see what Google autofills in? I think the last time I did that was to check what the links were to my own social media. Right, let's start walking all the way to Mara Udon. They added meeting stones to Classic. Yeah, this is the Burning Crusade. This is the Burning Crusade, so there's a level of kind of stuff to it as well. The Burning Crusade was where the meeting stones had the thing added to them. The famous Mara Udon. Look, it is spelt. It is spelled M-A-R-A-U-D-O-N. Mara Udon. I am pronouncing that phonetically correctly. The U is silent. I will not be silent, Rev. Coming in here telling me to be silent. Maraudon. Oh, Maraudon. I think it's Marauder. Maraudon. I know, I was being silly. Maraudon is what it could be. Okay. Mara Udon. Marauding Udons. Angry Noodles. That was my stage name during my stripper years. You heard it pronounced Miftin because it's a Welsh name. The Welsh are just being silly at this point. Go and ask Jess. The Wales isn't real. I do find it strange that all the alliance zones have like easily pronounceable names, and all the horde zones are like, here's a random collection of letters. The Barons is interesting. I get the vibe of it, don't get me wrong. And I'm sure that it's probably got some big cultural impact. But people have been saying that, you know, dealing with the Barons, especially the Barons chat in general, it's a bit of a challenge, you know. Josh with the most British take in history. I just think that, you know, maybe we do need to give the Empire another go. Maybe it's time. We've let it simmer down for a bit. The problem was that when I was in London recently, I went to the British Museum, and I just thought it was amazing that Britain owns so much stuff from all over the world. And we were kind enough to allow those other cultures to hold on to it for a bit. Now, how do I get through this mountain? That's the question. Can I just brute force my way through the mountain? Probably not. I'm sure I've done this before. And then you go left, and then there's like a whole thing. That's what it is. Shrine of the Fallen Warrior. I don't think I've been around here before. I mean, I might have been. No, I think we go forward and then we go left. Britain has supplied more Independence Days to the rest of the world than anything else. And you know what? You're all welcome. You walk to Mara Udon through Stone Talon. Oh, so actually we can get there and then just go north? Okay, so what are those? I'll try and get there, then I'll go north and see what happens. Very generous of you. Don't mention it. Don't mention it. Don't. Do not mention it. There we go. So we're going to go this way and then left. It's north. We're going to go north left. Please stop mentioning it. Right, north left. That's the plan. We are... Hang on. Hang on a tick. I'm meant to be going that way. I have been running the wrong way for a while. Oh, I see what's going on here. I'm meant to be going through there. Fascinating seeing him attempts to use a map. Right, listen, I could do this the English way, which is just fervently argue that I'm going in the right way. That's a good point. You know what? Are you AI? That is a great message. Britain, some people have joked that Britain doesn't have any good holidays. Listen, we celebrated the time that a guy failed to blow up Parliament. That was what we thought was worth a level of celebration. He was one of the guys ever. Without a doubt. I've not gone off course. I've just found a route that didn't work as well as the other ones. That's the way. We want to go through there, but if we go through there, we die. So instead, we come around here and then go left. I said we go north left and then we arrive. Yeah, what we're doing, actually, when we celebrate Bonfire Night, we're celebrating someone trying. And that's what I think kids need to remember. Kids are like, are we celebrating this person failing to blow up Parliament? And like, no. What we're celebrating is a good attempt. More More holidays should be based around rewarding people just giving it a go. Just give it a good try. Give it the old college try, and if you do well, we'll give you a little party. There you go. And if you do really well, we'll let Hugo Weaving have another chance to remind everyone that he is one of the most underrated actors in the world. Okay, I think I've almost made it. Stone Talon Mountains. And from the Stone Talon Mountains, I want to get to, like, there? Is it worth going to get the Hippogriff Master from up here? I should definitely get it from Desolace. Sup, stream demons? Sup, sick wicked? Replacing the eyes with ones in your name? God, you're so... That guy's cool. That guy's cool right there. Okay, yeah, we definitely go and get the... We go and get the flight path. Because without that, we have to do this all again. It just totally skipped my mind. I totally forgot to go and get the flight path. It was silly. Hugo Weaving and William Finchner in a film together, I'd be happy. Stick two underrated actors together. Oof. Baby, you got a stew going if you do that. Do we only get Dark Josh on Sundays? Yes. I also realised I had a really bad headache yesterday. So after having the headache, I'm like, no, now I'm going to be kind. I'm going to be lovely and nice and kind. And everything's going to be happy and fine. Getting the flight path connects other paths for faster connecting routes. Yes, it does. I feel better now, thank you. You're always lovely. Lies. Lies, I can be dark and brooding when I need to. I will brood often. You miss Sunday, Josh. That kind of dark energy only comes out once a week. It's too much. I quote, you got a stew going. And oh, you've got to add that all the time. You've got to do this, this, and this. And if you've done all that, then baby, you got a stew going. You've got to say it every time. You're sorry to hear that I have migraines. Nomad Soul, that's okay. I forgive you. Right, we're going to go get the flight path. Please warn us before brooding. No. No, there will be unwarned, unannounced brooding. This is a brood zone. You just got to kind of deal with that. You streamed yesterday? I missed your stream only for like 2 hours. Hello, Josh. No hate, but do you play without action bars? I do not, Skills. There is an action bar right there. Right on the bottom of the screen. I can talk you through it. Number 1, attack. Most important thing you could possibly do. Number 2, cleave. Attack 2 things. Battle Shout, Whirlwind, we've got Sunder Armor. We get further along, that's kind of fine. And at the end, we've got Blood Rage and Demoralizing Shout. Does WoW have a story? Not that I've discovered. I don't... Look, I've got other action bars enabled. See? Right there, on the action bar number 6, I've got Retaliation. You know why? Because it's not on number 1. So sometimes I have to scroll to action bar 6 and then press 8 to do Retaliation. Nothing else is there. How about action bar 2? Why would I use that? It's not as good as action bar 6. Just a straight up better action bar. Immediately. And where is the level 40 talent Bloodthirst? That, my friend, is on battle stance mode, not this mode. So what I should probably do, instantly attack the next 5 melee attacks, restore 10 health. I should probably change that from charge, because who cares about charging when I could be bloodthirsting? That guy's called Windu Mace. I love and hate you at the same time. Dilton, thanks. I love and hate me at the same time as well. I'm glad we've got so much in common. Josh, please do not engage in anti-union rhetorics. It's our grains. No. No. Ro Tumu, I can't take it anymore. I mean, what's happening with that? You could do both and not have auto attack on one. Well, how am I going to attack then? You remove auto attack from the bar, how do I automatically attack? This is not a one action bar challenge, this is just a regular casual run. Is there a particular reason you aren't using the additional action bars so you don't have to choose to remove abilities? Because if you don't need to choose to remove abilities, you aren't making any real choices, are you? It's very important that you make the important choices and you work out what the good choices are, what the bad choices are. You need to learn. It's very important that you don't just allow the bad choices to stack up. Like, if there's 4 or 5 good abilities, just use those, you know? Just wanted to pop in and say cheers for the content. You are welcome. Hope you enjoy your community WoW adventure. So far, it's definitely been varied. A good choice might be to have multiple action bars. Why? Because then in the middle of a fight, watch this. In the middle of a fight, what I've then got to do is move the mouse down to this tiny little arrow, click it, and then click the ability I want to use. And then after that, go back to the smaller arrow underneath it, click that, and that puts the bar back on. That's just a lot of work. It's a lot of effort. It's a lot of work. And I don't... Is 12 buttons not enough for you? There is no fight in this entire game where you need to do more than 12 things. Horse? Pelcannon just said horse. No thanks, but I'm glad you're impressed. Your hands are too small to hit the 9 key. I have a mouse with 12 buttons on the side. Therefore, I can hit all 12 buttons, and I know where they all are. What is my favourite Power Rangers series? Clearly the very first one in the UK that was released with Power Rangers the movie. With Ivan Ooze. Oh god, that was such a good movie. And they are not bind. I mean, look, all these abilities are bound here, it's fine. Josh, get a mouse with 13 buttons. Technically I've got it, because I can hold the middle mouse button down, the scroll wheel, and use that as an automatic run. I've also got some more buttons that can change the DPI of the mouse, but I don't do that. Is there a wild cloud? Yeah, Apollo's behind me. He's just sat back. Now, should I go south and then get the Desolace one first, or should I go north and get the Teleran guy? I think I'm going to go south and then get the dude from Desolace. That seems like an easier thing to do. Without attacking these level 21 Wyvern enemies, who all seem a little bit angry. I'm going to stay away from there. Get a mouse with 3 buttons maximizes the relevance of your choices. That could actually work. Could we do a petition to get him to add more action bars? No. No, there are certain moments that a man has to stand up for what he believes in. And if you don't stand up for what you believe in, you must at some point admit you do not truly believe in it. I'm about to see one of the guys fly overhead, I think. Oh, no, you're way further ahead. You can strike if you want to, guys, but I'm going to keep playing. This is the way that I play. How did no one sponsor a mount for you yet? Because I'm a strong independent streamer who don't need no assistance apart from people doing dungeons for me. Will I ever reach max level and do a raid? My attorney has advised me to answer maybe. I've been gone 2 weeks and the action bar bit is still in the loop. Yes, Narciss, because I'm not changing how I play. I do not need more than one action bar. You have never needed more than one action bar. Nobody ever will need more than one action bar. You underestimate the power of action bars. You don't need them. You straight up do not need them. People are going to say you do. I guarantee you don't. You might drown. That's a risk I'm willing to take. Hope Grey has told me to go north. Why must I go north? I'm going south to get the the Desolace thing from here, which is then all the way to there. You already have the point south. I don't, though. Get the flight path. I do not have the southern flight path. I don't need to get that one now. I can get this one now. There is a flight path to the north. Yes, that is correct, and I agree. However, I'm going to get the flight path to the south first. We can summon you. Yes, but I still want to get the flight path from here. I'm going to get the Desolace flight path first, then you guys can summon me. I can get this flight path later, whenever a thing takes me to it. Remember, he is new to Classic, and he will learn these things the hard way. It will mean it's more like the 15 years ago. Yes. Yes, it is. I will learn. In learning, I will teach, and in teaching, I will learn. The wise words of the philosopher Collins. Does Josh have a keyboard for sword and board defense stance swap? No. No, what I do when I get into dungeons is I put Berserker stance on, and then I equip a good weapon, and then I hit things with it. That's it. Has anyone taught him to slash camp outside of cities to heal? BKCon, no, because typing slash camp logs you out. And I know that many of you are going to go, oh, what a silly funny thing we can teach. But do you now understand that I have no idea whether someone is trying to teach me something genuine or someone is trying to troll me to do something stupid? So whenever anyone offers advice, I'm caught between this. Is this good advice, or is this just a joke that's going to make me do something different? Thing. Which is why the safest thing for me to do is just ignore all advice forever. That way I don't need to worry about any of you. That's the best way of doing it. Like when someone explaining that Alt F4 gives you a power boost and then you actually try to do it. Never trust someone that gives you a slash command. That's the thing. The problem with this is that some people have been asking me to change the intensity of the weather effects. And by asking me to change the intensity of the weather effects, that requires a slash console command. And I don't want you to do that. Because I don't want to trust anyone. I'm pretty sure the one to kill the princess requires level 45. I don't care about the quests. Not yet. I just care about the drops from the dungeon. Hey, I'm thinking of taking theatre lessons. Do I recommend? Yes, absolutely. You 100% should. Everyone should try and do at least 1 or 2 theatre things in their life. You should get involved in the arts, the theatre. You should become a thespian. Chaos Man, you don't get why other people always want to tell other people how to do things. Because people want to feel helpful. The truth is, people want to feel helpful. And people think that the best way to be helpful is to remove friction that they think other people are going to go through. So, if someone has played a game for a long time, and they have failed, and they have, died, and they've lost things, they might have negative memories associated with those failures. And so what they want to do is offer advice on how new players can avoid those failures. How new players can efficiently adapt to the game straight away by using more action bars, by getting a mount, by making sure that you don't put a poison onto your main hand weapon when the Wind Fury totem is there because it will override the benefit. And most of these things are good ideas. They are absolutely good bits of advice. But what people tend to forget is that failing isn't bad. It's part of the process that you want to then come back and succeed, so your success has more weight. So when people tell me, hey, you should change your game to do this, what they're actually saying to me is, after playing for a long enough time, they changed their game to do this, and they found it made their experience better. Okay, completely agree, 100% spot on. But the reason that it made their game better was because they had something to compare it against, and they understood the weight and the importance of what they had done. So when people come and straight away say to me, hey, before you even start playing, change your game to be like this, what they're saying is, if you experience the failure, you might at some point learn that changing the game to do this is going to be a benefit. But they don't want me to go through the same journey they went through. They want me to just get to the same place that they're at, without them understanding that the journey itself has value. A good teacher will understand that the journey has value, and allowing a student to go on that journey is part of the process, part of the understanding. Imagine if, I mean, people do this all the time. Imagine if you wanted to be a bodybuilder, and so you went to the gym every day and you watched your diet and you worked hard and you followed this plan and you really trained and you learned the mental fortitude required to become the person you wanted to become, and then you got there and then someone else said, hey, I want to do this, and you straight away said to them, okay, cool, here's some surgery and here's some drugs to get there straight away. By removing that journey from them, they do not experience the same growth that you experienced. It's very important that the process of growth happens. And sometimes the process of growth is allowing someone to make the mistakes and experience the failures. Exactly. You know what, Con, that's a great way of looking at it. Have you ever brought a new person into a game that you play and immediately given them the best items and the best weapons, and then they just don't care because they don't understand what they are? What I try to explain, I explained this to someone once. I started an MMORPG game many years ago when I was making one of the worst MMO ever episodes, and someone spotted me in the game and they walked over and they traded me something. It was either a weapon or an item or a piece of armor, and it was like super expensive, super rare, super powerful, super valuable, and they gave it me. And they were like, equip this! So I did. And they were like, oh my god, that's amazing. I've just given you one of the best things in the entire game. You know, are you excited? I'm like, no, I'm not going to use it, because that's going to give me a fundamentally different experience to a new player. And then they messaged me saying, well, you've equipped it. I can't take it back now. I can't sell it. You've wasted it. I'm like, hang on. I didn't ask you to give me the best item in the game. You gave it me freely. You told me to equip it. I don't know what this is. I don't care about this. I have no idea, what kind of relevance or importance or cultural implication this thing has. And you're annoyed that I don't care about it? You've not let me go through the journey that would bring the care, to the front. You've not let me do that. Let me go through the journey. Let me learn to care. If you don't let me learn to care, nothing's going to happen. Right, where are we going? People want to help. But in their mind, helping is removing friction or giving rewards. True helping is not often removing friction or giving rewards. It's teaching the skills required to overcome the friction and explaining what value the rewards actually have. That's what it is. We will go in, then take 2 mins for tea. Lead the way. Lead the way, tank. And yeah, don't power level people to your level. Go back to their level and go through the journey with them if you want to. But that's the complexity of it. That's why whenever I talk about that kind of... That's why I push back. To link all this back. Everyone has advice on how I should play this game. And the advice has been built up over years based on how they played the game. Mara Udon. In we go. Oh. Let's kill these things. Let me just stick on the swords I want to use. There we go. What is my opinion on min-max who lock up the meta strategies before trying to learn it on their own? if you want to read a guide for why something is good, that's absolutely fine. You can read a guide, you can do it. If you want to follow it, absolutely, that's cool. But there is a difference between intelligence and wisdom. Intelligence is knowing a tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is not putting it in a fruit salad. Charisma is knowing that a tomato-based fruit salad is just salsa. Now, it's very important. It's very important that if you read a guide, you will know what the best choices are. But if you make the wrong choices and then you understand why the best choices are the best choices, that's when you start to get the wisdom. Right, I'm going to be AFK for 2 minutes while I go and grab a cup of tea, then we're going to do a full run of Mara Udon, whatever this is. So, I will see all of you people. Cool. I will see all of you people in 5 minutes. Here's a DVD logo and a timer for 5 minutes. Right, 5 minutes. I'll be right back, then we'll do the dungeon. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. Okay, I'm back, but like, we've still got 2 minutes, and I've got some crisps here, and also a cream egg. So, you guys are gonna just deal with that. You see, I found a way to make Mordon longer. Yes. Right. 2 mins, then which way? A cream egg, it's not Easter yet. Listen, I am a free man. I can eat a cream egg whenever I goddamn want. Gamer food. Right. So, why can't we go down the middle? Moradon seems to have 2 entrances. We cannot just go that way. We have to go one way or another. Why can't we go down the middle? These are snacktastic multi-grain bites. The logo hit the corner. You don't deserve anything else. 3 needs a key. Right. There is a quest which gives the Scepter of Celebras. You can go middle and teleport to the end few bosses using it. Oh, cool, okay. So, once we've done the dungeon, we get the Scepter. And the Scepter is permanent? Yeah, okay, cool. So we have to choose one of these 2 entrances, do the whole dungeon, and then once we've done the whole dungeon, there's a quest that gives us a scepter, which we can use. Okay, purple it is. You guys ready? You guys happy? Did I wash my hands? I did. I have a massive vat. Huge big vat of hand wash. Just plunge them right in there. Right, let's go. And where's Cal? Wait for Cal. Where's Cal? Calitech. No rush, Calitech. Nope, there's my alarms. Get back to work. In case you guys ever think I'm joking about this, I'm serious. Am I going to talk us through my look today? Dan, I woke up. My morning routine is I wake up at about midday. I do a little bit of a morning scream, as I think we all should do. It's a nice healthy way to start the day. And after doing that, then it's mostly just kind of a blur. And at around 10 o'clock at night, I will flop onto bed, turn on the TV, watch an episode of Cracking the Cryptic where a man solves a Sudoku. Then I will just drift into a dreamless sleep. That is generally how this will go. Oh, my skincare routine. Very simple. Wake up in the morning, have skin. Pretty much it. Anything more complicated than that, it's not what I want to be going on. Right, so Mara Udon, what is this? What is Mara Udon as a dungeon? I'm assuming it's over there. MZ says that she's done this. Oh, hang on. I've got fragments from this place. Josh, can I explain the lore of Mara Udon? I straight up can't. I don't even know what it is. You guys are going to have to explain it to me. Right. The dungeon's lore is pretty cool. Explain it to me. Teach me. Someone in the chat, explain to me what we are doing here. Like, who is Mara Udon? Let me have a look. Hang on. That's Mara Udon. Ooh, okay. Get some crystals. The Legend of Mara Udon. Recover the two parts, the Scepter of Celebras, the Celebrine Rod, and the Celebrine Diamond. Cool. Alright. Virality, are you trying to glitch out the wall or something? Check Atlas for map. Does Atlas have a map? God damn, there's a lot of bosses here. Love it. The princess here is peak waifu material. Everyone keeps saying that. We don't need a map, guys. We are professionals. We go off vibes. Purely off vibes. Okay, a crystal thing we found. The vast majority of Toxic WoW players are not the PvPers. They are the exclusively PvPers. Exclusively PvEers. Never met a good PvP player that didn't want a new raid or legendary world quest. In 15 years of PvE and PvP, I'd run into at least one crybaby a day who actively protest PvP to get any attention. Markov! Markov! Let me ask you a question. Markov, have you just... Oh, it happened! It happened! I said we wouldn't talk about PvP until someone came into the chat to bring up PvP. I literally said we won't do that, and now it's happened. Oh, beautiful. It happened. It took longer than I thought, don't get me wrong. There he is. Oh, I'm so glad you've turned up. Right, hang on. I'm so glad you've turned up. Right, Markov, what's the issue, man? Markov, are you saying that as far as you are concerned, the most toxic players you've ever met are the PvE players complaining about PvP? I think for me it's the PvP players complaining about the PvE players who complain about the PvP players. I think we loop around. It all loops back to each other at some point. You agree with Markov? That's fine. I think that the people that complain the most are the people that don't understand that people play games differently to the way they play, and they need to just chill the hell out. That seems to be the general vibe of me. I know I literally finished catching up on the vlog. Excellent, I'm glad that you're here. So, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, the people that complain the most are the people that are just way too enfranchised and effectively using the game as a replacement for their own personality. Nothing ruined World of Warcraft more than the players. That's going to get clipped, and we're going to get people in this chat who are complaining about it because they're like, here's my favorite one. I would say the majority of this stream is just us, you know, hanging out, chatting shit, having a good time. I would say the vast majority is just us having a good time. But those bits don't get clipped. The clips are the negative, the drama, the arguments. Which means what then happens is those bits become the bits that get put on the JoshStrifeSays channel. They become the negative stuff there, and then we get a load of people who join us and basically say the entire stream is just complaining. Whereas I wouldn't say the whole stream is complaining. There are complaints, yeah, without a doubt. But in general, I think we're pretty chill. We're pretty kind of happy with everything. What do you guys think? People have come to me, they've jumped into this stream, they've been like, Josh, why do you hate this? Why do you hate this? I'm like, what makes you think I hate that? They said, we saw a 10-minute clip of you talking about how much you hated it. I'm like, okay, did you see the 8 hours of stream where I didn't hate it? Peace is boring, man. That's what it is. I want a group with 4 dudes overlapping Hurricane. Imagine, hey, if you want to find 4 dudes to overlap you, that can work. Just give it some time. I'm sure you can find someone that'll do that for you. It adds an element of stress. Of course it does. And you know what? I have never ever said PvP should be removed. I've said it should be an optional thing that you want to choose to consensually engage with. You're seeing people claiming you're the Grim Reaper of MMOs. I saw someone in a chat. Okay, so this is really interesting. I was reading a couple of comments on the Says channel. Terrible idea. Don't do it. No, I lie. I was reading a comment on Zarayu's reaction to me. And one of the comments on Zarayu's reaction said, I hate JoshStrifeHayes. And someone else responded, why? And they said, because he genuinely hates MMOs. Every game he covers, he kills. He hates the genre and loves to see it die. And part of me's thinking, are you okay? Like, to me, that's insane. That's just straight up insane. It's insane how accurate they are. Like, spot on. I think we'd all be happy with none of these. Why did I kill Club Penguin? It knows what it did. I can drop the mask now, can't I? You know, if this is going to be a 2-hour dungeon, I'm going to need to take my jeans off. I'm just saying that right now. I'm going to need to put on some jogging bottoms. I need to put on some gamer trousers. Because right now, these are not allowing enough airflow. I'm just saying that's going to be a problem for everyone soon, unless... You do not want the warrior to be kind of... encased. We're not going to go commando. I need some gamer pants. Okay. 1 min. Getting... gamer trousers. Alright, give me a sec. Because, I mean, these jeans are great. They make the butt look good, don't get me wrong. But they are remarkably restricting. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to match my... I'm going to match the lovely slippers that I'm wearing. And I'm going to stick my pajamas back on, to be honest. Like the... I think we need to comfy max right now. Comfy max and pajama pilled is the problem. Oh, that's so much better. I'm just saying right now, that immediately, straight away. Oh, I've got motion in the legs now. I'm basically just wearing pajamas and a dress shirt. That's what I'm wearing. Pajamas, a dress shirt. I'm not even going to put the slippers back on. The socks are going to rock out. Here we go. Okay, back. Beautiful. I can Riker you if I want to. I'll sit down however the hell I want. This is the work from home special. This is the business on the top, party on the bottom. Cozy maxing and comfy pilled. Right, back and ready. I might even eat a cream egg. I fancy just... There's no real way to sexily eat a cream egg on stream, is there? If you want, Josh, you can lead the way and I'll tank what you tank. Nope, you first. I'll follow for this time. I will follow for this time, you lead the way. Now, there's 2 ways you can eat a cream egg. Either, like a snake, which is just stick it all in your mouth and swallow. Don't clip that. The second one is that you bite the top off and then you lick out the inside. Now, there's no way to say that without sounding dirty, so we're just going to accept that it will sound that way. Alright? That's just what we might need to do. Do both. Right, your mind... I can't comprehend the way that you would approach that task. Just nibble on the egg. Just the occasional nibble. Right, you, come here. I'm going to slap you around a little bit. Did you say the impatience has turned you to that? How can you be impatient? Too impatient to eat a cream egg slowly. God, I can't imagine. We're doing some damage there, I'll give you that. This is a decent amount of damage. Goodness gracious me. I'm going to hollow it out. That's what I'm going to do with my tongue. For anyone just joining, I'm discussing how you eat a cream egg. You know what? Bloodthirst is pretty good, isn't it? I like Bloodthirst as an attack. What is my opinion on potato salad? I am a big fan of potato salad. Definitely one of the best ways to eat both potato and salad. Yeah, without a doubt, potato salad is a cracking thing to eat. Right, cream egg. First of all, take the top off. But now I'm left with the creamy interior that requires me to get my tongue involved. Hang on. I've been trapped. I've been trapped. That was a good cream egg. LTK, why did you join now? At the sexiest part of the stream. Well, you could have joined when I was talking about my pajama trousers. You could have joined when I was talking about PvP. No, you had to join at the exact moment I started eating out a cream egg. That was welcome to my TED Talk. That's what that was. Oh, that was great. I had a good time there. You know what? 9 out of 10. I'm going to go back to the crisps. No? You could have joined at any other time. Ladies and gentlemen, LTK is another streamer. I met her at the Jagex RuneScape event. Lovely person. So, if I'm not streaming, I'm not going to say go and watch her. You should be crying about missing me. But if there is that option, there is also there. Is this a mukbang? No. No, it's not. It's not a mukbang. This is World of Warcraft. Focus. Serious stream. Everyone, calm down. Calm down and focus. Beacon is still talking about PvP. Oh god, he's touching his mouse and keyboard with greasy hands. Zork wins, of course I am. Everyone knows the truth. What you do is you touch your keyboard with greasy hands, you eat your food over it, you get all the crumbs in between the keys, and then when you have your pizza, you take your keyboard, you hold it upside down, you shake it, and that's gamer seasoning right there. That puts all the little crunch, all the little flavor. That's what makes your pizza taste of ram. I'm sorry that I've invented gamer seasoning. But sometimes you have the little crunch and you're like, ooh, that's a little bit of sand from when I went to the beach. You take another crunch, you're like, ooh, yum, that's a nail. Ooh, fantastic, that's a bit of dried skin flake. Oh, that was a bit of pasta that I had from that pasta I bought from Tesco's. You throw up in your mouth a little bit. That's what gamer seasoning kind of tastes like. They hated Jesus for he told them the truth. And if you have a beard, a couple of small hairs as well. Patent it. That's my gamer subs flavor. Gamer seasoning. Just everything you've got on your keyboard for the last 6 months. Thank you, Josh. I was eating. Was. You're welcome. This is now a... this is an assistance weight loss stream. Because when you'll be here, you do not want to eat anymore. Gamer flakes. Josh, are you doing to start bagging gamer seasoning and sell like Delphine did with gamer water? I could do that. We could start selling gamer seasoning. Lord Vile Tongue over there. God, I bet he can eat out a cream egg. Bet he's fantastic at it. Why is your stream quality location locked? Because if the quality was any higher, the stream would be too good. And I fear that people would have no reason to watch any other streams. I've got to give the rest of Twitch a chance. So what I sometimes do is make my stream worse on purpose. They're all welcome. You'd be able to see the keyboard crust in HD. I'm pretty sure the plastic of the keyboard itself deteriorated many years ago. Now it's just held together by congealed skin. I'm pretty sure a demon of Nurgle once walked into my room and went, "That's a bit much. That's a little bit too much. You should stop." Right, well, the boss is here. Let's go. Here we go. Come hither, boss. Let me do some damage. The gamer gunk. Yeah, you've all cleaned out your mouse or your keyboard occasionally, and you've been like, what is this weird gamer gunk? That's past you. That's your old weaknesses. How's everyone doing? I thought I should just check in, like, because for some reason the viewer count's gone up, and I don't like that. I don't like what that implies. I definitely don't like... Ooh, hang on. Infernal Trickster Leggings. 30% chance to drop mail armor, agility, and intellect. That is just straight up a really good hunter item. I don't like the fact that they look cool as well, but that is a hunter item. Go for it. And the diamond! Hey, we got the diamond! It means the stream is going well. I don't like that. It's the egg talking. It's the egg had a good time. The egg very much enjoyed being swallowed right there. The egg enjoyed the tongue action. PM says went for a hike in the middle of the rant, got back in the middle of a rant. This Twitch stream is just me complaining about my very, very, very comfortable life for a long time. That's all it is. And talking about how to, you know, professionally eat cream eggs. Fallout Camera Mouse says the egg was having a blast. I mean, the egg got blasted. Without a doubt. The hit rating makes it strong for me too. I don't need it. I've inspired you to eat a cream egg yourself. See? Spreading the joy. Spreading the love. Spreading something. This was all going really well until LTK got here. I kind of blame you at this point. What flavour crisps is that? Chive and onion. I'm very middle class. Just so incredibly middle class. We had Sebi here earlier, LTK's got here now. These streams go really well until other streamers get here. I think you guys ruin it. That's what it is. How am I doing today? Agrippa, I was doing fine until other people got here. I'm sorry I can't help it. Yes, you can. You absolutely can. Have you bought any more Lord of the Rings Warhammer? Okay, EDM says, had to answer a customer, took a while to come back. No idea what you mean with weirdly hostile. Nothing I've said was meant with hostile. Oh, you guys are having like your own little mini argument. Okay, you guys are having like a little mini argument within the chat. That's fine. If you guys want to have your little mini fights within the chat, that's totally okay. I will inform you guys that there is no point ever trying to argue with someone online because they just straight up won't agree. Do you need to go and get the belt? Red Sky, hey, you ask them first. As long as it's consensual, you go for it. That's an internal union matter. That's a straight up... Yeah, you guys can deal with that. That's an internal matter. I don't need to be involved. Did I get a good necklace that I could have just used? It was better. I might have some actual items that are better than what I'm using. I'll have to check in a moment. Now, I know that if I was smart, I would be using my other attacks. I'm also dead. So... I don't quite know what happened there. Oh, get away from... Hang on, Josh can save us with his sacrifice. Get away from the slime. Thank you. Right. Oh, I'm being resurrected. Thank you. Cool. Do you just not want to go near the slime ever? Is this like a thing you stay away from? Melee, don't touch these mobs. Well, now I know. I've learned that now. That was a learning experience. What if instead I just... What if I hit them just a little bit? As a treat. Oh my god! That did 205 damage to me. What? That was insane. Goodness gracious. Hitting the slime hurts you. Do not pound the slime. Well, I mean, obviously have a conversation with people involved, but in general, don't. That was a big counter. I didn't see it. Can you show it again? No. That was straight up insane in some kind of membrane. Am I going to let that stop me? Matey, absolutely not. Well, I enjoyed being dead for a bit, and now it's time to put the old... Ooh, hang on. I can put the sharpening stone on the Sword of Serenity, because that's not got the icy weapon effect anymore. That was great. Clip channel about to upload a title, Josh creams a egg, then dies. A life well lived. Right, Cavern Lurker. God, me in another life. Can I go into the... Can I attack this guy? I just 69'd the Cavern Lurker. He should be so lucky. Hell of a way to go out. Absolutely. Let's go around the next pack of slimes. Alright. So we just kind of... No, Kalatek has stealth passed, I believe. This was going so well until, honestly, the stream started. Like, I feel that the day was good right up until I clicked go live. It's been downhill pretty substantially since there. Poison Falls. Welcome to Miyazaki's level. This is a river of gamer subs right here. You should slurp from it. Reb, I apologize for tuning in. Reb, you can leave now and save yourself, to be honest. It's all gone downhill from here. It's all going Pete Tong, as they say. You feel like a good day is wasted every time... Yes, every time the stream turns on, the day gets a little bit worse. But it's this... Let's be real, guys. It's this or focus on your work, and you know you're not going to do that. Right, time to jump. Where are we jumping? What are we doing? Straight over? Okay. Thought maybe we had to land somewhere specific. Oh, no, that's under the water. There we go, we're all here still. There is... Oh, this is a bloody long dungeon, isn't it? What's my favourite flavour of gamer subs? I like to combine them all into a drink I just call the flavour. Hang on, did you just say H-woman? Look there. Woman. Sister of Celebrian. I can't fix her. She can probably make me worse. I'm waiting for somebody to attack something. This way, Hope. Okay. We are being led through here. It's a union of flavors. We should just make a Gamer Subs flavor called the Union, and it's just like the top 10 flavors that they've already got mixed together. You did all of Mara and it took you hours. Then I found out it's meant to be done in 3 separate parts. No, I'll do it all together. I will absolutely do it all together. No 3 separate parts for me. We do the whole thing or we do nothing. Alright, I don't do things by halves. I don't half-ass anything. I whole-ass everything. don't be bringing that half-ass focus. Focus on the whole ass or do nothing. I've got your respect. Thank you very much, Silverlight. I appreciate that. We are slowly but surely gathering the items required. These slimes. Oh god, yeah, we don't touch these slimes. I'm an entirely... They drop a toxic cloud when they die. Same. Okay, so do we want to, like, avoid them? Instead kill this thing? I'm going to try and kill the Barb Lasher thing instead. So, Toxic Cloud, get away from the slimes. Gotcha. Do we want to be, like, not near the slimes when they die? Watching you play WoW makes me want to try it, and it feels like an unwise decision to make. Many people who have known me have done unwise things. And they've only regretted a few of them. Right, so we don't, Oh, a broken weapon you dropped. I will take that. I mean, when I hung out with LTK, I made her buy some Warhammer. That was an unwise choice. That's a life-ruining decision right there. Watching you play WoW reminds me why I liked it in the first place, and that's a welcome refresh. What, the fact that we've just got 5 people doing a dungeon together. Just being silly. Just guys being dudes. Just guys hanging out. You wish you had the money to afford a crippling magic and Warhammer addiction. Crafted Robot, honestly, anyone worth playing magic against will have cards they can happily lend you. And anyone worth playing Warhammer against will have models they can lend you if they do have spare. You can also just buy like cheap toy soldiers and say, hey, can I run these as Warhammer? And people will say yes. If you don't have the money to get what you want right now, find a way to make what you have work, and the people that want to bring you into the hobby will try and support that as best they can. If you can get a printer and you can just... I know that obviously just saying, oh, just get a printer sounds easy because it still costs money. But if you can get a printer and just print off fake magic cards, stick them in a sleeve and play them, that will work. You want to use Lego? I've known people just use those green army men toys. And that's a cool thing to do. If you want to use those, you use those. Green army men toys will work absolutely fine for like Imperial Guard or Space Marines. Go to the library, use their stuff, that works as well. There are choices. Most people who play Magic, at least to a kind of a hobby degree, will have multiple decks and they will be super happy to lend you any of them. I'm trying, guys, to do as much damage as I can here, but there's like a lot of slimes. Kalatek just said, plunge into the slimed crevasse. You know what, Kalatek? That chat-up line would work on me. I'd say, you know what? This doesn't just sound fun. This sounds like a challenge. Alright? PvP, you say? Alright, we all good? We're all good. Let's keep it going. This place is huge. You were at a friendly local gaming store. There was a kid whose family had not much money. Used the green man. Yeah, hey, if you want to use green soldiers for Imperial Guard, you go for it. Reality, I am following you. We're all here. There's Hope Grey. You are colorblind. Red and green are your enemies. How would you know? Maybe they are just one color and we're all just fucking with you. Like maybe we all collectively thought it'd be really funny to agree what is and isn't red and green. Just to annoy you specifically. I could see us all doing that. Must be awkward at traffic lights. It's always a gamble. He just goes through. Just got a scum-covered bag. Do you guys want a scum-covered bag? What's inside it? Oh, scum. The principal is bullying the students. This is not bullying. This is educational reform. It's fine. Are we winning, Josh? Maria, yes, actually. I would say we are winning currently. The S is silent. I see. Why do I stand in the slime poison? Increases DPS. Focus the lashes. They stun. Right. Focusing the lashes it is. Hang on. Alarm just went off. You wanna take your time? That's fine. Kalatek, are you... When you say... one sec while I go look at the chicken. Lol. Alright, Kalatek is currently burning their food right now. Straight up actually burning their food. And we are going to try and kill the barbed lashes while annoyingly being stunned. Doing as much damage as we can to these guys. And thankfully, so far, nobody's dead, which is great. Alright, Barb Lasher, you come here, my friend. You are the one that I want to do damage to. At least he has got chicken. Leroy Jenkins, what a legend. What a moment in WoW history. Well, the lash is going down, the vine's almost dead, which is great. And my skill in swords has increased. Check me out. Do you remember the good old days when I made Neverwinter MMO guides? I do miss playing Neverwinter, don't get me wrong. I think it's changed too much from what I knew it as. Oh, hang on, no, not that. It changed too much from what I knew it as, but I definitely do enjoy the memories of Neverwinter. Hiding from your wife and kids on the toilet, watching you, Josh, that always makes my day. Thanks, Arnold the Barbarian. I don't know how to feel about that. Arnold, do we need to have a chat? Do we need to talk about the fact that you could instead all just be watching me? That would increase the viewership. Your wife's got a phone. Download Twitch on her phone too. That way, when she is watching me later, she can be like, hey Josh, just hiding from my husband and kids on the toilet watching you. How old's the kid? Have they got a phone? That's 2 extra viewers right there, Arnold. You're not thinking this through. Make it a family event. Put me on the big TV. That's what we could have done. Family time, just sitting down watching me play WoW. Teaching you things. Lessons. True. True. See, this is marketing right there, guys. I just full on marketed. Skin got a bit charred, the rest of them look lovely, so they're on the stove now, cooling down. So, Kylek is giving us a play-by-play of their cooking while we do the dungeon. And honestly, I'm here for it. Right, we probably don't want to be standing in the middle of the DPS or the damage. So I'm going to try and get away from this. I'm also not going to go close to the other constrictor vines, which could be a real problem. Do we want to pull the enemies away from where we currently are? Just out of curiosity. And you're saying it's marinated in a ready satchel called Smoky. It smells heavenly. I'm just glad you're having a good time, to be honest. I'm just glad you're all enjoying it. What if my TV doesn't have a Twitch app? I can't solve everyone's problems, okay? Play it on your phone, simulcast it to the TV. You completely went past my warrior while I was clearing some of my backlog. Sorry. Blood-woven Mask of the Owl. That's a cool looking mask. Just a straight up red mask. Intellect and spirit, I do not need that. Your health bar is ping-ponging up and down so much. I'm not even looking at it. Sounds like a healer problem. You came here to have your stuff solved. Guess you'll settle for being entertained. Alright, I can solve problems. What's the problem? What's everyone's problem? Tell me your problems. I'll solve them right now. I also can put my sharpening stone onto the Vanquisher's sword. What's up? What do you need? Why do I despise intellect? It's just my... That's my rebellion against the education system coming back out. I'm sorry. Ella says you're feeling anxious. There was a Tom Cardy song for that called Why Am I Anxious? Give that a listen. You'll understand, then you'll learn. Alright? Pay attention. Josh, my son won't play World of Warcraft with me. He's 2. What do I do? Weaken Wither. At that point, you've just got to have another kid. Alright? Maybe give your son a chance, and he might be good at mining in RuneScape. Maybe he's going to be a really good negotiator in EVE. Maybe he's just going to be fantastic at Nintendogs. Who knows? At that point, just have another son. If, after 4 or 5 years, the kid is still not showing any promise in any video game, at that point, you kind of got to consider giving them up for adoption. Your kid retired from WoW at age 3. 7, was he that good? Yeah, he could be a green dragon farmer in RuneScape. That could happen. I'm glad that I'm here to offer advice to people. The Furious Falchion of the Bear. Ooh. Stamina and strength. I don't need that. I need the blue weapons. Maybe your kid will one day get Thunder Fury. Maybe he won't. Maybe he's a slow starter. And you know what? If your kid shows no aptitude for any kind of gaming and is unable to comprehend mechanics and is unable to understand what to do and is completely unable to connect with other players in any way, then, you know, he can just do PvP. Josh, do you have a carrot in your inventory? Yes, that's the carrot on a stick item. It's a trinket. I suppose I could always equip the trinket onto the trinket slot. There we go. What if they like sports? The sports ball? Oh, then they can teach you how to be cool, ultimately. Yeah, the carrot's in my trinket slot now. It's a carrot on a stick. And what it does is increases mount speed by 3%. Which sports ball is the best? I just hope they all have a good time. You know, at that point, as long as everyone's having fun. Have you noticed the trinket slots are actually earrings, so now you have a carrot hanging from your ear? I don't believe you, but I will zoom in and have a look. You lied to me. Why would you lie to me? I cannot believe you would do that. Straight up lies. Unless it actually is there and I can't see it currently in the battle because I've got my helmet. Trinkets don't show up. They're meant to the character background icon on your screen. What am I... Do you mean that bit there? No, they don't. You're all lying to me. You're all making me feel foolish. Like if I unequip it, then I equip it, where you put icons. Icons? The background, if you don't, the background for the slot is an ear. Right, okay, gotcha, I see. I see what you mean. It looks like an earring. Gotcha, the paper doll looks like an earring of it. I see, right, oh, yeah, cool. I'll save that laugh for later. I thought it was another body part. I thought, honestly, I just shoved a carrot up my arse and that makes the horse go faster. Which, to be honest, I was kind of on board with. I thought that was the true secret. You just started watching my The Dark Side of WoW community as a Wowhead guide writer and YouTube guide writer. It makes me happy to see you avoiding guides on your first playthrough. Thank you very much for writing guides on WoW. You have allowed many people to work out what the hell they're meant to be doing, and I'm sure in the future you'll help me out as well. But thank you. Jody, I'm trying to make sure that I crowdsource as much as I can. What it ultimately is I ask people what to do and then they go and read Wowhead. Oh, are you going to critique WoW? I am. I decided that WoW had had it too good for too long. I'm kidding. I realized that Blizzard was a small indie company and needed all the help it can get. And so I like to do a bit of charity work every now and again by just casting my professional eye over, you know, the smaller games. And just really bringing them the attention they deserve. I'm just quite compassionate. Yeah. That's what it is. I'm very player focused. 90% of WoW players also talk about how they could go back. Yes, absolutely. People that tell you to use a guide are the same people that tell you they wish they could play the game without knowing what to do. They wish they could get the wonder back. That's what they often say. Patrol behind us, guys. I think we're okay. Alright, cool, we're all good. Oh, a boss. Razor Lash. What do you drop? Alright, let me just see what Razor Lash drops, if anything. Oh my god, is that the second boss? Good lord. Right, they drop shoulders, which are actually quite a lot better than Herod's shoulders. They also look kind of cool. Vine Rot sandals. Legs, leather, stamina, intellect, nature, resistance. And a girdle, which is not very good. Okay, nothing for me. Fingers crossed for the boots. Plus 16 agility shoulders, apparently. Level 45 is when I get my next stuff. Welcome to Mara Udon. Wait, he's level 42. I am indeed. You all made him get Atlas loot. I got Atlas loot myself. Right, let's do some damage, shall we? Time to do some damage. Time to use my Sunder Armor ability. Should I be using Sunder Armor, or should somebody else be using whatever they're using? The Brussel Hide Leggings. Right, what have we got? 130 armor, terrible. Stamina, intellect, nature, resistance. Pfft. Who needs intellect? Me no need to be smart to do good bonk. Sunder is good in this group, then I will continue to sunder. My entire job is sundering armor, then I will continue to sunder. Use sunder on bosses. Got it. Yeah. Hit hard, not smart. Do not need be smart to hit hard. Apollo's doing a guard. More guarding is happening. You guarding me, boy? What you seen? What you seen? Little Timmy fell down the well? Apollo. You're okay. Probably a dog walking past. Is the dog tanking? He would tank whatever he needed to make sure I was safe. Wouldn't you, boy? Now, let me just pay attention, Apollo, because I've got to... Father needs to sunder. Let me just do some stuff. There we go. After doing one more damagey thing. Some more spinning. Bonk stronk must happen. Good damage needed. Needed for big bonk. That's a lot of wood. God damn, that was too much wood. Almost. Let's try and weaken everything. Oh, that was great. Good job, guys. Very good job. We almost died, but we didn't. We are fine. We are straight up fine, guys. Now I've got to kill this Dryad, who I am missing most of the attacks on because you are level 45. Right. Hey Josh, been loving your WoW content. I'm interested in picking up the game, but my last experience was when TBC was new in retail and I'm at a loss. What is the deal with Classic Anniversary? Classic Anniversary is World of Warcraft vanilla as if it has just had the Burning Crusade expansion added to it. So imagine vanilla releasing, and then imagine the Burning Crusade releasing. That's what this is. The Burning Crusade is the only expansion this has access to. Will it get Wrath of the Lich King in the future? We don't know. This is the Burning Crusade again, so if that's the experience you've got, that's the thing you're going to recognize. Maraudon is good experience so far. I like this. I like this a lot. They've also had a sped up timeline, so it's a shorter experience. That is possibly true. I think so. Right, don't pull all 3 lashes. We cannot heal all 3 lashes. But if we pull 2 of them, we should be able to just focus down 1 of them. Trying to, right now, heal our way through doing damage to 2 of these guys. Can you skip expansions then? How does that affect leveling? So, if you're playing WoW Retail, which is the most up-to-date version, you do not need to play through every expansion. You effectively, the game is designed to get people to the latest expansion as soon as possible. / cast Prayer of the King. How does that work? Oh, I've yawed. This is a bloody long dungeon. If you wanted to try out the anniversary server, would you feel rushed since you're a couple of months late? The Burning Crusade released a couple of weeks ago. I'm nowhere near the expansion. Be as rushed as you want to be rushed, to be honest. If you want to feel that you have to get to the end, you're going to push yourself. If you don't care about getting to the end, you're going to find other people that don't care about it. Just chill. Play the game. Do a bit of a chill. Get like, 1 or 2 bits. Don't worry about min-maxing. Play the game. Have a good time with it. Ooh, it's gone cold all of a sudden. I might need to put my jumper back on. Yeah, I'm going to. I'm gonna treat myself. That's my jumper. That's in the other room. Alright, I've got my jumper. Oh, there's a battle going on. Goodness me. Hang on. Hang on a tick. Let me save you guys before I put my jumper back on. Goodness, I can't leave you alone, can I? Can't take you anywhere. Let's try and get rid of this guy first. Right, let me get dressed at the same time. Hang on. There's... Oh, it's all going. It's all happening. It's all happening in Mara Udon Caverns. Ugh. Press some buttons on the keyboard. Do the maximum to show that you're doing the minimum. Oh, there we go. That was all me, baby. But you guys are glad I'm here. I am currently constricted. Okay, there we go. Right, I'm ready. Why not using execute? You don't need to, David. You don't need to. You want to use bloodthirst, then you want to use sunder. Execute, it's okay. I think it's overrated, to be honest. I think it's really overrated. It's not actually... I don't think any endgame warriors actually use execute. What was that? God damn. Hope Grey, what are you doing? What are we doing? Are we pulling all the lava together, are we? For a big whirlwind? Oh, I see. Just lots of AoE. Oh, that's a lot of... Goodness me. Okay, we want to stay away from this nature damage. God damn. This place hurts. The troll radiates from this man. I'm not trolling, I'm just being genuine, you know? Just being real. Just keeping it real. How do you feel about an MMORPG which is just like WoW, but it baits streamers whose names rhyme with sways into making 7-minute YouTube videos explaining why the chatter has no idea what they're getting into? Perfect. Ideal game. Absolutely perfect in every way. Apollo, he barked at everything and then ran away. That's just who he is. Right, time to kill some of these guys. You know, the experience here is good, I'll give you that. The experience is excellent. How has the toxicity been in chat since people have started filtering in from work? I would say fine, to be honest. I think the toxicity in this chat is kind of fine when it's not Saturday and Sunday. Saturday and Sunday is a real problem because you just get the weekend warriors. Right, let's kill this guy, Noxion. What does he drop? What does this dude give me that I want? Oh, he becomes small. And then becomes big again. I see what's going on here. Hopefully Josh's braces drop. Oh, does this guy give me something I want? That'd be lovely. Keep Hope Grey alive, guys. Keep Hope Grey alive. We are definitely doing the more complicated fights now. This is lovely. Love this for us. Come on, Noxion. Give me something nice and big. Give me your braces. The Noxious Shooter. My other stage name. It's a pretty good wand, though. How does it look? Yeah. And, oh, the Celebrian Rod. Fantastic, we got both. Not bothered about the Noxious Shooter. Now we go make the Scepter. Beautiful. We are indeed in the dungeon of Mara Udon. Which is how it's spelt. Now, guys, I may have pulled these lava things to us. I think that was my fault, but I'm going to blame the hunter. Lodestone Necklace of the Gorilla. Intellect and Strength. Ah, my current one's got stamina and strength. I don't think I want that. I mean, I'll greed it because I'm greedy, but I'm not going to wear it. So I've collected both the bits of this staff thing. The Celebrian Rod and the Celebrian Diamond. And now I need to go and make that. And that's going to allow me to immediately head to the boss quicker. Does Josh have a favourite class yet? I always loved drama. That was always my favourite. So for future runs, yes. So for future runs, we just use the rod to jump straight to the end boss. Is that quite good experience? Like, if you can just keep killing the end bosses. Or is it better to just do the trash mob runs constantly? It's okay. Can you get some good drops? It's for the loot. End bosses got some good loot. Okay, so we want to keep grinding the end bosses to get the loot. And then we probably want to keep grinding Zul'Farak for a little bit to try and get those 1% drop chance swords. 1% sounds low, but I'm a RuneScape player, so 1% sounds pretty high. You tell me there's a 1% chance something's going to drop, I'm like, that's basically guaranteed in like 3 kills. Every drop is 50-50. It either does or doesn't drop. 1 in 100 just one day's work, yeah. I can do that. We're waiting for MZ. Hang on. You also don't go to the final boss, you just kind of get close. There we go. Oh, hang on, this way. I was checking that we're all still together on good. Hang on. That was Kai, that was an excellent sap. Good sapping right there. That was a good distraction. That was a professional rogue. I could never do that. Could not be me. That's why you bring a rogue. Oh, hang on. Enemies over here. Rogue might be your favorite class. I like rogue, but I enjoy the gameplay of warrior more. I think I'm definitely feeling the warrior, though. This is the one that's going to get all the way. I'm going to get the big, badass warrior armor with this dude. I might play a paladin at some point in the future. I'm definitely going to play a Death Knight when they get released. If they get released. I know that I'm talking as if Wrath of the Lich King is going to happen, but, like, we don't know. I would hope it does. They would be a fool if they didn't. I've got a combat rogue. My combat rogue was fun. Right, we kill this guy, and this guy makes the scepter for us, does he? Excellent. Can do. Ready when you are. R for ready. MZ's ready as well. He's baiting with his Wrath launch thing, isn't he? I don't know if it's going to happen. I genuinely don't know. Oh, did they say it will go up to Wrath of the Lich King? Oh, cool. Okay. You got to type R when you are ready. R for let's go. You have his rod and now you must kill him. My warrior looks very cool at the moment. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Alright, are we focusing down this dude first? Seems that we are. I'm going to sunder this guy. Get sundered, nerd. We're going to stack up these sunders. He's not going to know what happened. So much bloody sunder onto this dude. Straight down he goes. Oh, beautiful, everyone. The Grove Keeper's Drape. Interesting. We've got agility and stamina. What's my current one? My current one is stamina and spirit. That does give me just... that's agility. That would help. It's more armor. The important question is, how does it look? Oh, looks lame. I don't need that. I'm going to pass on that. What a silly thing. Agility is huge for you. Yeah, but it's green. MZ, in the name of fashion. I challenge you to a duel of rolling dice. Oh, nope. Kalatek's gone straight away for it. Oh, 29 to 98. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Kai gets it. You can hide your cape so it doesn't show. Yeah, I wouldn't want to, though. I've got red and gold right now. Red and gold, red and gold, red and gold, red and gold, red and black. I look awesome. Alright? I took a long time cultivating this look. And look what we've got in the inventory. We've even got the big bad pauldrons ready to go for it. We've got some new black and red gloves as well. We've got some really cool stuff ready to go. Like, I am so ready. We've even got a badass hammer for the whole thing. Like, fashion is prepared. I am straight up prepared, fashion-wise. Okay, this dude is going to make my Celebrian rod better. Can I give you my best evil laugh and cackle? No. You have to pay for that. and this allows us to fix the scepter. Do I have to talk to him now, specifically? Like, I've got the scepter. Yo. Oh, there we go. Oh, I see what happens. And now do I speak to him again? Please do as I instruct you. I will. Tell me what to do. You know, if a centaur and a minotaur had a child, they could produce a human child that's entirely horse. It's a strange thing to think about, but they could. Like, imagine if a centaur and a minotaur had a child, and it ended up inheriting the bottom half of the horse from the centaur father or mother, and the top half of the kind of beast from the minotaur, but the human level intelligence of both. What you would then end up with is a thing that looked like a horse that was just straight up a normal guy. That would be a really good rogue character in D&D. You wouldn't be able to tell. But they would still be able to talk to you. You will save that topic for your date tomorrow. Bring it up. I want to know what happens. Right. I've got the magical stick. Where is it? Hang on, he gave me a magical stick. The Scepter of Celebras. Cool. Creates a portal and does a thing. Teleports the group to the Earthsong Falls. Cool. So we can just keep using that. Right, so how do we do this? This is the last part of the dungeon. This was really short. What are you guys on about? 2 hours. This is super easy. Let's be real. This is the start. Oh. Okay. Oh, this is cool. Underwater staff. Cool. Okay, so the next time we go, the scepter teleports us down here. So have we pretty much just finished Mara Udon? Was that all of it? Where's Amzi? Hold up. Oh, there she is. Right, so if we take the portal, we start here. But I've done 2/3 of it. You're just past halfway. The back end is huge. Same. Right. Okay. So this is where the scepter gets us to. Got it. Got it. Getting it. Learning. Now the problem that I'm going to have is, because I'm lower level, not going to be doing anywhere as much damage to these guys. Oh no, you've got 1 minute of ads. You can sunder all these big mobs. I will sunder all of them. Get ready for some serious sunderage. Oh, the idea was to come back and take multiple sessions to conquer. Pfft. They didn't realize how sad we were going to be. They did not realize how we would approach these things, did they? These mobs AoE silence. That's fine. I'm not going to run out of sword. They can silence all they want. Hardly going to... Oh, hang on. Let's move back, maybe. Guys, possibly. Possibly move back slightly. Oh, that's an issue. Alright. Let's gather them together. Let's do some whirlwindy stuff. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Very kind of you. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully everything is going well. We are trying not to die in the dungeon of Mara Udon. Which, you know what? It's going pretty good so far. I'm going to kill this thing first. Then this thing. Hydra incoming. Yep. Move back. Okay, cool. Hydra. You can be sundered several times over. Also shouted at and then sundered again. Visually, this is a lovely dungeon. Without a doubt. Some beautiful stuff going on here. Oh good, 2 hydras are here. Fantastic. This is what we needed. Okay, focus this one down. Now this is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them. I am trying. 1 down. I'm going to kill this thing here. Am I still interested in the lore? Yeah, sure. Type it in. I'll see what I can do. I can't promise I'll read it anytime soon, but type it in. Have I been silenced? Shouldn't have been. Moradon is a holy place to the Centaur. It's the tomb of Zaytir, keeper of the grove and the son of Cenarius, and the house of Princess Thuridus, an earth elemental. Zaytir rejected his keeper's heritage when he joined with the princess of the chaotic earth elementals, Thedras. Their unholy union gave birth to the misshapen and cursed centaur, who promptly slew their father for his part in their misbegotten creation. Right, so it's your classic, typical, famous centaur, evil, ugly child story. Gotcha. We've all been there. We've all been there. People keep telling me to wait till I see the princess, and it's either going to be like the most attractive thing I've ever seen, or just some absolute hideous abomination. Both of them could be a yes. Like, I'm not going to say no immediately. 50-50 chance. Alright? It's a blind date. We're about to find out. You know what? I'm also close to a level. I feel that we need to do this dungeon again at some point too. To get lots of stuff. There's a 0% chance. No, we can definitely go higher than 0. The issue that I am facing right now is I'm super low level, so the enemy are parrying me so much. I think maybe doing Zul'Farak is going to be more useful than trying to do Mara Udon again. Josh, I've been a YouTube viewer for the last 8-9 years, never caught a live stream. Saw a clip where you mentioned you had a standard battery of information gathering questions when you're approached via email about games. Do you have a document with these questions in? Nope. I'd love to hear your questions. Importantly, the reason behind them, if you're willing to go in-depth sometime. Do you mean when people approach me about when they're making a game? Dylan, are you asking when someone approaches me saying, hey, I'm making a game? Specifically, I'm making an MMORPG game. Okay. The reason I have questions for this is because companies making MMORPG games need a massive amount of money. The reason they need a massive amount of money is that MMORPGs are complicated to make, and even if you do aim at making a slightly smaller game that is within kind of the scale and the scope of the team and the money that you've got, it's not going to be massive. It is very much going to be a small passion project. And if you want to make a small passion project, more power to you, go for it. Unfortunately, the MMORPG player base don't tend to support small passion projects. They want to support massive, huge, big games that they're going to be able to sink hundreds or thousands of hours into. So the small passion project focus doesn't really scratch that itch. So when people say, I'm making an MMORPG, the first question I ask is, have you made a game before? And the vast majority of people say, no. Then I say, do you have a lot of funding behind you? And they say, no. And I say, what do you have? And they say, well, I have an idea. I'm like, okay, cool. Everyone has an idea. Everyone is the ideas guy in any kind of creative industry. What do you have? Do you have a load of money behind you? Do you have a server infrastructure? Do you have a unique amount of developers? Do you have a franchise? Do you have a backup plan if this doesn't work? Do you have any kind of body of work that we can look at before that's going to give you good standing within the industry? Because if you don't have hope, if you just have hopes and dreams, I don't want to be involved in them. Step one to making $1 million with an MMORPG is to start with 10 million. If you want to just idea max, that's fine, but I've got a limited amount of time in my day, and unfortunately, as great as it would be for some people's ego, I don't want to spend the limited time that I've got waxing poetical with people about their ideal MMORPG that they're never going to make. So whenever I ask business questions, I expect business answers. When someone comes to me and says, we have got this, 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 and this, we're already working with this, 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 and this, we've connected to this, we've created this, we've got this as a structure, this is the idea, here's a design document, here's all the money, here's the company idea, could you please consult on this? Yep, not a problem at all, I can do some consultation. But when someone says, I've got an idea for an MMORPG, do you want to hear it? Honestly, no. Because I get that message roughly once a week. And the answer is always the same. It's going to be a full loot PvP MMORPG with a player-created and player-supported economy and AI-generated quests, and it's going to be all this, that, and the other. That's what it's going to be. And the reason that I tend to ask these questions straight away and be quite harsh is that if the questions don't stand up to my harsh kind of critique, there's no way they're going to stand up to an audience. Do not ask me to help make your MMORPG. Make it and then ask me to play it. So the question would straight away be, how much money do you have behind you? I mean, we can do these questions right now. You don't need to tell me the exact numbers, and you don't need to tell me the sources the money is coming from. Just give me a general kind of ballpark figure. Because anything under $1 million is straight away going to be a no for an MMORPG. Have you made a game before? Do you have a franchise? You have an AI-generated funding streams. Well, it's a no from me. Because if you can't be bothered to create something, then you're definitely not going to make it when it comes to an MMORPG. See, the weird thing is, if you'd have just said, I have funding streams, I'd have probably been like, okay, cool, interesting. As soon as you say, I have AI-generated funding streams, then the question is, okay, so you do have to understand that the general public are going to hate this. I've had to explain to companies before that, and I've fallen down, guys, this is entirely my fault. I've had to explain to companies before. Which way do I go? Okay, Hope Grey, lead me back. AI is going to be used in a lot of stuff. That is, unfortunately, inevitable. However, consider this. Normally, on any balanced system, there will be people that love it, people that hate it, and people that do not care. You have the extremes of support either way. I love this, I hate this. And then you have the vast majority of people that do not care. Now, the reason that these systems are normally self-sustaining is the people that hate it will avoid systems that involve it on principle. And the people that love it will buy systems that involve it in principle. So you have... And AI is a bad example of this right now because I need you to understand the foundation. If you create something and you say, the thing I've created contains this, whether this is a system, a project, an ideology, a philosophy, a political structure, a certain gameplay mechanic, an artist, if you say it contains this, you will get people, Strignos says, your anti-AI rant is stupid. AI can improve games with replayability and content. The ones against AI are the vocal, ignorant minority. Strignos, just give me some time, okay? When you say to someone, it contains this, people that love it will buy it because it contains that. People that hate it will avoid it because it contains that. And the people in the middle will either buy it or not buy it based on other factors. Here's the problem with AI. People that hate AI will avoid projects and products that have it in out of principle. People that love it will not buy the things just because it has it in. They will like it, they will support the idea, they will support the product, they will support the whole thing, you know, in theory, but what they won't do is actually go and spend money to buy it. And we see this with ideologies as well. We see this with ideologies like Dustborn. There is a game called Dustborn. Dustborn is not the worst game ever made. It's not the best game ever made. It just is. It was very much marketed as containing a certain ideology. And people that hate the ideology didn't buy Dustborn, as the developers knew. But people that loved the ideology, this is where it fell down, did not go out to buy Dustborn. This is what I have to explain to companies that use AI. You are risking alienating a large portion of your audience that will not, in an equal and opposite way, be replaced by people that buy something just because AI is in it. How many AI bros out there do you think go and purchase something just because AI is involved in its creation? Numbers show not that many. Because as soon as AI is involved in that creation, that AI bro wants to do that thing themselves. Because they suddenly realize they can do it themselves. So when someone comes in and says something to me like, let me scroll back up, my anti-AI rant is stupid. AI can improve games with replayability and content. The ones against AI are the vocal, ignorant minority. Stricnos. Here's a really weird thing that might shock you a bit. Partly I do agree with you. You know? Partly I actually think that AI can, when used correctly, add a level of replayability to a game. It can adapt to a player's playstyle. It could add in a challenge that it knows the player is going to struggle with. Kind of like how Metal Gear Solid adapts to your tactics if you keep approaching a base in the same way. Okay, there is a level of personal adaptability there that could actually be really interesting to look into. It could add content by just generating lots more that you want to go through. There actually is an argument to be made there. You're not wrong. The problem is not that you're not wrong. It's that you're insufferable to deal with. It's not that people are looking at the ideas that you're bringing and saying those are inherently bad. It's that people are looking at you and saying, I don't want to deal with you. The ones against AI are not the ignorant vocal minority. They're the people that have been spoken down to by people that are fervently pro-AI. There is actually a huge amount of benefit to what you're talking about and what you're doing. It's incredible. The problem is, you're pushing people away from dealing with you, not because AI is a system they don't want to engage with, but you are a person they don't want to engage with. And if you want to get people on your side for a system, you don't call them ignorant and stupid. And it's also true the other way around. If you want to convince people that AI both does and doesn't have a place in the industry, you don't do that by making an enemy of the person. Jeff Kaplan ending his tweet with "man up" is combative. It is immediately confrontational. And I agree that all ideologies have this. All technology has this. At some point, you do need to understand that to get people on your side for any level of progress... Oh, Micah Barra, sorry, not Jeff. It's Micah Barra. Jeff Kaplan was the other one that did the cool interview. Micah Barra was the one that did the tweet, getting them confused in my mind. But whenever you've got the idea of, hey, I do or don't believe this, all right, cool. Other people are going to want to support you. That's what it is. Do you have any input on that? I'm happy to have a chat with you about that. If we start this... Yeah, apologies for getting those two mixed up. They both got kind of wow in my head. You catch more flies with honey than vinegar. And if you want people to support a process that you support, it helps if those people want to support you. Because that's how you get the evangelical supporters. That's how you get your allies. Not yeah, you know what? Stricknos, you are right. Alienating people is not the right way to approach it. So unfortunately, Strick, what happens is... And Strick, I don't know you, I don't know your life, I don't know your struggles, I mean, everyone is obviously up against something. I don't know what you do or don't value. But I'm guessing what's happened is you have seen a clip of mine where I've said something negative. You've taken that to mean that I'm 100% anti-AI, which I'm not. I'm anti-AI if it's taken away work from artists. And then you've come in here with a level of conflict that if you want to try and seek out. And I appreciate you still being here to talk to me. I genuinely do. But consider this. When you come in here defending use of AI, you are seen by this community as a champion of that process. Because as soon as someone says anything for or against, they become a de facto champion of that argument. Everyone's then focusing on you. If you come in here and accuse people of being stupid and ignorant, you are not only seen as being the champion of that process, you are seen as championing it by insulting others. And what you're then going to do is turn people against the process simply by the fact of how you've approached them. Do you understand that? To be honest, I'm kind of disappointed with you, Josh. I'm against artists that take away from AI. That's a good one. It's a way of looking at it. Because artificial intelligence is used in the YouTube algorithm. It's used all there as well. It's everything. It's already there. To hate it is understandable, but to understand it is going to be vital. You can dislike the process while still wanting to understand it. You can dislike people that like the process while still wanting to understand them. We have had artificial intelligence ingratiated and ingrained for years into systems that we've become very familiar with. What's happening now is the generative AI, which is effectively being able to replace the process of using human creation. Taking away the boring stuff is fine. Taking away the stuff that makes us human, that kind of sucks. You should have used a more intellectual way to make your point and not an emotional one. Straightnos, thank you. I appreciate that, man. But, I mean, we're all human. We all get emotional. We all get emotional with stuff. We all ultimately, want to be able to connect with other people. Can we kill these guys for experience, or what are we doing? My opinion is that it's how you're using it. Yeah, absolutely. Use it the right way, it can be fine. Use it the wrong way, it can be dangerous and damaging. It is about the connection. If AI bros wanted us to get on board about how they work, then yeah, show us what it can do. Here's an interesting one. Show us what AI can do to allow humans to spend more time creating art and less time working, instead of showing us how AI can allow us to spend more time working and create the art that we were going to create for us. That sucks. If you want to say, hey, this artificial intelligence can take a load of time away from you filing your taxes so you can go and paint a picture, that sounds fantastic. You turn around and say to me, hey, this AI will paint all the pictures you want to paint so you can spend more time filing your taxes? What? Why are you trying to get me on board with a process that is removing the things that I want to do? Use that process to take away the stuff that I don't want to do. technology is excellent when it takes away the monotony and the boringness and the technologically difficult and the dull and the mundane and automates that so I can, as a human, experience and explore what it means to be human. If you want to take away my experience and my exploration of humanity so I can just continue to be an even more efficient little worker bee, then I'm going to push back against it. I'm not against technological advancement. I'm against human regression. And companies seem to push AI as beneficial for human regression. Like, AI is used in the medical field all the time, which is excellent. Scanning X-rays to find stuff that human eyes might miss? Brilliant. Painting pictures so I don't need to? The process is the painting. And that's why I think AI bros are often the worst adverts for AI culture as a whole, because people don't understand that it is this incredible system that will allow us to, you know, automate so much of the dangerous and the mundane. But the fact that the most prominent use is not automation of the dangerous and the mundane, but instead ownership of the creative process, that sucks. That sucks so much. AI is a multifaceted thing, but unfortunately the champions for it are just insufferable. When we say an AI bro, we mean someone that comes to you and tells you that artificial intelligence is going to solve every problem in your life and also do all the work for you and take away the process of creativity, which sucks. I would like to be able to hope that technological advancement can be beneficial for humans. I think it will. I don't want to sit there and be ignorant of the process, but I will push back on the process if the process takes away my ability to be creative and explore. Do I believe we artificial and general intelligence in our lifetime? If so, how would that change my viewpoint? I honestly have no idea. It's not my area of expertise. I have no idea how fast the technology is advancing. I don't know if I would or wouldn't be able to have any valid input. I mean, I would have to double check that I even fully understand what that is. And I think that is artificial intelligence different to artificial general intelligence? Artificial intelligence, if I'm correct, is the ability to collate what already exists in a way that makes it make sense within context. Effectively taking writings that already exist, working out which words go next to each other, working out patterns, working out problems, and generally turning the process of into almost a mathematical check of what's happened before. Whereas artificial general intelligence is the ability to create what has not existed. Right, okay. General intelligence is actually creating something brand new. An idea, a uniquely, kind of, at the minute, a uniquely human process. That is... Hey Josh, look up at the sky. That is gorgeous. This whole place is lovely. I love dungeons which are outside. Right. That's the crazy one. So right now, when we say AI, what we tend to mean is a system which collates data and a system which combines what already exists. And when we say general AI, we mean a system that can create original stuff, new things. Wow. It's not outside. I thought it was. I thought we're outside right now. Seeing as there's a skybox. I'm in a complicated situation where I want to use AI for creating game assets, but you don't want to do that. You can't afford an artist. Okay, so if you want to, and this is what I would say. First of all, people hate the idea of generating anything because it uses up a ton of resources. I get that. From an artistic point of view, if you are creating something, let's say a video game or a board game, and you want to put placeholder assets within that game or that project just for you, purely as an inspirational idea, then you don't necessarily need to AI generate a picture. You can just find a picture that already exists, stick it in as a placeholder asset, and then by the time you release everything, replace those. Using placeholder assets as part of the creator. I do it when I'm creating board games and card games. Like, I don't want to look at a boring blank card that just has the title of the card on it. It helps my creative juices to flow if I can look at a picture on the card that in some way represents what I'm meant to be looking at. But you don't need to generate an AI image of that. You can just use, oh, that's who she is. I see who I'm looking at now. Yeah, I'm not going to do any damage to her at all. I mean, bear in mind that using placeholder assets, you are promising that you will replace those. Josh, I disagree with you regarding creativity, okay? AI creativity is combining existing things. The only difference is how basic or complex the composition ideas are. You weren't disagreeing with me on that. That's exactly what I was saying. I was saying that creativity, AI as we have it now, is about taking what already exists and combining it in different ways. Whereas generative is taking what exists and adding something that doesn't to it. Oh, we said all creativity. Oh, okay, gotcha. All creativity can be about taking what exists. Ella, in that case, I mean, all creativity at some point needs a level of randomness, a level of mistake to it. And I think there was a great TED talk on this by a girl called Jess, who works in advertising. And one of her discussions is that humans are able to take mistakes that they make and find a way to make those into a creative process. I love that. I love that a lot. So part of I see why you guys all love her. 3 faces, okay. Considering. Yeah, so you can make a mistake. And you can find a way to make that mistake work into something. Now, is that a uniquely human trait? I would say there is definitely an element of humanity to the ability to take what does not work and make it work. But a lot of creativity can be combining things that exist together. Sometimes it's spontaneous creation of something new. Sometimes it is a brand new idea that you've never heard before. It can be any of these things. Using any tool that you have access to, or understanding why you have access to those tools, is also very important. Understanding the why and what tools can and can't do is also, I would say, vital. What we also have to consider is something that is often referred to as... Hang on, give me a sec to focus. Art itself can have a level of pedigree to it. We got the Bracers of the Stone Princess, increase attack power by 30, goddamn. And we've got the Charstone Dirk, restores 2 mana per 5 seconds. The Bracers of the Princess, stamina, intellect, increase attack power by 30. They, I think, are good for me. No ring, but increasing attack power by 30? I think that's better. Right, there's no strength boost, that's the only problem. I think I'm going to want to stick with the Scarlet Wrist Guards. It's a lot of attack power, though. The Warrior needs intellect. Int is not DPS maxing. Yeah, I don't need that. The Dirk, also not a thing for me. Yeah, yeah, let's do a screenshot in front of the waterfall. Oh, hello. Hello, Zetar's spirit. My friend. You gonna give me a quest? Give me your seed. I will seek out the seed of life, man. We will do this again at some point. Right, what were we talking about before this? We were talking about the prestige behind the art. There's a word, I forgot the word. It's the history of a piece of artwork. Like when you look at a picture, you're not just looking at the picture, you're looking at the history behind it as well. It's not the pedigree. There is another word for it. The history of the thing. It's the provenance. Thank you. Provenance. I completely forgot about that. It is about the provenance. So the provenance tends to be the history, the humanity, the connection, the story behind that thing. And while AI may at some point be able to produce a beautiful picture, an incredible artwork, maybe it will be able to produce something that you look at and it looks lovely. There's no doubt about that. I think that a lot of people forget that experiencing art is not always just looking at a picture. MZ, get involved. There we go. Experiencing art is sometimes understanding what that picture means, where it's been created, where it's been, where the emotion has come from, where the story is being told from. And that matters. That matters quite a lot, actually. Let me just grab a little picture with this. Hang on. Beautiful. Got it. Now, the Mando says art will have no value with AI. Some people will be impressed that a computer has made something. There is no doubt about that. Some people will be really impressed that a computer has made a picture. And the not done yet. Okay, even more. Oh, 2 more bosses. Fantastic. Give me 2 minutes to pop to the bathroom, then we carry on. And then we'll continue talking about this. Some people will be impressed that a computer can make a picture. That itself will be the provenance of that picture. But what I think a lot of AI bros tend to forget is that the story of an artwork is not simply the finished thing. The story is everything that has led up to that finished thing. That is the provenance. That is the emotional journey. Right, here's a DVD logo. Here's a timer. I'll see you guys in 5 minutes. Argue about AI while I'm gone. Alright guys, I think we're all good now. What's going on? Let me just double check. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, back. What's the plan? Do we just jump down? Where do we go? Where do we go? Let's go. Alright, we just leap all the way down. Cool. Oh, there's a hydra over there. Fantastic. So what are we talking about, guys? Under the water? Oh, we might drown. Holy heck. Oh, you're a swimming bear. I see what's going on. God damn, that thing is huge. Rot grip. Love it. Didn't do a backflip. L take. L take from everyone right there. Right, I'm trying to follow you guys before we... Oh, there we go. Okay. Now we're about to do some fighting. Let's get hacking away. Right, what were we talking about? What were we talking? We were talking about the provenance of art. That's what it was. And how I think that AI bros often forget that regular people are not that impressed by a computer being able to draw an image. I'm sure it's very impressive to some people, Now, personally, I value the provenance of a piece of artwork as the end point of a journey. As in, when you show me a piece of artwork, what I'm thinking is, the person that made this had to go through a life experience or go through a journey or an adventure to be able to get here. And that to me has a huge amount of value. Now, I'm not saying that AI does not have an interesting journey behind it. Sure it will do. The Rot Grip Mantle. Interesting. What does that look like? That looks terrible. I don't want that. Intellect and spirit, not my thing. Oh yeah, hang on. I forgot to put the camera back on. my bad. Totally forgot. Oh. Flashier says, copying thousands of images and slapping parts together is not really impressive. Technologically, I think it is. Like, I don't really care. I don't think the art necessarily has... The art doesn't move me. But I think on a technical point of view, what they've been able to create by gathering all that stuff and making a computer able to understand a level of composition kind of is. I don't like it. Right, your first character was called Rotgrip, but you didn't know Rotgrip the Gator existed. Were you a boss for a while? Yeah, like, I can appreciate the the technological complexity of what had to be done to get to the system that we have now. Absolutely. But it doesn't mean that I want to particularly champion or value what it is. The real problem is it will cause economic collapse in the next 2 years. How we feel about AI is irrelevant when not producing enough value compared to what was invested into it. I mean, this is going to probably sound quite reductive from me, but my main problem is not necessarily AI. It's how people that really, really want AI treat people that really don't. I think my main issue comes from the human side of it, and the fact that I just see people that are evangelical for one side or the other, treating people from the other side like shit. Like, you can be for a system and not want to treat people that are against that system as lesser, ignorant idiots. And you can be against a system and not want to treat people that are for it as, brainless morons. It's desire and emotion all the way down. I mean, you can be for it for one reason, you can be against it for another reason, but ultimately we have to decide what's going to be the most beneficial for humanity as a whole. AI is here to stay, whether we like it or not, because companies want to use it as an exploitative process. But a lot of sides are being really condescending toward the other. I like how Kai is still explaining their chicken process to us. I like this a lot. It's useful for data gathering. I also think I need to say something that's going to be... People are going to hate it. If you're against something, if you're for something, you're not going to want to hear this. People are against something ideologically right up until the moment that thing is beneficial to them. Then they're suddenly very okay with it. Your friends who were against exploitative AI had no problem generating a Studio Ghibli image of themselves for Facebook. The normal human being, the normal person, the normal everyman is fine being against something up until that thing looks fun. Up until that thing has a benefit, up until that thing can do something that they think will be interesting for them. That's fine. People are absolutely against massive data gathering, but they still played Pokemon Go knowing that all the images were being used for mass data gathering. I don't know if you guys saw that, but they finally actually explained it. The images taken from Pokemon Go, the pictures that you were taking on your phones and the films that you were doing to catch the Pokemon, and all the individual opening of the camera has been used to create one of the largest networks of physical images to guide delivery robots ever made. That's now been revealed. Pokemon Go was one of the largest data gathering operations in history, and it has been used to effectively train and feed a network that is going to be used for delivery. Go and Google it right now. Go and have a check. It was free work. And a lot of that stuff has been going to an agency that has been supported by a hell of a lot of stuff from various countries. Was it planned or did it get sold afterwards? It was planned from the start. The idea was originally Niantic had a different app called... What was the app that they made before? Niantic made an app before Pokemon Go. And that was called Ingress. Was it Ingress? Ingress, that was the one. And they gathered a huge amount of data with that, but it wasn't popular enough. So then they worked with Pokemon to create an incredible, massive fun game. And then they used all the images and data that was created to train something else. So everyone hates data gathering right up until it's fun to have your data gathered. And the same people that will have copy-pasted on Facebook the "I do not give Facebook permission to use any of my pictures" paragraphs, because those people are just dumb, will be the same people that have no problem playing Farmville or Pokemon Go or all that kind of stuff. They're gamified work. And now here's the thing. I'm not saying that you're wrong for playing Pokemon Go. I play Pokemon Go. It's great fun. I'm saying that if you're going to be against something on principle, you have to understand that you must continue to be against it even when it's fun. Right, Primordial Behemoth, let's go. And one of the horrible things that I think you will learn constantly is that if you want to be against something on principle, you're going to be against a lot of the stuff that you just enjoy doing in life. Alright, here we go. Let's fight this guy. If you want to be convicted against things that you don't agree with, that's fine. And I will fight for your right to be against that if you want to. And this was the point I was making a few minutes ago. Most people that you meet will be against something if it's bad, up until the point where that something is beneficial to them. Then they'll be for it. Everyone can be a hypocrite. And what's really important is this. It is possible to have principles and to be principled. And not following them to 100% doesn't make you an awful person. Like, you can want to improve things, and you can act in small ways that improve things, but just because you don't act in every possible way that could in any way improve something, does not mean that you are an awful person. Like, you can do small stuff that's beneficial without doing everything ever that could be beneficial. And what I hate is this constant purity test of, if you aren't doing everything, you may as well be doing nothing. Because that is stupid. That takes away the entire point of the human condition. That takes away the reality of life. It takes away the actual things that you're going to have to deal with. Going to the gym for 20 minutes a day is better than not going. If someone says to you, look, you either go for 8 hours a day or you don't go, you would understand how stupid and how irresponsible that would be. Sometimes doing something small is better than 100%ing something. You can want to fix the environment and own a smartphone, while understanding that the process of owning a smartphone is itself contributing to the damage of the environment. You can want to end exploitation and slavery while also buying clothes from Primark, who deal in exploitation and slavery. And people who mock you and say, oh, you want to do that, and yet you engage with parts of the system that do that, they don't want to actually help. They want to win against you. They want you to feel bad for not being as pure as they are. Any type of exercise is better than no type of exercise. Any type of education is better than no type of education. And any type of, pushback or support is better than no support. Right, we're getting a cool screenshot just here. Let's do it. Hang on. That is a cool screenshot. Right there, and I want to get it. Got it. Perfect. Exactly. People come over to me and they say, Josh, you say that you want to support these things, and yet you do this, which is connected to this, which doesn't support them. Everything is connected to everything ultimately, but doing small things that have benefit is not a bad idea. And it drains me. And I think, and this might sound condescending, if you're an adult, I think it drains you too. Have you guys ever spoken to someone who just feels like they're constantly judging you for not being as good as they are? Not being holier than thou? They're looking down their nose at you because you've said you want to do something, but oh ho ho. They do something which is a little bit better than the way you do it. And you know what? At that point, you're like, well, I was going to agree with the principle, but now I just hate you as a person.
Not enough rage.
And that's what, I mean, this whole thing loops back to generally wanting to be supportive. If you want someone to go against your entire movement, mock them for not doing the entire movement. If you want someone to push back against everything you stand in, make them feel bad for not doing the small things that you think are important. If you want someone to slowly come onto your side and support what you are doing, praise them for the small things that they do. Because you know what? Someone being 10% with you is better than them being 100% against you. Activism and being on top of issues is something you cannot avoid. Even with professional help, trying to be a hero and save the world, it's that important to you. You won't save the world. You cannot save the world. You can become part of a process or a system or a group of people that do. But ultimately, a lot of saving the world is about getting people on board. Most people don't want to win allies, they want to make themselves feel good and feed their own ego. I agree. And I've been guilty of that as well. We've all felt the pull of, I could get this person on my side, but that feels like I'm taking an ego loss. That feels like I'm, prostrating myself on the altar of life. It feels like I've got to embarrass myself, like I've lost this argument. I know it's beneficial in the long run, but my ego doesn't want me to do it. And therefore you get people that are never willing to admit they're wrong, even if that would be beneficial in the long run. Oh. And therein lies the human condition. I think we all have to at some point contend with the fact that we are not as selfless and as perfect as we would like to think. And I think one of the irritating things about me of dealing with any level of ideology is if someone comes up to me with a certain ideology and they say, hey, I think this, and I go, hey, I agree with you. Then they'll say, hey, I think this, and I'm like, I agree with that too. Then they'll say, hey, I think this, and I'll be like, I disagree with that. And then they'll be like, oh, so you hate me. You hate me and disagree with everything and you're now the enemy. I'm like, no. I actually agree with more than I disagree.
You are too kind.
But if my options are agree with everything you ever think and say, or be your enemy, I'm not going to agree with everything you ever think and say. And from what I've found, the people that are the most polite and interesting to be around are those who understand that I'm not going to agree with everything you do 100%. Not even talking about politics at this point. Just talking about general kind of human interaction and connection. This is why I tended to push back from activism at university, because I had friends that would invite me to activism groups, and those groups always ended up in infighting and purity tests that shrunk into smaller and smaller focused in-groups of people who just proved they were more and more pious than thou. And honestly, at that point, it was just bloody exhausting. Right, there was a little boss dude down here. Sup? Everyone thinks they're an above-average driver. Everyone thinks they're better than somebody else. That's just groups in general. Yeah, it is. Groups in general are like, well, now I'm going to say this because this proves that I'm better than you. Thou can be you. Yes. Yes, it can. I think it's one of the reasons that... Okay, well, MZ has just done what we like to call a hunter move and pulled everything. Kathy found friends. Yes, mega shot rifle. Is that the rifle we needed? 32% drop chance. And Hope Grey is dead. I don't think I need that. Improves hit rating by 5. Yeah, I don't need that. I have no idea why Catty ended up over there. So what have we learned? I clicked for them to hit the goblin. That's okay. What's happened? That was a classic hunter wipe right there. Have we been raided by a party of 4? We have indeed. Max, welcome on in. You got an air quality monitor, and turns out you were stewing in dangerous levels of CO2. Well, congratulations for getting that. Right. That's a good warrior rogue gun. Well, you can have it. MZ wiped us and then her weapon dropped. Classic hunter move. Catty went to attack somebody else. Classic hunters. I don't even use guns. You do now. Love to have a well-timed raid into a wipe. I'm so confused though. The dinos weren't in line of sight. They saw Catty during the fight. Okay, maybe bug. No, just hunter. That's how it happens. It's all good. It's okay. We forgive you. Josh, stop sassing me. We forgive you. It's okay. We understand that sometimes... Oh, enemy. Patrol. Was that the final boss? Was that the final boss? Okay. Anyone okay with ZF? Really want to get those two cool swords. I want to try the 1%. I'm just too low level for this. Right, we'll find a group to do Zul'Farak. Okay, I am going to hearth out. Okay, I'll hearth out. Thank you for the party, guys. It's been great so far. We're going to get the sexy drops from Zul'Farak. The tank sword dropped for you 3 times. It's a 1% drop chance. It's insane that you got it 3 times. Nobody should get that many times. Right, so if you are leaving, then leaving. Ferality is off. That is a Night Elf Druid gone. Who is staying? Who's staying for the ZF runs? Because we have a few people that want to DPS. I take a break also for now. MZ is staying. Okay, Hope Grey was... Right, so we need a tank and a healer. Right. No, tank and healer's good. Right, needs a tank, needs a healer. Tank and heals for ZF. Callie is a rogue, MZ is a hunter. I can't tank it. I'm a DPS as well. Tank and howls. Heals. Anyone can tank or heal Zul'Farak, let me know. I've got some quests to hand in, I think. Let me double check. Right, where's the quests from Moradon? Complete and complete. Desolace. Excellent. Halo can tank. Beautiful. And I'll go and get the... I'll go hand in my quest in Desolace. Right, Halo Crash is level 47. Now we just need a healer. The swords combined looked very cool, so I kind of want those. Right, off to Desolace. You.
Welcome.
Fly me to Desolace, please. Let's go. Is anyone able to heal? That's the question. Josh, in one of your YouTube clips, you mentioned Requiem of a Dream, and the clip cut saying you would love to hear more about your thoughts on the movie. I think Requiem for a Dream is the best film that I will never watch again. I think it is a phenomenally beautiful and brutal piece of art that exists to make you feel awful and is an absolute gut punch, and everyone should see it at least once. I think it is one of the few films that really captures the depths of some parts of the human condition. It takes your soul, twists it around, throws it away, kicks it, beats it up, gives it you back, and you are a different person afterwards. Watch it once, experience it. If you ever feel that you need to watch it again, try and analyze it. It is so brutal. Right, who can heal? Tenfresia, you can heal. Let's get you involved then. Cool. Heals, tanks, DPS. Let's go. Yeah, you can watch Requiem for a Dream, feel like complete shit after watching it. What's the name of the film? Requiem for a Dream. It's brilliant. When I say beautiful, I don't mean that it is pleasurable or fun to look at. Beauty can be in brutality as well. Grave of the Fireflies, Atomic. Totally the same. Completely agree. Grave of the Fireflies, incredible film. Beautiful film. Brutal film. I truly believe Requiem for a Dream is better than any anti-drug film ever made. Like, it is the best anti-drug film. You don't want kids to do drugs? Just make them watch Requiem for a Dream. You don't need any of that dare nonsense. There you go. Watch that. Go for it. Yeah, Train Spotting is another good one as well. Warbringer, that is not rage bait. It is just that good. Just flew past to the guys defending the beautiful fort just there. You know what? That's a great way of putting it. Sometimes the point of art is to hold up a mirror to society. Sometimes the point of art is to make us question things. Sometimes the point of art is to make us feel uncomfortable. If we go through life purely feeling comfort at every moment, what is there to discover within the human condition? Comfort is the enemy of ambition. And sometimes we need to contend with the darker sides of ourselves, the darker parts of life, the more difficult bits to truly understand, either positions that we're not in ourselves or people who are in positions that we will not be in, that we need to be able to empathize with. Empathy is an important bloody skill to have. And sometimes instead of forcing someone to go through and experience the worst thing they could ever do, watching or experiencing a piece of artwork that allows them to feel even 1% of it is going to be helpful to it. There are some guys that are currently having a political discussion in the chat. Could you not? If you want to talk about geopolitics, do me a favor and take that stuff to PMs. Don't put it in the chat. Why is there a sock on the microphone? Mic gets cold. Have I enjoyed Professions? Haven't even started. What am I eating? I am eating some multi-grain bites from Lidl, and they're very tasty. But the bag is also green, so it's green screening it out. He says, after having a political discussion about AI for an hour, Apro Thunder, okay, if you genuinely meant that, let me just explain. I have not taken any specific ideological stance. I have discussed the idea behind discussing ideas. That's what I've done. I, of course, as an individual, have political stances and ideologies and stuff that I think is right and wrong. But I'm also at least turned on enough to know that discussing it on Twitch is not going to produce a good result for anyone or anything. It is going to produce people who use the chat for whataboutisms. It's going to use the chat to produce people that want to attack or want to belittle on one side. If you actually want to have a discussion with any level of adult empathy, understanding, nuance, and depth, Twitch ain't how you do it. And I think you know that as well. So the fact that I've decided to keep that stuff away is, I've not said you have to think this, you have to think the other, I support this, I don't support that. I've said one of the most important things to do is be able to self-reflect and think about thinking. And if you've come here to say this is what you think and this is what you believe, that's totally fine. But understand that you're going to put people off that disagree with you and just galvanize people that do. Hero, OMG, stop it. We know you hate political content and content creators. Hero, are you being ironic with that, or do you genuinely believe that? I can't tell if you're joking or not. I can't tell if that's like a troll comment. Do you think I hate them? Because I need to know this to understand exactly where you're at. Yes, I am ironic. Okay. Irony doesn't translate very well over the internet when there are people who genuinely think that. What about in-game politics? That's fine. Arthas did nothing wrong. If anything, he didn't go far enough. Those people were going to become zombies anyway. Those people are going to become zombies. Problem with that is they're then going to have to send actual soldiers to kill them. That's going to hurt people. Everyone's going to be sad. Everyone's going to be unhappy. It's not good. It's not good vibes. Right, where is this quest that I'm handing in? Oh, it's just there. Okay, gotcha. Just go south to that dude. That dude didn't have a flight path, did they? Sargeron. That name's familiar. I'm guessing it's connected to Sargeras somehow. Other than burn the ships of his men, stranding them in Dragonblight, sometimes you need to motivate your army to fight. Listen, he did a bit of a whoopsie every now and again, you know? I'm not saying he was perfect. I'm not saying that he is some kind of perfect little angel that we need to constantly praise and say he's never made a mistake, ever. But if Arthas had let Stratholme fall, they would have become zombies, they would have become the Scourge, then they would have had to send actual soldiers in to kill them, and there's a chance that the soldiers would have died, and that would have meant more people would have died. No matter, I said he did nothing wrong. He made the right choices at the time. Stratholme was the second largest city in Lordaeron. Well, it would have been one of the largest cities that had been infected, had everyone have suddenly, you know, been ill. I agree. You know what? Spooky, completely agree. And do you know why streams that become consumed with that kind of discussion end up just focusing entirely on that? It's because that is the way you galvanize a viewer base to support you. Chaos says, would you put me down if I was infected, my lord? I'd put you down if you weren't. Just to not have to take the risk. He murdered the children too. The zombies would have taken the children anyway. Is it better to kill them than to give them a chance to be cured? Listen, another thing that we have to contend with is the fact that Arthas did have a very cool hammer. And you can't just give a man a really cool weapon and say you don't need to use it. Because he's going to be like, yeah, but I kind of want to. And then someone says, well, if you did want to go and, you know, purge this city, you would get a chance to use your weapon. And he's going to be like, well, that's just two birds with one stone. Right, let's go and hand in this quest we've got right here. You, my friend, the Twisted Evils quest. Willow. Here are the crystal carvings. I knew you'd be back. Right, we get to have a look at some armor. Ooh, agility and stamina leather. Chest mail, increase attack power by 20. Plus 10 stamina. Nah, it's not plus 10 strength. Hulkstone pauldrons. Ooh, not as good. I mean, they look cool, but they're not as good. I'll go with the robes. I'll take my experience. Thank you very much. Now I shall leave you. Right, I had a few more things to hand in. Right. That's... The Seed of Life is complete. Seek out Remulos in Moonglade. Where is Remulos and where is Moonglade? That's the question. More importantly, let's go to... Okay. Let's head to ZF. There we go. That's the guard dogs. Someone will have walked past, that's all it will have been. Right. Zul'Farak. Where is Zul'Farak? If I was Zul'Farak, where would I be? Just out of curiosity. I think... I'm trying to remember where all these things are. Southeast. Okay, that's Ankaraji. That's Diamol. Where is Tanaris? Okay, so Tanaris is... Where's Tanaris? Stone Tallow Mountains, south through Desolace. Where the heck's Tanaris? I was just there. I know I was just there. Right, hang on. I was there, was I? Down here? That's on Nixia's lair. Bottom right. Check southwest, then east. all the way bottom right. Oh, Zul'Farak. Oh, gotcha. I see. Oh, so we can fly to... Is that Booty Bay? Yeah, that's Booty Bay, isn't it? We can just fly to Booty Bay. No, Booty Bay is in the other... Booty Bay is over there, and that gets you to there. And that takes you to not Booty Bay, but it's the other one. Gadget Zan? Right. And I've Hearthstone's on cooldown. So let's just head north back to the thing. And then you guys can summon me from there. We'll head north. We'll go to Gadget Zan. I'm learning. I need a real-life map. That's what I need. Kaitek says, Darmok and Jalad in Tanaris. Strife when the Griffins fell. Any beach is Booty Bay when I'm on it. Oh, you absolute babe. Thank you. Please play WoW GeoGuessr. I don't know half the map. I would be terrible at that. You guys are like, hey, you need to play a really difficult game. Nope, not at all. I can stay for ZF, but I'd like to give someone else a chance to DPS on stream. Yeah, sure. No, ZF. Kai, you are doing great. Don't you worry. People are going to have loads of chances. We are absolutely going to get you round DPSing ZF. Eventually I will. Eventually I will absolutely work out where all the stuff is. We're going to go and get both the cool drops, both the cool swords from Zul'Farak. For those of you who aren't familiar, here's what we're trying to do. Zul'Farak is a dungeon that drops potentially 2 cool swords. It drops Sangthraes the Deflector, which is that sword right there, and it also drops Zangthraes the Protector, which is that sword, if I can get rid of it, there. If you get both of them, which is exceptionally unlikely, you can combine them into a big two-handed sword. The problem is, each of them has roughly a 1% chance to drop. Now, if we can get both of them, we can get this one. As soon as I can finish this fight, I'll show you. We should be able to get that. The Lasher. It is a remarkably powerful and very rare weapon. Will we see it? Probably not. So we need to get 2 drops that have a 1% chance each. You can farm Zul'Farak up to 52, 53. Yeah, that's probably what we're going to end up doing, to be honest. Right, where's... It's got to go this way and left, haven't I? Looks great, high DPS, no stats, too fast for a two-handed weapon. Don't care. Looks good, that's what matters. You've played for years and never seen those swords. Well, allow me to show you the strength of the streamer client. Let me grab the next Griffin out of here. Then let's see what happens by doing the streamer client. It is purple. That's all that matters. It is an epic item. It's not a 2% chance. It's a 1% chance twice. Which is worse. I mean, let's be fair. As a RuneScape player, a 1% drop chance is actually pretty high. Like, I'll take that. Now, we need to get to down here. And then run south to the meeting stone of Zul'Farak. Which is, I want to say Gadget Zan? Right, off to Gadget Zan. Okay, I'm going to take a 5-minute break, grab a cup of tea, grab a drink, pop to the bathroom, and when we come back, that's a really cool griffin, good lord. That is so cool. I don't think I've seen that kind of griffin before. Right, and when we come back, we will do the dungeon. Here's a DVD logo. Here's a timer for 5 minutes. I'll see you beautiful people in 5. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. The timer hit 0. Where's the streamer? I'm here. But, like, everything's still kind of happening. Like, we haven't even got there yet. My alarm went off. I was making a cup of tea. I've made a cup of tea. It exists. We haven't even got there. Hey Josh, Space Marines are weak little infants compared to orcs. Lots of love, just kidding. Scat, that is very impressive that an orc learned to type. Well done. Was I late because I was licking another cream egg? No, no, that's just a once a day thing. I don't want to get greedy. I am currently stirring a cup of tea. And having... Oh, nope, now I've spilt it. Hopefully nobody saw that. That's fine. I'll just gently... Beautiful. I'll clean that up later. Is it Yorkshire tea? No, it's actually a Japanese-style milky sweet tea. Mmm. Oh, that is lovely, that is. I want to say your talk of RuneScape got me to finally try Brighter Shores, and you're enjoying it. Good. I'm glad you're having a good time. As long as you are finding a game that you enjoy, that's bringing you a good time, that's always a nice thing to have. Now, do I have any dungeon quests that I should be taking from these guys over here? I don't think I do. Are there any more dungeon quests that exist within Gadgetzan? I think we're in Gadgetzan right now, aren't we? Alright. Got some stuff I can sell first of all. Let me sell my things to... Where's the guy? This guy over here. Right. Do we have the mallet? Ah, it's a problem. Right, how do we get the mallet? Where does the mallet come from? Because the mallet is going to be necessary for some stuff. Can I start that quest? Accept. And that quest I've got. I think that actually hands in over here somewhere. Right, have you been sent to find 2 tablets from an old troll east of Gadgetzan over by the ocean? Ah. Potentially these guys? The shipment? I can go and get those quests to see what they're all about. But I've got no other quests. Like I can head to the east and see what quests I'm able to accept and do. So where I am now, is this Tanaris? So this whole area, right, this is Tanaris, which is basically a big desert. One of them is a troll who sends you to Feralis to catch snake spirits, then he sends you to Zul'Farak. Okay, you know what, we'll do a run and then I'll get the quests later. That's not a problem. We'll do the run first, quests later. Let me sell some stuff that I don't need. Then we do the run, then we do the quests. We don't need some delicious cave mold. No matter how tasty the cave mold looks, you do not need the delicious cave mold. Probably don't need these things either. I don't need the embossed plate of the bear, no matter how good it looks. And I think everything else is fine. Burning charm is no longer important. Yeah, we're going to sell most of this stuff. This is junk, to be fair. Alright. That is actually useful stuff, and that's a quest item. No mount. Don't need it, mate. Don't need it. Right, heading to dungeon now. We'll do a couple of runs, and then we'll do quests after that. That's fine, don't worry. My goodness, MD, thank you very much for the subs. That is remarkably kind of you. 007, what a great name. Oh, you have summoned me. Beautiful stuff. Right. We have summoned. I've already got all of the stuff that I need. I think we're okay. We're heading to the dungeon now. What does 007 mean? James Bond. Kai, thank you for the potions. That means I've got even more good and ready to go. I'll stick them in the knapsack just up here. so you guys on stream can see what I'm doing with them. And we are currently level 43. 2 more levels, I get to use my nice, cool axe. I've already enchanted it with Icy Weapon. It's 33 damage a second, slightly higher, slightly slower. Could be good. Alright. I think we're all ready now. Yeah, we're all here. Let's go. Is the guild name from the first law? Nope, it's just the union. The union idea about making sure that we're always friendly and always happy. Alright, Halo Crash, go tank whatever you wish. And then we will come up and attack whatever you mark. Everyone focus the skull, let's do this. I'm not going to use my spinny axe, because I think it's going to be more beneficial to just fight through like this. Ads for another 10 seconds, that's what you get. Get advertised at, nerds. Ooh, you know, if Halo and I both get the sword, it's going to be a roll-off. Did Josh do the Whirlwind weapon quest? I did indeed. I've got the Whirlwind axe, I've also got the Ravager axe, I've got the Rock Pounder from the next, and I've even got one of the Ripsaw things. I've got loads of stuff that I'm basically ready. Oh, hang on, I can actually equip my Vice Grips of Strength. Way more strength, and way more armor. When I finish this, I'm going to put my Vice Grips of Strength on. With your playstyle, wouldn't it make more sense to quest in the area leading up to the dungeon instead of straight to the dungeon? No, my playstyle is not thinking things through at all. So, I'm just going to kind of run into the dungeon, charge at the enemies, and do all the damage that I possibly can. That's my vibe with this. Warrior hit. If enemy alive, hit more. I am protecting myself from mind readers by giving them nothing to read. I am effectively immune to intellect devourers. I mean, yeah, try and share them if you can. And if you want to share if you can, that'd be great. I'll take the quests. Hero, you look very cool. I just have to admit this. You've got the shoulders that I want. You've even got the cool sword that I want. Apparently I've done them. Okay, cool. Do you have Wind Fury, or can I oil up my main hand weapon as well? You guys work out where you want to put the oil. Are we pulling everything together so I can spin? The old spun to one. Exactly, you can protect yourself from mind control by simply not having a mind. It's probably the greatest way that you could do it. We're doing way better here, by the way. Way better. Oh, well, we've pulled the other guys, so I guess we just kind of hit through. Yeah, this is easy. We got this. We got this, no problem at all. It can be easy to get overwhelmed in this dungeon. Thankfully, this is a whelming stream. We've also got a very good tank. And potentially an exceptionally good off-tank. Because Kai is also here. And they will be able to do the rogue off-tanking using agility if they have to. Does Classic feel slow to me? No, I'm a millennial. This feels remarkably quick. You can off-tank with 90% dodge. Perfect, that's what we need. And Emzy's pet. Emzy's pet exists mostly to pull the rest of the dungeon, from what I've discovered. Now, I can't equip the shoulders until 45. I can't use that till 45. I can't use that till 45. What else do we have? I've got the rock pounder, which should be... I mean, to be fair, the plus... When I get 45, plus 20 strength from Blanchard's Stout, that's going to be a major boost for what I'm trying to do. Yeah. Did I just say rock pounder and you said I'm a rock? I see what you were doing there. I'm picking up what you're putting down. You little... Goodness me. Get in the bin. Now, I only have Whirlwind as an AoE damage thing. But as soon as Whirlwind is free, I can at least do a nice big burst of damage by just slapping everything. There we go. Bone Link Gauntlets of the Falcon. Agility and intellect. Who needs boning? Nope, I didn't say that. That's don't clip it. Don't ship it. We needed nothing else. Oh God, some of you are the worst. I ask because OSR objects is objectively slower but never feels slow. Don't know if Classic feels like that, where the rate of progression matches the vibe. I really don't care too much about the rate of progression. I'm just caring about getting the next item, to be honest. That's all I'm focusing on. With whatever group I'm with, I'm like, right, what's the next item? What do we need? Where's the treadmill taking us to? And then we just go and get it. That's kind of it. That's my vibes. First time you've made it here. First thing you've heard is don't clip it. Well, that's how we do it here. Are we clearing for XP? XP, please, would be great. I require experience. Amazing. Yep, let's go. Halo, just grab everything and kill it. Let's do this. You get whatever the heck you need. We just kill everything. I'm gonna stack up. Right, my job is to stack up Sunder stacks. In fact, do you guys still want Sunder because we have a paladin? We haven't got a rogue. Yeah, do I still Sunder? I do, and then the rogue just doesn't do its ability. I'm learning. Always be sundering. Okay. Look, Kai, you can't be annoyed if I say we don't have a rogue when your entire thing is being stealthy. You can't be annoyed that I didn't notice you. If anything, you should take that as a compliment. You should be like, thank you very much. I'm glad you didn't see me. A, B, C. Always be sundering. And I think I've got everything else. In fact, what I could probably do is... Yes, I can put sharp onto my swords. And sharp onto my other sword. Right, let's go. So I should feel good that nobody, even my family, notices I'm around. If you're training to be a ninja, then yeah, well done. And nailing it. Absolutely nailing it. I want to start being EverQuest. What would be the best way to do so? Arathdur, if you want to start playing EverQuest, the best thing to do is probably going to be to download EverQuest. That's going to help. What you're then going to want to do is create a character within the game EverQuest. Then you're going to want to make sure that you can launch it, sit there with some free time, and play EverQuest. Oh yeah, I forgot that I'm not getting Wind Fury because my Vanquisher has... Yeah, get rid of that. Right, I want Wind Fury only on the main hand. So yeah, download EverQuest, make an account and play it, and have a lot of free time. And also then understand why World of Warcraft became so popular. Because it is just straight up easier. Gannett, you want to be the very best like no one ever was. What's your first step? Well, it's very simple. You've got to get the professor to bang your mum. Nobody wants to read into the subtext, but that's what was happening. Professor comes round, sees Ash's mum, realizes there's a kid at home, and he's like, hey kid, here's a Pokedex, go and explore literally everything. The kid's like, I might be gone for years. Good. We don't want to admit it, but that's what happened. I know it's horrible to think about. But there's lots of stuff from our childhood that when we start to really focus on it, pretty messed up. You know what? From what I can tell, level 40 to 50 is apparently quite slow. Hey, Catty leveled up. Congrats. People tell me 40 to 50 is where the grind tends to set in. A Ravager's woolly legs. Nah, they're not giving me 20 strength. Don't worry, 50 to 60 is slower. Yeah, but when I get to 60, at least we get to do some kind of raids. Which I will be doing, by the way. I'm excited about that. Okay, so this is like a lot of enemies. This may be too many enemies. Yeah, possibly too big a pull there. Like, I don't want to say... I don't want to yuck anyone's yum with this, but that was a tad difficult. Oh. Trying to take down this... Oh. Take down this Shadow Hunter first, then, shall we? Yep, cool. One person's dead. I can attempt to switch into at least somewhat of a tank. I have been made invulnerable. I cannot attack while invulnerable. And now I'm dead. Yeah. Slower. Slower pulls, please. That was a little bit difficult. I can reincarnate and get you all back. Lovely. Let's just wait for that then. Like Jesus. Beautiful, 10. Thank you very much. You'd blame the off tank. We are not going to blame Catty. Alright, Tenfresia has come back as Jesus. Before pressing your 4, always have 7 buff. Yes, because that way you can hit one more thing, can't you? Strike an additional opponent. Outland without mount is... By the time I get to Outland, I'm gonna have a mount, obviously. Sure you will, buddy. Thanks, GameWiz. I appreciate the input there. I'm sure I will. What I am going to do as well is put my... Can't do that. You can't do that when you're dead. Apparently, you can't change weapons when you have died. No, this actually wasn't MZ's fault. I think that was... think that was mostly Hero trying to tank far more than we should have been able to tank. I mean, like, they were brave. They did some brave stuff. But we'll do smaller pulls if possible. Small pulls if possible. That was 2 groups and a mini-boss. Yeah. That was... Yeah, my bad. No worries. You're doing well from now on. This was fine up to there. And where have the guys gone? Have you jumped this way? Somehow? How do you jump up there? Did you jump from the other side? Right, how do we pull just like 1 or 2 groups? That's what we want to do. Alright, Kai, you are the rogue. Get us 1 or 2. You're doing well from now on. Yes, that wasn't encouragement, that was a threat. That was a promise. Zorelis. Are you an elite? Oh, nice. This dude's an elite. Maybe he'll drop something good. Drop something good, Zorelis. Whatever you do, drop, you silly elite boss. The gossamer shoulder pads of the owl. That's not a cool drop. Doesn't even look cool. I don't need those. Rare mob, but nothing good. Shame. That was not best in slot. Pretty swanky for a caster. I'm going to cast Sword. That's what I'm going to cast. Oh, hang on. Spirit Chaser Staff of Healing. 200 staff plus 40 healing spells and 14 damage spells. That's got to be quite good. I mean, I'll greed that. I don't need it. That's a pretty good staff. A plus 40 healing. That's really decent. I assume that's decent, like I don't know. I'm finally dual wielding, I am indeed. The fire and the ice. Right, time to do some damage, let's go. Yeah, we got this, we're doing fine. Warrior dual-wielding classic is such a vibe. We're feeling whimsical today. There's a level of whimsy that we have achieved, and I think we should be proud of it, honestly. Pretty happy. I know that you don't necessarily need to sunder every small mob, but I do think it's a funny thing to do. Like, not every little mob needs sundering, but I'm going to. I'm going to get sunder stacks up onto the basic enemies. It helps us kill everything, doesn't it? It definitely helps. Because the lower something's armor is. Yeah, casters it probably doesn't help much because their armor's pretty low anyway, but yeah, if we can get rid of some armor on some enemies, I'll be happy. As a warrior, your entire job is to sunder. Can do. That can make this work. So what we really want from this dungeon is not only experience and levels, but we want those 2 1% drop chance swords, and then that's kind of it really. We just want... Oh, God. I need some sleep. We need those 2 1% drop chance swords. It's kind of the whole vibe. That's what we're going for. Zul'Farak the Lasher. Yes, that will be useful when I get to level 50. Cool weapons are ultimately the goal. Yeah. To me, the entire goal is basically just get some cool weapons. Yeah, you shouldn't really sunder as a DPS warrior. Well, I'm gonna. Just so you're all aware, that's gonna happen. The Thrash Blade, from what I remember, is a quest reward for this dungeon. I also want to be using Demoralizing Shout, which reduces the damage of enemies. Wolf Raider's Padded Armor of Intellect. Armor plus 20 intellect. And oh, it's gorgeous. Oh, gosh darn, I'd wear that purely for vibes. God damn. I won't, but I could. It's not quite as cool as my plate armor, but that is a good-looking top right there. I'm having a sunderful day. Maybe we have sunderful Mondays. That's what we do. It's got the unbuttoned look. It's a transmog, but obviously there's no transmogs in this version. Which is a shame. You are a toad? That is A-okay. And now we want the Shadow Hunters to go down first. Because these guys are the ones that need to die quickly. There we go. A little bit of chest hair for the lads. Always. I do wish male warriors could get kind of chainmail bikinis. I'd wear one. Right, is there a chance of a rare mob in one of these huts? I'm often told that there is a rare mob somewhere. A plate speedo. Just one forged bit of metal. Inside you are two rare mobs. One of them drops a helmet you need. The other one does not. Right, we here, guys? Just waiting for everyone. Tenfreesia and MZ's bringing up the rear. There we go. It'd be a codpiece, yeah, pretty much. The alternate cut of the Black Mage Weave. Purely for the lads. Right, here's the boss. Time to take the old boss down. Come here, you. Let me slap you around a little bit. I like how this is designed to disincentivize AoE attacks, because obviously then you're going to pull all the scarabs around you as well. What's he drop? He's dropping nothing. I can't believe he drops nothing. Hang on, where's Theka the Martyr? Oh, just drop is a quest. Alright, he's a quest guy, I see. Right, Chief. The Chief drops one of those. Is it just the final boss that drops one of the swords that we need? It isn't, is it? It's the other dude, I'm sure. And Sul, that's the one. One drops one drops the other. Oh, it's the guy in that cave over there. So the guy in the cave might drop the thing that we need. Got it. You got one earlier? No way! I'm going to keep running this dungeon until I get one. That's the plan. We keep running until we get it. It's not like I've got anything better to do with my life. off the end boss, not this one. Well, if you get them both, combine them. Are they bind on equip, or are they bind on... Are they soulbound when you get them? ZF might be the new Deadmines. This is Deadmines 2. They're bind on pickup. So if you see someone with the really powerful two-handed sword, you know that they actually got both drops. Okay. Right, I can see why that will be a challenge then. Oh, well, we've been spotted. I'm going to stand by the tank. Right, let's go. Time to get the old sunders going on. Once the sunder stacks are all built up, I can then hit and do this. Right, we're all good. Deadmines 2. Electric Boogaloo. Come on, you. I'm definitely angry enough to hit you. Give me your sword. Give me your silly billy sword. I kind of wish if the enemy dropped something rare, they had like a different sparkle. No way! No way! It did! That is insane! I'm needing it! I cannot believe we actually saw the drop. That is insane. Oh, wow. That's huge. That is actually huge. Good lord. MZ, do not need that. I swear to God, I will cry. Now we've just got one to go. Okay, look. If somebody else needs it and they get it, that's fine. We just do the dungeon again. I'm just glad that I've seen it drop. Please no. I'm glad that I've seen it drop. That's all I particularly care about. Cannot believe we actually saw that sword. That is a 1% drop chance. And now we need to get it again if we get it again. God damn. Please do not need. Can't. The other will drop. No, please genuinely don't. Streamer luck is real, guys. Streamer luck is straight up real. I actually don't know if it's... MZ's still not needed it. MZ, pass the sword, my god. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry a little bit. I'm gonna cry. If you don't... Hang on, if you don't pass, does it automatically roll need? If you let the timer run all the way down, what does it do? It also passes. Oh, thank God. I don't... Let's test it real quick. Don't do this. We have to check. It might straight up... Babe. I owe you one. MZ rolled greed. I needed an 88. Wow. A level 44 Sangthrays the Deflector. That is insane. I cannot believe we saw one. I had multiple heart attacks. That was ridiculous. In fact, it even looks pretty cool. All we need now is the other one. We just need one more. I can't even equip it yet. Right, let's go and get the other one. I swear to God, if we get the other one, I've never... Oh, 1% chance. Just one more 1% drop chance. That is remarkably lucky. Not if. When. We will get the next one. It'll just be super lucky. I like how people are looking at it and going, it's not very good. It doesn't matter. It's super rare. At this point, it's purely about flexing. Right. Increase your parry rating by 20. I'm not even tanking. I don't care about that. It will do more damage per second. You'll lose spirit and stamina. I can replace the Sword of Serenity with it, no problem at all. Can't believe we saw it. Well, that was very lucky. I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed with that. I feel this stream has unfortunately encroached on the overwhelming territory. Now, that... I can't use that till 44, which is the next level. And I won't be able to use the combined duo swords until 50. So I actually don't want to combine them until 50, even if I do get them. I do know about the combo, and I'm not going to use the combo until 50 because it increases the level requirement of the swords. WoW Head complains both swords have a 6% drop chance. That's probably more accurate than Atlas Loot, which I'm using right now, which claims a 1% drop chance. A 6% means we're going to see them roughly 1 in 20 runs. Maybe one in every 18 runs. There is no loot trading, that is true. No loot trading at all. To be fair, even if we never see the second one, I'm just glad we saw the first one. Can I provide 6 random numbers between 1 and 49? Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Sands consume you.
What is this way? Oh, it's a different way to get to the same place. I see what's going on here. You joke, but those numbers are exactly as random as any other group of numbers. People are like, they're not random. Yeah, they are. The Vexing Cane, 15% drop chance. Stamina, intellect increases damage and healing done by spells by up to 21. I assume that's good for the healers or the damage dealers? Can we open the old chest, see what's going on? Got myself a healing potion. Oh, I see. We've kind of... Right, we've done this in a slightly different order than we normally do. I see what's going on. You got 4 ads in a row. Am I paying your sub now? Yes. Yes, you are. Welcome. I'm not opening all the graves. Want to get this second sword. That's what I want. No spirit, so it's a caster DPS item. Gotcha. Spirit is going to be used for healers. I'm still learning, you know, what things are what, basically. I wonder if... I mean, at level 50, is that sword actually any good? Because I know it's clearly an epic item. But at 50, are there just better... It's still good at 50. Okay, cool. I mean, is it still good at 60? That's the question. Is it what I like to call Bisraid? Is it Bispreraid? It's very important that we occasionally ask if an item is Bispreraid, which means best in slot previously to doing a raid. No, the power creep will power creep every classic weapon. Okay. Desert Choker of the Wolf. Agility and spirit. We don't need that. There are way better common weapons than it at 60 and earlier. Yeah, but at some point you have to value the vibes of it. Vibes matter a lot. Alright, I'm sundering all these guys as best I can. And now I'm stunned. Maybe I'll just use it all the way through the Burning Crusade, who knows? Right, this thing has been fully sundered. Just questing gives you better gear than anything you can get in the classic raids. Is that true? Will questing through Outland, in the process of going from 60 to 70, get you better stuff than you could find in the endgame's 60 raids? That's a shame. I genuinely think that's a shame. Because that just completely... it kills so much of the game. Ironically, when you expand a game by reducing its scope, you don't want to expand something by making it smaller. That's a shame. Naxxramas gets a bit of value. Okay. I would like to, when I hit level 60, I would still like to do Naxxramas at some point. Because if I can't do Naxxramas, then I'm going to feel like I'm missing out on something. Can we kill these stupid healing wards? And these witch doctors. God damn, these guys really heal, don't they? Shoulder enchantments in Nax are still good. Okay. There we go. The gear from 60 raids is good, but Outland Greens replace it pretty fast. There are some pieces of good gear, but if you get that purple sword, that gear will carry me. I'm not going to get it, but it'd be cool if I did. If I get it, I'll have to respec from Fury to Arms. Because it would be too good to not do that. You were hesitant to swap out your Thunder Fury, but at some point you got outpaced by other weapons. Oh, it hurts, doesn't it? To look at something that's epic and beautiful and got so much kind of prestige and provenance behind it. And lose that. Right. We are now going to the second half of this dungeon. Have I ever had a moment in gaming that hit me in the feels? Many. Many, many, many. We'll be fine.
Let the executions begin. Not enough rage.
AQ40 and Nax can carry you to 70 like tier 3. Okay, I'll do it. I think that I should be able to find a group of guild players who are willing to do Naxxramas with me. Do you still get experience in raids? Because everyone says that you don't get XP when you're in a raid group. So if you're level 60 and you form a raid group, you basically don't get any experience. Right, I'm ready. Let's go. Now, what I might do for this, guys, is put on the Ravager. It's time for the ravaging. Oh, don't want to replace Wind Fury. Right. The ravaging begins now. It's massively reduced. Okay, gotcha. So it's an insignificant amount. I see. There we go. I want to channel the Ravager spinning around as often as possible so I can hit these enemies as often as possible. cancel that one. I want to try and do as much damage as I can with the Ravager attacks. Without, hopefully, without dying. Damn it, cancelled that attack. You know you can cancel the Ravager attack by trying to do any other ability, which is super annoying. There we go. That's what we needed more of with the damage. I'm hoping the Ravager's a good use thing here. It might not be. Sweeping Strike should be on cooldown if you want to trigger the Ravager. Oh, really? There we go. Ah, there we go. Chaining straight into the other. Got it. Lovely. Chaining into the next. Oh, we chained again. This is great. One more chain would be beautiful. There's a high chance of it. No. Didn't get it that time. Shame. That was useful, though. That was definitely a nice bit of use. Oh, Lord, he chaining. Oh, man, I'm going to chain. People are like, what's your rotation? I'm like, yes. Rotation is this axe. It's not even the best axe at this point anymore. I just like it, to be honest. Like, there are probably weapons that do way more damage. But I like this one. Trying to do at least some damage. Good lord. Okay, cool. 10's dead, which means we switch back to an axe that does more damage. And now we just focus each of them down individually. Alright, cool. Now we switch to that and that. Try and do something. Okay, so we definitely now go slower. Yeah, too much of a big pull right there. Too much of a big pull. Maybe we stay back. I was indeed spamming hamstring to proc the Ravager. So do we resurrect or do we stay? Just double checking. So I want to apologize. That's fine. I think you just ran too much. All of a sudden, there were 8 acolytes shooting shadow bolts. We just ran into too many. That's what happened. Do you guys want me to run back as well? Should I also be running back? Sorry, I can't res. MZ, I can't believe. You could actually probably help. You could help kill the Blood Drinker. Because then the NPCs are going to die, and then we have to do a full reset. Shall we reset? We can reset, try again. In fact, to be fair, I have been streaming for 7 hours and do need a chill. I thought there were no more spawns. So many more. We can try again tomorrow. Replace me as a DPS. I need to be off 7-hour stream. Hey, well, one of the guys killed the boss. Good job. And MZ is about to die. That's fine. I will release. I will drop. And you can replace me with a DPS. Because I've been streaming for 7 hours, no one is going to join a 75% finished dungeon. Some people may do if they want to. But I need to go to bed. So the first thing we will do is we will jump on and do this again tomorrow. And if the goblins died, we'll have to reset anyway. Yeah, I mean, you can join. It's not a raid. That's fine. It's all there. Guys, I've been streaming for 7 hours. Take care of yourself. I will see you tomorrow, hopefully. Tomorrow is Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday's fine. And then we continue doing this. We get the second sword. I cannot believe that we got the first sword. That is incredible. That is absolutely incredible. The drop chance on that, 1%, and we got it. So for now, take care. Let's see who else is streaming. Have a little raid going on. Make sure we go and say hello to people. Who else can we say hello to? You know what? Why don't we just go and say hello to MZ? Why don't we just pop over MZLEIGH? Hang on, give me a sec. There we go. Let's go and say hi to her. Because she is also in this dungeon. She was the hunter, and she's doing very well. For now, be nice to her. Be very nice. Still new to World of Warcraft. Be nice. Take care. Good night. God bless.